If not, I'd like to continue with Ana Caballero, our state senator, Ana Caballero, who has a long history of activism here in the Central Coast counties. First Chicana elected to the Salinas City Council, first Chicana elected to the Assembly District, and now the Senate District. And Ana, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And I want to thank MPC as well as you personally for coordinating this get together and the opportunity to hear the voices of Chicanos and Chicanas that have been on the front line for a really long time. And you're absolutely right. The history gets written by the victor. And so many times our contributions and our participation in trying to change the community doesn't get recorded, going back centuries, because we were on the losing end, or because we didn't have the means in order to be able to write it up and to present our own perspective of what was happening. So I want to thank you for organizing this symposium here today. I think it gives us an opportunity to get together, even though it's virtually, to share our stories and tell people a little bit about how we changed this Salinas Valley, because in reality it was very different when we started, and realizing where we started is really important. So thank you so much, and I look forward to being the moderator of the next panel.
Thank you very much, Ana. David Martin, can we hear from you?
Yes, David, thank you very much, and good morning and welcome to this very special event. We're very excited to welcome the MPC Lobos that are with us, the community members, as well as the community leaders that are going to be participating and joining with us on this very special day. MPC, as well as the entire community, is excited to have the individuals joining us that we'll see this afternoon. And we're thrilled to learn about our history, our community, and most importantly, our culture. So we're very excited, Professor Serrano, to spend this time not only with the panelists, but with the community as well. So I just wanted to take a moment and really thank all the members of the panels that will be joining us this afternoon, members of the MPC support team, members of the MPC Social Sciences Division, and lastly, Professor David Serrano, I'd like to just thank you for bringing us all together on this very important day, on this very important occasion. And I look forward to learning with you all. I hope we all have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David Martin. David Martin is our superintendent president here at MPC. He's a very progressive individual. We are really happy to have him here. And as you can tell, he's been very supportive of the symposium. And also, I want to thank all the faculty who have participated, the staff who have participated in putting this program together. I'd like to especially thank Kendra Cabrera, Elizabeth Mullins, Lauren Blanchard, Anthony Garcia, Anthony Villarreal, Steve Albert, and all the faculty members, Elizabeth Mullins, that will be helping out with the panels. Thank you all very much. So now we're going to listen. Bill Manning was not able to be present with us, but he sent a recording, and I'd like to ask Frank to play that recording now.
Good morning. I'm former State Senator Bill Manning. I want to welcome all of you today and especially thank David Serrano for his leadership in organizing the symposium to recognize and honor the first generation of Chicano leaders in Las Voces del Pueblo. For me, it's indeed an honor to see many friends and allies leading today's panels and sharing the history that has formed a new level of political power in the Salinas Valley and Monterey County that has been transformed in large measure because of the leadership of the Chicano movement in our communities. I want to welcome those for whom this is maybe a new exposure to some of the history of this region, and hope that by capturing, sharing, and preserving the history of the Chicano movement in this region. It will serve to inspire the continued fight and struggle to achieve equality and justice throughout not only the central coast of California, but our entire state, nation, and planet. For me as an ally, and I think I speak for many other allies of the Chicano movement, I gained so much from my work with the United Farm Workers Union, with California Rural Legal Assistance, and with other local struggles in education, healthcare, worker safety, that I've carried with me in the privilege and honor I've had of representing residents of this region in the California State Legislature with my good friend and ally, Ana Caballero, and so many others. I'll just close by wishing you all the best in today's sessions and deliberations, and by just memorializing a few of those whose names David captured in the preliminary program, some of those I worked with and whose spirits live with me as we move forward. Ricardo Villapando, Hector de la Rosa, Maria Coralejo, Jean Martinez, and so many others. We are guided and inspired by their spirits, by their sacrifice. And again, I thank all of you for this opportunity to join in this greeting and wish you all the best for a great session, and more importantly, to struggle on in the future. I look forward to seeing you on the picket lines. Si se puede, mil gracias. Adelante.
Thank you, Bill, for those comments. As always, you have always been a very inspiring individual, and I want to thank you for all the years of service that you have provided for the Chicano community here in the Central Coast counties. Thank you so much, Bill. I also want to thank all the panelists, because it's the panelists, the ones who have made the history. I want to thank them for the time they have spent in preparing for these presentations. And especially the faculty who attended a lot of the meetings, and the rest of the people. So at this point, I pass it on to the first panel. And so Frank will take care of setting up the next panel for the city of Salinas. Thank you, everybody. So you can take it away anytime, Ana.
Okay, sounds good. I was waiting for pictures, but that's what we can get it started. Let me just say a big thank you. I know that Senator Emeritus Monning is not on the line, but it was very moving to recognize individuals that have been extremely important in organizing efforts in the Salinas Valley, and their spirit and their heart really does live within us. This panel, let me just start off by doing introductions. This is a great opportunity to kind of start at the beginning. And I'm going to go in the order that you're going to do your presentations. I'm going to start with Simon Salinas, who was the first Chicano elected to the city council, who is elected city councilman to the city of Salinas, the first Chicano elected to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and the first Chicano elected to the California State Assembly district. He was the mover and shaker that got us all started, and that cracked open that door that allowed the rest of us to kind of walk through. The second person that's going to speak is Fernando Armenta, who is a former retired Salinas City Council member, and the second Chicano elected to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. He and I were elected at the same time to the City Council. And then introduce Roberto Ocampo, who was the third Chicano elected to the Salinas City Council. And when Robert got to the council, we had a majority in the council for the first time in Salinas's history. So we're going to talk a little bit about that effort. And what I've been asked to do is to keep us on time. We have about 12 or 13 minutes. I'll give you a 1 minute prompt, and we want to make sure we have enough time at the end to have questions, to have interaction with the listeners out there. So Simon, I'm going to turn the mic over to you and take it away. You can set the stage so that people understand how we, what it was we were doing and how we were doing it. And the really important thing is that we had set up a number of ways to be able to get representation for Miss Salinas, but we couldn't get people elected. And so that's where your election comes in.
Thank you, Ana. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Thank you. And thank you, David Serena, for organizing this, and certainly all the listeners, MPC, faculty, staff, and also the students. Important to, I hear from the voices of those people that were involved in the front line. And my perspective is that it's been a collective effort. It was an effort for all of us to come together and recognize what it is that we were facing in Salinas. And, a little bit of a brief background, because we all look at policy and feel passionate about certain policy areas because of our background, because of who we are and our upbringing. And so my background was certainly as a farm worker, as a migrant farm worker from Texas all the way to the Salinas Valley harvesting crops. So I tell everybody by the age of 14, I was already a seasoned farm worker. I had already picked cotton, citruses in Texas, and then strawberries, bushberries, cucumbers, apples, you named it. And farmers planted it, we harvested it, family of 12. And so that growing up, one of the areas that always surprised me was the lack of healthcare for my family, and seeing your parents in pain sometimes because they didn't have healthcare was certainly a motivator for me, and an incentive to figure out what's going on here. Why is our community's history, why are the contributions of our community not being told? And so that was always in the back of my mind. How do we get our history? And to be able to now have all of this panelists who are proud to say we were Chicano activists, Chicano folks that had a passion for having certain goals and how to improve the quality of life for our community. So in Salinas, I had come back and I was an elementary school teacher at Barden Elementary School in the East Side area in LSL. And there had always been talk of how do we get into the table? How do we become part of that table so that we can provide input in terms of what are the needs, the goals, the aspirations of the Chicano Mexicano community here in Salinas. And there have been elections, people have tried. I know you had been also working at CRLA and the Planning Commission and trying to get into that, talking to the powers that be to say, look, you either accept us and let us be part of the discussion, part of the decision-making process here in the city, or there's other ways coming. So Cruz v. Gomez happened right before we had Joaquin Avila, the late civil rights, voting rights expert, had come in and told us about communities of interest, about polarized voting, and about how to change the electoral process here in Salinas. For those that don't know the community here in Salinas, the east side was mostly Mexican-American Chicano community, almost 80-90%, I'd say, was East Salinas. And we had the problems that a lot of segregated communities feel, the lack of resources, parks, a lot of density, but very little parks. We had streets that were very unsafe with pedestrians, our families crossing 4 lanes, getting killed out on those intersections. And so those were big motivators. And some people ask themselves, well, what motivated you to get involved? First as a plaintiff and then as a candidate. And I tell them, well, I was teaching elementary 6th grade here in the east side. And one summer I remember walking the streets here because I lived on Toro near the school, and saw some of my kids, Hector and Fernando, and asked them, what are you guys doing? And they were just sitting there with their bikes. I said, Mr. Salinas, what do you want us to do? There's no rec centers out here. The high school swimming pool is closed. Our parents are working out in the field. So that stuck with me. And so when this came up and Joaquin asked to find some plaintiffs, that's what they wanted, was sympathetic plaintiffs, right? That if this case had to go all the way to the Supreme Court, that the court would look at who were the plaintiffs that understood the needs and the wants of the community. So I became a plaintiff. Fernando Armenta, who's a social worker, former veteran, working in Natividad Medical Center, became a plaintiff. And then Marta Granados, who was a small businesswoman here in the LSL area. So we were asked to be plaintiffs, and that started the ball rolling. Joaquin had told us that we had a very good case. He had looked at the data here in Salinas and found that candidates had run but hadn't been able to win, that we had a lot of people in the east side, but we didn't have a lot of voters. A lot of our residents were legal residents, or many were undocumented. And so we couldn't elect a candidate of our choice. So we go to I remember we going to the city council, and the mayor, it's Mayor Jeffries at that point, and we asked them, can we voluntarily, city council, move us to a district type of system to elect candidates of the community's choice? And they refused. They said, no, why don't you do it the old-fashioned way like everybody else? Why don't you run citywide? I said, well, we've tried. Unfortunately for us, sometimes Chicanos don't have the resources to run a citywide campaign, or we don't have the votes to be able to get elected because of polarized voting. Where South Salinas voted for white candidates, East Salinas tended to vote for Latino candidates, but we couldn't get elected. And so there was discussion, and then we reached a compromise. We didn't have the vote back then to get the council to voluntarily switch over to a district type of electoral system. So they said, tell you what, we'll let the community decide. If the community decides to go to districts, then so be it. The council was willing to accept that. And so the community acted, we had a discussion. We said, what do we have to lose? I mean, if we lose, we still got the legal process. We still, Joaquin Avila is saying he's prepared to take this case to the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court. And so the community, we talked, we lobbied the LSL community. We talked to parents. We talked to the voters from the east side and said, here's an opportunity, community, for us to be able to elect candidates, people that you want to put on the city council, but we have to change the system. We have to vote. So December 6th of 1988 was that historic vote that happened in Salinas, where the east side voters came out in big numbers. There was the highest turnout on that election of Chicano voters that came out and said, yes, we want to change the system. And it almost reminded me of what Willie Velasquez would say from the Southwest Voter Registration Project, that if you give the community something they can believe in and something that they feel is real, that they will participate. So they participated in that. And then that brought about the change of vote for district elections passed by, I think, 100 plus votes. And that changed the way that council members would be elected to the city council. But we had a hybrid system because the mayor would continue to run at large. And we were okay with that. We figured first we get into the council and we get enough candidates at that level. And certainly you came in and then later became the first Chicana to be elected to the city of Salinas. And so that was the genesis, a lot of work, a lot of collective effort to try to change the makeup of the city council. And so that had a very positive. So then in 89, we had the elections. We had an election I ran, got elected in 89. And became the process of understanding as Chicanos. Okay, we changed the system. Now what? And a lot of times we hear where you think that change is going to happen instantaneously. Well, it's not. It's sometimes it's incremental. Sometimes, and I know you and I have commented, when we get in, there's no money in the coffers. We come in and there's no money. You got to deal with very tough issues. But at the end, I think because we were at the table, we were able to bring forth some of the issues that were so critical and so important for our community. And I tell the story of one of the first things that I get in, and I had said on the committee to bring in Dave Mora, who became our city manager. And I want to build parks. I want to build little tot lots. I want to take care of signal lights for intersections and bring more amenities, quality of life amenities in the community. And there wasn't a lot of funds available, so I had to build a little tot lot. But empowering the community, I think, was what, as Chicanos and that effort made it worthwhile, was that they could participate. We went back to them. Because a lot of people can talk about community, but for me, community was the kids here, Agustin, Fernando, and those that needed a little recreational center. So we work on recreational centers. We had a little tot lot on the east side here by the Cesar Chavez Library. And typically people want to put basketball courts or soccer fields. I went in as the community, come and help me design this little park. And we raised funds because the city didn't have all the amount to build that park. And the parents came together. I said, here, it's your park. And mostly Spanish-speaking parents. And they said, here's the Parks and Rec staff. They're going to take your ideas. And they said, look, we don't want basketball courts there. We just want a tot lot for the children to come out and read a book. We want benches. We want grass. And that's how that park was developed. And that empowered the community to believe that now that we were there to listen to them and to take their ideas and concerns and translate them into policy, that it was real. One of the other issues, because people always ask, well, what changed? What happened? Well, we also had and I remember the discussions we had in the east side, we had too many outlets, too many alcohol outlets, too many stores selling a lot. So there's a shopping center right here across the Cesar Chavez Library where they don't sell beer. The parents there organized, and I said, I support. I tried hard, and I asked Safeway, I asked some of the big chains, can you come in without selling? Nope, we can't. That's about 10-15% of our profits. So, but we finally found some stores that were willing to come in, and it's still there. It's operating. So those were real changes that I think let the community know that change was important, that district vote meant that now they could elect candidates of their choice and candidates that could be respectful of their ideas and be able to reflect those values and those decisions. making process. So that to me was a genesis, an effort to say, we're going to bring about change. We'll do it the legal way. I mean, sometimes there was discussion, we ought to do more marching, more protesting. I said, let's get inside and then let's figure out how do we start making the change? How do we form allies, as Senator Manning was saying? Because you need to make allies. You need to be able to count when you get to those city councils. I mean, as Chicanos, we knew that we could count on other Chicanos, but we didn't have the majority until later on when you and Fernando and Robert and Gloria or others formed a majority. And then I think it became again easier maybe, but also tougher because of sometimes the economic times that we had to deal with. So we went through that, and then on the Board of Supervisors also, another area that was affected by the district elections, by the district movement. And those, when people ask about what was the impact, I said, look, the Chicano movement has done a lot for this, and we have to recognize it. Because I remember, as I indicated before, my parents, we had no health insurance, we had no dental insurance. So now when I tell people if somebody's sick, you can go to Natividad. They're providing quality medical care. A lot of you in this panels know that the fight that we had there for building a quality medical facility here for the Central Coast, so that if somebody is underinsured or uninsured or undocumented, whether they can go there and get quality care. So those were real changes. And housing, I think we've had our impact, making sure that we push for those type of projects and developments.
Got a minute.
Mm-hmm. So it has been real. So what I'd like to just leave the students is to believe in themselves, to believe that small groups can make change, and work on the foundation that has been laid by others before you, and be able to learn that the changes you're going to effectuate are incremental. But now you're on the table. You're on that table, and your voice of your community can be taken into account and can be listened to. There's still barriers, there's still challenges, but I think, and I am hopeful with the new generation of Chicanos, Chicanas that are out there, that we'll continue to make sure that we leave this place a better place than we found it. And I think that's what we all did when we started this district movement back in the early 90s.
Thank you, Simon. Great job. And you're right on the money. Let me just say that there was a chat comment, and I really want to honor that chat comment. And the comment was from Mo Jardine, who said basically that we should be dedicating this symposium to Justice Cruz Reynoso. Right. Unbeknownst to me, he passed yesterday. Yes. His family at his side, and so Mo is absolutely right. He has been one of the bright lights, not necessarily in the political world when he was a judge, but certainly afterwards. He has been pushing us all to do as much as we can for the Latino community, and he was really instrumental at CRLA in bringing Latinos into rural California to represent farm workers. So, you mentioned Joaquin Avila, and we need to honor him as well, because he was the attorney that made it possible for us to push for district elections. And so thank you for reminding us. Okay, Fernando, the floor is yours. Take it away. So now we have one Latino on the city council, and then here's Fernando. Oops.
Good morning.
My timer.
Morning.
Morning. Want to thank everybody, and Simon, you did a very, very outstanding presentation. I almost feel like I need to get off. You said everything everything that was critical, very important, very specific. And just to let you know real quickly, I'm getting ready to leave Salinas. I'm going to move to Hanford. So within a week or two or so, I'm out of here. But it's interesting that I'm almost out of here, and I'm involved in symposium with many great people like yourselves, that with others, with the community, we made history. And what was interesting is half of my house is empty now. And I wrote some notes in an outline, and then they're all in boxes, and I didn't know where the boxes were. And I freaked out last night. And my wife, Naomi, said, "What the hell's wrong with you?" I lost my notes, and so I apologize. I'm going to go from being scatterbrained when I entered the city council and county board of supervisors and getting a lot of Latinos and Latinas elected to all the majority of the school boards, particularly in LSL. And for me, being raised born in Salinas, my mother had 12 children. My father was a Spreckle sugar worker for 40 years. I got drafted into the U.S. Army, and me and my three brothers got sent to Vietnam, and hopefully we actually all came back safe. And so for me, is at 8 years old, I had tuberculosis. I was at the Sanitarium and Natividad Medical Center for 4 months, and I think that laid a very good impact on me in terms of that I needed to do something or figure out how to do something. So all of us have lived in poverty. We grew up with racial and economic discrimination. For me, is coming back from Vietnam. I had someone talk me into my cousin. You should go to Hartnell College. I said, look, man, I barely graduated from high school. I'm not interested in going to class. And I'm just interested in getting a job and just having a way to support myself. So I entered Hartnell College in 1972, graduated in 1974, got involved in the United Farm Workers Movement March in Salinas, got involved with MECHA. And then I went to San Diego State University in 1974, got involved with MECHA. But something significant happened in San Diego for the farm workers in the Farm Workers Union. And something very significant happened to me personally. As I was looking for a way to get inspired and motivated, I got asked by Scott Washburn of the UFW to come and work for the UFW full-time in Logan Heights, to work full-time on a boycott. And I did that not very long as Mr. David Serena. I took a whole summer off full-time, and we were very effective. We were very persistent. I weighed 120 pounds in, getting $20 a week, and got very motivated, very inspired, and it just changed me forever. I came back to Salinas, and the very first thing is coming back is a great pioneer. One of the greatest founding political leaders in Salinas. I consider the world. For us, it's Salinas. For us, even better, it's Alizal. It's East Salinas. And our great fan and great supporter that passed away, many years ago, 1995, was the Honorable Jesse Sanchez. We all worked real good. He helped coordinate and lead the city council campaign in 1989 for Mr. Simon Salinas. But even more so is, to me, it's always been is the UFW, okay, you want to be a Chicano, or you want to get inspired, or you want to get motivated, then you need to do something with it. So what we did is, me and Simon Salinas, Marta Granados, and others of you, we had just gotten off the Michael Dukakis campaign, November of 1988, presidential election, with Mr. Juan Uranga, Ernesto Gonzalez, and several others. And within a month, we went to having, like Simon said, and I have one of the very few framed district elections yard signs that say December 6, 1988. That election was won I should have gotten my homework by facts right. It's between 107 and 137 votes, precinct 32. So who was working precinct 32 in East Salinas for district elections? That's what it passed by, was myself and Mr. Ernesto Gonzalez, Simon's cuñado, also a former city council member for the city of Salinas. That was very significant. I felt like that was enough for me. I needed to leave politics for the first time. It was going to happen. I'd done my work, done my homework. Maybe it's time for me to retire. And then so, we had an election. We had, obviously good work was done by Simon. Good work, hard work was done by Mr. Juan Uranga. He was part of helping and others getting there. So for me the message is that if you want to create and develop change, you need to understand that change ain't going to be given. Political power, I learned a long time ago with the farm workers, is not given, and it's taken and it's earned. And it was, for me, is not so much about getting a few of us elected. It was trying to, and very effectively, supporting and working on campaigns to not only get Latinos elected to school board, city council, assembly, state senate now with Yana Ana Caballero, was to support and work on campaigns to get Latinas to elected office. For me, that was very important. In terms of accomplishments, my recommendation message to everyone out there, whether you're a student or not, it is to get more Latinos registered to vote, get more Latinos and Latinas trained and ready to make change, making sure that we identify Latinos and Latinas that are really interested in representing their community. Holding city and county government, like when we were there, it was not easy, holding them accountable. And I remember one time, Assembly member then, the Honorable Simon Salinas, giving me a call one Saturday afternoon. He says, Fernando, Juan Martinez is calling me about San Gerardo Cooperativa. Do you know that they have water that contaminates your skin? They can't bathe, they can't drink the water. And is it okay for Mr. Amesquia out there, general manager of San Gerardo, to call you? Will you meet with him? Of course, my district then was District 1. That was actually the South County part of the district. I met with him within a week. And then I told him to come to the part of being an elected official and part of being a leader. A leader is you need to help people how to write letters, how to make presentations, strategize. They came to the Board of Supervisors and I asked them to write a letter, show up with a few people, show up peacefully. In this case, you really don't need a march. And then what happened is Simon came back from the assembly, came on back to the Board of Supervisors. Now we had two. Now we were making movement. We were having meetings where we were getting state and federal grants for interim water systems, water filtration systems, using CDBG, community block grant money. And before you know it, we had to do the hard thing. If we wanted to make permanent significant change for clean and safe water, because the majority, if not all of them in San Antonio, son campesinos. So we created an assessment district, and they have one of the best water Cadillac version systems in the whole county, and that was done. The other thing is sometimes is we need to step out, and all of us have and continue to do. We got to step out of our district. We got to step out of our box. And sometimes a lot of our people not only live in our district, they voted for us, but there's other people that don't have the kind of tenacity and the inspiration and the motivation and the will to help others in other areas of the city or the county. So I remember getting a visit by Jesus Corona from Las Lomas. Fernando, we don't have any streetlights. What do you mean you don't have no streetlights? And I forget the last time I was at Las Lomas. And he said, well, you have your own district supervisor. And no disrespect, And so what happened was that district supervisor, we've been for 10 years been asking for streetlights. We don't have a single streetlight. I said, the county has a 200 project list, and you're not even on the list. You need to get on the list first. Well, we'll start attending the budget committees. I worked myself up in the county board of supervisors on budget. End up when I left in 2017, I was chair of the budget committee. What happens is I told them, you need to go lobby the other county supervisors. You need to show up at the budget committee meeting, show up peacefully, make your case. And that was the last time I chaired the board of supervisors. In 2013, the budget hearings came up. And
you have a minute, Fernando, sorry.
So what happened, the result, 100 and streetlights were done, $1.8 million was done. We got new soccer fields. We got a state-of-the-art transit system by the help of many of you, and specifically Senator Ana Caballero. And we also have the Natividad Creek Park. There's a lot of things, but I would say keep the ball rolling, keep it moving, work with each other, stay positive with each other, stay healthy, and stay united. And we can continue to get this, what I call the Plan del Pueblo done. Eventually, it takes more time and effort. And so thank you for having me.
Thank you, Fernando. That's a great recitation. Thank you for all your hard work. We're going to be sad to see you leave, but we'll keep planning things so you have to come back and visit us. And I know that your son and your grandsons are going to really enjoy having you in Hanford. And so we're sad to see you go.
Right. Thank you.
Next, turn the mic over to Robert Ocampo. Robert came onto the council, and so we have Simon in 89, Fernando in 91, and here it is, a mere, 5 years later, and Robert Ocampo is elected to the city council. Take it away, Robert.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert. Or UC Santa Cruz, I was Roberto, but Robert Ocampo. I'm a retired high school counselor. I worked 40 years as a high school counselor. And as Ana indicated, I served on the city council for 13 years, from 1993 to 2006. Presently, I'm the president of the Board of Education for the Alisal Union School District, and that's I consider that a one in a lifetime opportunity to do something that I've never done before. At my age, I may not be a president again, possibly, but I'm happy to be the president at this time. It's really been an education. So when I graduated from Alisal High School in 71, I really didn't know anything about the history or the struggles of our people. And that's probably because in the 60s, 70s, high schools really didn't teach our history. So I was pretty naive. I remember Jesse Sanchez graduated with me in 71, but Jesse, in contrast, was really knowledgeable. The guy really had it down, even back in 71, about, the racism and the struggles, which was really something, because as I recall at that time, I knew absolutely nothing because I hadn't been educated about it. So I learned about Chicano history and political activism when I was a student at the University of California in Santa Cruz. It was UC Santa Cruz that formed my liberal political views, and also really that defined me as a Chicano. I mean, when I left the university at Santa Cruz, I considered myself a Chicano. When I entered, I don't know what I considered myself, but not a Chicano. So I thank the university for that, for opening my mind somewhat. So I remember that in the 90s, I believe it was the late 80s, 90s, every time that I picked up a newspaper, the Californian, there was always a front page article, usually about, Jesse Sanchez and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. So I kept seeing this in the paper over and over again. And really, if memory serves me right, Jesse was one of the people that led the charge to change the Monterey County at-large election system to district elections. But because I kept seeing these articles, I knew that something big was happening. in Salinas. You know, I knew something big was going to happen. And obviously that was the change from at large to district elections. And so I wanted to be part of it. You know, I said, hey, you know, something's going to happen. I want to join. I don't want this, when this train leaves, I want to be on it. So what we did was that my wife and I, we joined LULAC at the time, and we began our involvement in local Chicano political races and campaigns. So in '91, LULAC decided to run my wife, Sandra Ocampo, for the Salinas Union High School District Board of Education. And she won the election and was the first Latinx woman elected to this position. So the second campaign we worked on was a campaign to elect Jesse Sanchez to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Jesse lost the election to Simon Salinas. So Simon was the first Latinx elected to serve on the Monterey County Board of Education in over 100 years, which was really quite an accomplishment. You know, it had been 100 years since any Latinx or Chicano sat on that board, and Simon took that position, which is, you know, it's a great moment in history that one of our own, you know, got on the board. So what happened was that Salinas left his seat on the Salinas City Council in 1993 to become a supervisor with the County of Monterey. So this obviously left a vacancy on the Salinas City Council. Now, at the time, LULAC wanted to run my wife, Sandra Ocampo, for this vacancy. You know, my wife was sort of the chosen one, right, for LULAC to become the next city council person. But my wife convinced LULAC to run me for the position. You know, so consequently, I was elected to the Salinas City Council in 1993, you know, in large part thanks to the wife. And it's interesting that through our history, it's Sandra who's always been the first and I've been the second to follow. For example, she was the president of the high school board last year. And then after she was the president, then I became the president of the Alice Elementary. Similarly, you know, she was elected first, and then after her, then I was elected. So I seem to be following her, right? You know, whatever she does, I do, you know. So thank goodness for the wife, right? You know, what can you say? Women know what's up, right? So anyway, I believe that it was in the late 90s. Well, I'm not sure about the dates. I guess, well, I believe it was the late 90s or that the Salinas City Council, you know, became a majority Chicano Latinx city council. And again, this was also historic because it was the first time in the history of Salinas that the majority of people sitting on the council were all, you know, Chicano, were all Latinx students. And, you know, I believe that today we have, for example, we have Cesar Chavez Library, we have Cesar Chavez Park in Salinas. And this is because of the Latinx presence on the Salinas City Council. And this is our way of honoring, I think, both the history of Chavez and also honoring our community. It was our way of saying that the Latinx community matters and that it is important. And obviously, when the majority of city council people are Chicano, then it's their values that are going to come through, right, in the form of legislation. I mean, it's logical. Who's ever running the show, it's their values, their norms that kind of, you know, permeate, that kind of come out. I also believe that as Latinx officials, I think we were in agreement on many issues like the need for affordable housing, farm worker housing, reducing gang violence, community policing, improving city infrastructure, and also, very importantly, not increasing the density on the side. And I think that as Chicano leaders, I think I'm safe in saying that we all agreed on those things. And there were many things that we agreed on. In the 90s, the Salinas City Council was successful in reducing gang violence for a period of time. I think it was a combination of, at that time, we had a gang injunction plus community policing, and that periodically reduced the violence. Then in 1996, we had the honor of President Clinton came to Salinas to applaud our efforts. He basically came and said, "You guys are doing a good job. You've got this thing under control." And we did for a while. Unfortunately, like many things, money runs out. Problems, tend to come back again many times. So for many years, East Salinas was known as the LaSalle. That's probably why we have LaSalle High School, LaSalle Union School District, and so on. It was an unincorporated area, and because it was situated outside of the city of Salinas, the streets and other infrastructure were not built to city standards. Many of the streets in the LaSalle were unpaved roads. And an item that I pushed for and ultimately got approved was a much needed repair of the streets and sidewalks on 1st, 2nd, and Quilla Streets in East Salinas. These streets also got new streetlights. Many streets in the east side also did not have street lights. And as Mr. Armenta had indicated, and I remember that we were at a meeting in the city council, and we had the use of a lot of block grant monies, and they were mostly used for nonprofits. So Mr. Armenta really asked a very simple question. He said, can we use any of these block grant monies to repair infrastructure? And no one had thought of asking that question. Simple question. And the city staff indicated that, we could do that it was appropriate. Consequently, streetlights were installed throughout the east side of Salinas, as Fernando Armenta indicated, and this helped to increase safety in the east side, because obviously when there's more light, there's going to be more safety. So, I guess in closing, my advice to students is really kind of simple. Just work hard, dream big. It's important to have big dreams, and always remember to give back to your community, because sometimes things that appear to be impossible to do, you discover that they're not impossible, that they can actually be done. I can think of many examples in my life where I thought that's not going to happen. And you know what? It happened. I won't go into details, but I'll just tell you that it did in fact happen. So don't think that things can't be done. I think it's when we don't get things done, it's because we're not dreaming enough. Our ideas are not big enough. So don't be afraid, to go out there and do what appears to be impossible. I'm 67, and life has taught me that very little is impossible, really, if you have the dream and you have the will to do it. So that's it. And I thank you very much for listening to this old man. And I hope that you young people out there will, go forth and do great things. I know that you will go forth and do great things. So thank you very much. It's an honor to speak to all of you.
Perfect timing, Robert. You've got 12 minutes down. You can tell. Oh, thank you very much for all of that. I think what you're hearing from all of us is that we got a lot of things done because we did it together, and that's really critically important. As an elected official, you really don't do anything all by yourself. You do it together with others. You need the votes in order to do it. Let me start this timer on myself too. So let me just say that you heard from 3 individuals who grew up in Salinas and whose life was formed because of their experiences growing up in Salinas. My story is a little bit different. I grew up in Southern California, but my family is a family of copper miners. And so blue collar, hardworking people. And I moved to Salinas to work farm workers at CRLA. And I went to law school because I wanted to provide legal service to people who had no access to an attorney. And I saw a lot of injustices when I was growing up. And I wanted to be able to help people to make decisions in their lives that would help them to improve their lives. So I moved to Salinas to work here for a couple of years, fell in love with the community and decided to stay. And I bought a house in East Salinas. As a matter of fact, I was right next door to Robert Ocampo. We were neighbors. And I ended up getting involved in the political arena because I looked out the door and we were organizing neighbors around community cleanups and safety in the neighborhood. And I started asking questions. How come there's not a crosswalk to be able to get to the library? How come there's no sidewalks for kids to be able to get to school? And so I got involved in neighborhood organizing and realized that in many ways you can. I had became an attorney to be able to help people improve their lives, and in politics you can do the same. Being an elected leader, you're a community servant, and if you do it right, you can really tremendously impact the lives of people that live in your community. What happened is that my family got larger, and I moved to Creek Bridge. And I again got involved in another neighborhood organization to, beautify the area and make sure that neighbors got to know each other. And I had been on the planning commission, and so they asked me. We had been very involved, all of us, in the Alisal Betterment Committee, trying to improve Alisal, and had become politically involved. So I was asked to run for the city council. It was a non-Latino district. This is after district election. Simon won the district election first, and then Fernando and I think we both ran in the same year in 91. And but I was running in a non-Latino district, and the reason I mention that is because we had set up the districts to be able to have Latinos be able to run in a district, and takes less money. You can walk a whole district. And you can encourage our residents to get involved, and they can see it. And so I wanted to try to do the same thing in a district that was a little bit different than I had just moved into, frankly. And I have to tell you that my major opponent was an individual that had been very active, had lived in Salinas his whole life, and he went around telling people that he shouldn't vote for me because I had young children and I should stay home. And I got phone calls from neighbors telling me that they thought he was a real jerk, and that they were offended because most of the people that lived in my neighborhood, most of the women worked, and they were offended that someone would go around and say that kind of thing. By the time I got on the council, I was the first Latina elected to the city council. We ended up with a majority in a very short period of time. So, Simon ran, and he was the first, and it really was history in the making. And then we ended up with a number of us all at the same time. And it was a bloodless revolution. We were able to change the whole, the power system in the city, because we were able to walk our districts, knock on doors, talk to people, and convince them that we were the most qualified. And that fundamentally changed politics in Salinas and gave us the opportunity to make our cases, right? To be able to say, I know what I'm talking about. Here are the issues I'm concerned about. And then listen to our residents and say, what are you concerned about? How can I be helpful? Salinas, I think the demographics are probably very similar today than they were then, but we have a very young population. The median age always has been around 27, 28, which means that half of our population is very young, a lot of little kids. It's heavily Latino, working families. And so the kinds of things that we focused on were the things that could help our families to be able to be successful. And as I said before, none of this happened because one person made it happen. We worked together. We ended up, as we were building new homes, we ended up putting a library fee on every single home that gets built so that we could expand our library space. And now the library space is doubled. We have big libraries that really can much better meet the needs of the city. We put a park fee on new construction as well, which meant that we were able to double our park space. So we have a 64-acre park in Natividad Creek Park that is really incredibly important to the community, and we put it in in the area with the densest housing, and we wanted to be able to create open space for kids to be able to access whatever activity, whether it was skateboarding or basketball or BMX or whatever it is. You can find it there. We made major improvements to the downtown. We brought a cinema in, and we did that by bringing in a Latino producer, a Chicano producer, a movie producer, Moctezuma Esparza, who built the cinema downtown, and that fundamentally changed downtown. People don't remember that it was not a very safe place to be, and that you could roll a bowling ball down Main Street after 5 o'clock and not hit anybody. And when you go down there now and you see people out and walking and visiting places, it's a great thing. We also, you heard about the revitalization of East Salinas with streetlights, but we also revitalized the commercial area that used to be the #1 revenue producing, tax producing area in the city. It's very vibrant and it's very active, and they do very well because the city has invested resources in the beautification. We created almost 2,000 units of affordable housing, which is incredibly important and hasn't been done since we all got off the council. That makes a tremendous difference to our residents to be able to live in a place that's safe, secure, and affordable. And we had one of the first inclusionary housing ordinances in the city, in the county, and we've invested in after-school programs. I think it was Robert mentioned bringing the president of the United States here. We did some grant applications and we're very successful, and we're able to do parent patrol programs and things to keep our community safe. And all of that they were major investments in our community, recognizing that we needed to keep it safe and give young people an opportunity to see a better life. The Peace Builders program was incredibly important. Why? Because we had values. We said, here are the values we think are important, and those values mean that we seek wise people, and we give up put downs, and we do things that help people to be better citizens. So we did it as a team. And what was really interesting is that district elections not only give us the ability to walk and talk to our neighbors and to do the political work, but it also gives us an opportunity to have the electorate pick the people that are the most qualified, that they want to see with a vision. And so in 1998, I ran for mayor, and I ran for mayor because the mayor speaks on behalf of the entire council. It's just another vote, but in fact is a spokesperson. And I thought it was important to have a woman as a mayor, and also that it would be historic to be the first Chicana mayor as well. And I won that. It's at large, so it's a lot more work, and you've got to convince a lot more people that don't look like you, that don't have the same values, may not even be the same party, that you're the person that they should support. And I want to say by 2000, we had a council. Out of 7 of us, 5 of us were women. And I mention that because it was historic. We haven't seen it since. And there were 5 women and 5 Latinos on the council at that time. And I thought we did tremendous work, because we did a lot of talking. We worked real well together. We set our priorities, and we were able to give direction to staff, which is really important. That makes a difference in the community. So my message, as I see it ticking down to a little over a minute, is we really need people to run for political office that care, that want to be leaders for the community, and that care about people, and that want to bring about the change in a way that that involves the community. That you need to be able to listen in order to be able to do this job. And we desperately need young people. As you can see, we're not spring chickens. We did this because we really love the community, and we think that we can be that we can continue to contribute. But we need young people to get involved as well, either as candidates or as campaign workers, because you learn a lot working on a campaign. And there's a tremendous amount of work that still needs to be done. So what I want to do is wrap it up there. I think we have an opportunity to ask some questions about what we did, how we got here, or whatever it is that people are important. Let me just say one more thing, which is really interesting, is that we all come from our own perspectives, and part of the perspective when I was becoming politicized about being Chicana, being a Chicana, was that I wanted to define myself. I didn't want someone else defining me. And so when people called me Hispanic, I found it offensive, because I didn't consider myself Hispanic. I had a political context I was working in. And I know that Latinx is, Robert used it like a million times, and every time, and you could tell you're an educator, because that's comes from the university, is that I don't want to be Latinx, because I don't consider myself Latino. In a broad sense, we're Latinos, right? Which is LULAC, the Latino. But in a political context, I'm a Chicana, and I definitely don't want to be an X. So I just, I know it's very popular, and I use it but it's since we're talking about where we came from, and why we got involved in politics, and why it's important. The other part of it is that we also need to be able to lead for everyone. I wanted to be very sure that people didn't say, oh, she's a Chicana elected. I wanted them to see me as an elected official that could represent everybody. And I think we all have done that really well, because we worked really hard at trying to bring everybody to the table and not excluding anybody. So next, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren Blanchard, who is here to be the moderator. She is from the MPC college faculty, and thank you so much. And I'm glad you're here to join us.
Thank you for the chance. I'm going to go ahead and get started with questions. Please, for all the people who are here watching, please go ahead and get your questions in. The first question is, do you remember a particular experience in school, or a particular teacher, professor, right? Some event that had a role in really mentoring and encouraging your activism, your community engagement, your organizing? This is a great question for some of the faculty who are in the room who might want to be that person. So is there someone that you remember really fostering your identity as activists, and then, right, eventually as people who were right in the middle of the political scene?
I can jump in there. Yes, I had a political science professor who was tremendously important. I met the first Latino professors when I went to UC San Diego, and I was at San Diego State for 2 years, and I don't remember Latino professors. But once I got to UCSD, there was a whole group of them, and there were two. One was a political science, and the other one was drama. He was the first PhD Latino drama professor, and he was fantastic.
Robert?
Oh, yes. I think for me, when I was a student at UC Santa Cruz, I had an instructor by the name of Katia Panas, who passed away a few years back. But she taught a course on Chicano history, which was a very small class, maybe 10 or 11 of us. And she was just amazing, and just sort of opened my eyes to, as I mentioned before, the struggles of the history of our people in this country. And I kind of walked away thinking, wow, that was phenomenal. And she was a very nice lady. She would, back then, back in the 70s, Merrill College, the classrooms were always open. They never locked them. So I used to spend a lot of late evenings in the classrooms on the upstairs studying, and her office was right there adjacent to the classrooms. And she told me once, Robert, if you want to use my office, go ahead. There's a little trick. Just take your credit card, slide it in, and the door will open. Which I did. And it was just amazing to have, she was an assistant professor, allow me to just go into office anytime I wanted to and study. I was just so empowered, I guess is the word. Meant to feel like I really mattered, which is important. So I think she inspired me. Yeah.
Simon?
Yeah, I think in high school we formed an organization, the Mexican American Youth Organization, and usually sometimes did you want to be the president? No, nobody else wanted to do it, so I became the president of the organization that we helped form. But one of the things that we did, we didn't participate in your traditional student body organizations. We wanted our own. We wanted an organization that would focus on our issues and what we thought were important in terms of education, in terms of other issues that high school students were facing, and specifically Chicano students. But one of the things that we did is we had somebody from Teatro Campesino, Mr. Pritchard, I believe was his name. He was an actor with Teatro Campesino back in '73. And he helped us write a script, our own script, and then use teatro to convey to the community, our parents also, the importance of education. There's a lot of us, I was the first to graduate out of 12 from high school. But in other families, sometimes, parents says, graduate from high school, come on, we need you out in the fields to help the family economically. And so one of the focus of the play that we wrote was to tell our parents, look, we need to get an education. We need choices. We need an opportunity. So he helped us write the script. He helped us act it out. And we performed it at an armory hall there in Watsonville. And we had about 500 parents and students that came. So that was empowering. And it showed the power of teatro, the power of working together as an organization to convey a message of what we as Chicano students wanted, and more education, obviously more Chicano faculty, teachers. And so I think from there, it was an opportunity to say, look, I never wanted to be out on stage, but if you do it, if you dream, like I'm one of the panelists, I said, dream big. I think it was you, Roberto, and go do it. There's no guarantee of success or anything, but that helped, I think, give me a little more self-confidence later on when I got to college and then to law school and then ultimately here in politics. So I think that was a very important to gain some self-confidence to get out there and maybe make a fool of yourself, but at the end you reflect and learn from that experience. So that was very, I think, empowering for me as a person in terms of how to do something, form an organization, how to write a play, how to act it out and convey a message.
So then there's a related question, right? Kind of forward looking. What kind of activities are you all involved in terms of mentoring the next generation of community leaders and activists who might be able to take the movement forward? Robert? I think you're muted.
Yes, my wife and I, Sandra, we have been mentors for an organization called the Smith Society, which works with University of California, Santa Cruz foster students, and also students that have run in with the laws, and also homeless students. And they're presently they are students at the University of California in Santa Cruz. And a great majority of them are Chicano students. One of our mentees that we have right now is a young man by the name of Danny Gonzalez, who is a transfer student at the university, lives in South Lake Tahoe on the California side. And so we have been talking to him, helping him out, dealing with some of the problems that he has at the university, and just trying to help him to finish up. His dream is to one day be a professor at a community college in history, which I'm sure that he's very capable of doing. So we're involved in that, and we enjoy doing that. It's been I think as rewarding for us as I hope it is for him. But that's what we're doing.
Fernando?
Well, I basically shut down in terms of mentoring because, I'm going to be leaving. But, since leaving the County Board of Supervisors in January 2017, of course, I've been doing it all along. I stay in touch with Latinas on various school boards, Alisad, the high school district, Hartnell College, city council, and they call me more than anything else. And they want to be able to make sure that I keep my lines of communication with them open. They consult with me about tough decisions they're going to make, whether they should run for election, whether they should run for re-election. And I basically, just basically give them a very short 10-point outline. And I prune out some very difficult, harsh, hard criteria. And I do that for a reason. And the reason is not every Latino and Latina can be an effective elected official leader. Some folks run for office, get elected, and never find out what the heck they're doing. And I say, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you. You must realize and understand this is a very important decision to make and a seat to run for. And never forget, if you can't, remember where you live. And like Ana Caballero mentioned, is be more of a listener than a talker. Don't be more of a philosopher or a theorist. Seek input, help you, guide you along. Nothing will be perfect. And some mistakes will be made, and hopefully they're not significant.
Anna, and then Simon, you can wrap it up.
Okay. It's been hard. It's been hard this last year plus to, mentoring usually involves getting together. I mean, if you're going to be a good mentor. So it's been a little bit hard, but there have been a number of things that I've participated in over the years. I have interns and fellows that work in my office on a regular basis. And so I make that program available so that young people can come in and learn and see whether politics is something that they might be interested in. I've also been very active with a group called Emerge that does training for women that are interested in getting involved in politics. And I also make sure that I have time to talk to women about, friends that are younger than I am, about how to maneuver through the political system. Politics is a contact sport. It's a little bit like football. And if you're, like Fernando said, if you need to know what you're getting into before you get into the position, because someone's going to hit you, and you got to be able to take the hit, right? And not take it personally, or be able to figure out, how to be able to give your own hits. And I don't mean you go out and intentionally try to hurt people, but sometimes you'll be on the losing end of a vote on something that's really important to you, and then you wonder why people didn't support it. And you need to be able to step back, regroup, and figure out if there's a different way to be able to approach the solution. And so it is, I think mentoring and having people you can trust that you can talk to about is really important for your sanity's sake, but also because sometimes, as Fernando said, you're not always going to be right. And sometimes, mistakes get made and you need to go back and redo things. And having that humility to be able to do that is really important as well.
Simon?
Well, I think similar to Ana and Fernando, we get the calls of people that are thinking about running for office. I think it gives us an opportunity to let them know the nuts and bolts, and sometimes even question them about why you're doing, what's your motivation, and let them know some of the experiences that we've had, good, bad, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. But so I think that's helpful. Also, I used to teach Chicano politics and Chicanos in American society at Hartnell, so I plan hopefully on doing that. With this pandemic, I put those plans off, but that will give me more direct contact with the students to be able to help them. Also at CSUMB, I had some remaining funds from the assembly back in 2016 or whatever. And so I donated it to the CSUMB to give a scholarship to a first-time farm worker student, the first time students, so that they can continue with their schooling. So there's different ways, but again, we make ourselves open. And I still had contact. I had some of my former staff people, like Robert Rivas is now in the assembly, and Chris Lopez is now in the Board of Supervisors, Maricela and others are in City Council. So it gives me a venue for me to have them contact me if they have any questions in terms of some ideas or orientation or what they should do or shouldn't do, it. Just give them some advice.
One of our respondents has written, and this is a big one, our community still faces an uphill battle with racism, right? How can we make changes in 2021, right? Big question.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, and then Fernando, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it certainly is a tough question. I mean, I'd be lying if I told you any of the answers, right? But I think there is kind of a ray of hope, like maybe take an example from what is being done with Black Lives Matters movement. That's been very effective. Maybe take some lessons from that, possibly. We have people like Wilkerson, who recently wrote a best-selling book called "Caste: The Origins of Our Discontent," and she's sort of she's not really reframing the concept of racism, because this idea of looking at racism not as racism but as a problem of caste has actually been around for many, many, many years, and it's been quoted for decades by anthropologists and sociologists. But for some reason, in our education at the university, nobody ever talked about racism in terms of caste. They always talked about it in terms of racism. Caste being the idea that you have whites at the top, Chicanos maybe in the middle, blacks at the bottom, and it's kind of roles that are assigned to people based on their position in a caste system. So in a sense, we're all sort of brainwashed, to think that we're inferior because of the roles that the caste system has given to us. And Wilkerson does a phenomenal job of describing this process. Maybe that's part of the solution, is getting a better understanding of what's going on. But also legislatively, there's always a possibility. The civil rights movement obviously passed a lot of new laws that tried to do away with racism, successful to some degree, not totally, but maybe we need to continue at looking at new forms of legislations that can more effectively try to do away with the racism. But there certainly is a lot of work to be done in the political arena, because even though we pass laws against racism, there always seems to be a way to go around those laws, as we all know. So very difficult concept, very difficult fight that we have ahead in front of us, but one that's important, that we have to, take the bull by the horns, so to speak. So I know Fernando said, don't be too theoretical, but I can't. I'm sort of in education, but that would be my response. Yeah.
Fernando?
Well, something that I'm not sure in every jurisdiction, city, county, whatever, school districts, but I remember on the Board of Supervisors, I remember that Latino parks employees were being mistreated. The only ones of color were getting mistreated, mishandled. And I remember Latinas in the county Human Resources Development were getting mistreated. They were fired. They were let go. Their input that were not put in critical positions. So what I did is took the lead, with the help of Simon Salinas and other members of the Board of Supervisors, and I pushed to initiate an investigation of both of these situations, both of the departments. And what it really came down to that applies now is holding our elected officials to take the lead to not pass legislation or anything else that really sometimes it doesn't get enforced at the local level, the school board level, the city council level. So encouraging and moving our elected officials on school boards and city council and board of supervisors and so on to hold individual employees, providers of service, department heads, city manager, the county administrative office, your legal team on the city, your legal team on the board of supervisors, hold them accountable for making change. And one way is having people that are on the forefront of that have demonstrated models of having people appreciate a different walk of life in holding them accountable to do so. And many times it has to do with having enough bilingual workers on any level, having people that at the leadership level represent the ethnic makeup of our communities.
Simon?
Well, yeah, Fernando's right. I mean, I think you got to call it out. I mean, if there's overt acts of racism, you have to call them out. Here locally, as Fernando was indicated, we started training so that our staff, sometimes even our white department heads or managers, didn't realize that their body language or what they were saying was racist, and that they had to do some introspection in terms of how they were doing it. And at the end, it's about treating everybody with respect, understanding what those values are for the communities. One of the things that I know Fernando was very, very strong about was that we made sure that every Spanish-speaking constituent that came before the board had access to translation services, so that the board could understand what they were saying in Spanish, and they could understand what the board was saying. So that was very important to open up a more welcoming environment for our Spanish-speaking constituents. There's local issues that we can do to try to change that, make sure we're aware of it. As Roberto was saying, in our days, I mean, it could be overt, and that's the way it was. I remember in 7th grade when I won a spelling contest there in the classroom, and the white kid said, "You a stupid Mexican, why are you giving him the trophy?" And the teacher sends me outside, says, "Simon, let him cool down, go outside the classroom." So what the hell's wrong with this picture here? I was the one that was offended, and yet I was the one that was sent outside to let the white kid cool down. And to make those kind of comments that were very racist. It's changing now. I mean, again, as a migrant student, I also remember being made to feel unwanted. When we would come to middle school and they would say, "Oh, here come those Mexican kids, they just want free lunch." I said, "Bullshit, I don't even like your lunch. I don't like sugar in my beans. I like salted beans and all that stuff." So all that stays with you and in your mind and psychology. So when we're in there as elected officials, we make sure that we are going to welcome everybody, treat them with respect and dignity, and not allow those types of racist embedded attitudes continue to pass policies on behalf of our communities. So that is the importance of having Chicanos and Chicanas in our school boards or city councils, so that they're vigilant about how we start changing that culture and that behavior. Not easy. I mean, unfortunately, we had an administration in Washington that sort of made it cool to be racist. And it's changed now. And fortunately, thank God that President Biden and Kamala Harris are there now, that they, I think, can help nationwide to start changing that culture and not have it change. I mean, it is not easy. It is, again, embedded there. But I think with the younger generation, they're opening their eyes, they're understanding the importance of treating each other with respect and getting rid of some of that systemic racism that's in there. Again, you got to change the system so that types of attitudes are extricated from our thought processes and also from our policy-making processes.
And let me wrap this up really quick, because I think this is a really important issue. And this is about power. It's about respect, and it's about the ability of people to be mobile, to be able to move economically through a system and to be accepted, to have the door open and be accepted. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why you see us all are still engaged, because we recognize the job isn't finished yet, that we need to keep the door open. So there are more opportunities for young people to make choices, real choices for themselves, and move up the economic ladder. But, and I have run bills that demand equity in investments, and, you know, all kinds of things that focus on leveling the playing field. But it's not just up to elected officials. It's not enough to tell me, go and get this done, because I can't get it done by myself. I need, you know, the soldiers behind me and people that are willing to agitate and make things happen. I'm running a bill right now that would allow undocumented individuals participate in the Democratic Party on the central committees. The central committees are the key organizing at the county level, and it would be unprecedented. But it's fraught with all kinds of issues, like the fact that they can't be required to pay dues, which every central committee member does, because the federal rules prohibit foreign nationals from participating and making donations, and they can't fundraise. They can't go out and get money from undocumented people. But my point about this is that it's not just racism. It's classism. It's nationalism. And Simon's absolutely right. The former president stirred up and stripped back all of the racism in our country, all the isms in our country, because it wasn't just on race. He made fun of the disabled as well in a way that I've never seen anybody publicly do, and it's appalling. So we all have a task, and our task is to figure out what are the pieces we can do in the realm that we operate. Because my first question was racism, where and how, so that we can then figure out how do we start making them easier bites so that we can see some progress. Because part of the challenge is when you pick something so broad, it looks like we've made no progress in many, many years. But in reality, I think having us at the table, we've been able to change this community in ways that are incredibly powerful. This is a blue county now, period. And it wasn't when we started our political activism. And people take it for granted now, but it took a lot of work to get it to this point. So just like racism, we got to take it in little bites and try to figure out what are the things that we can make a difference in. Is it happening at our schools? We've got to stop it. Is it happening in our courtrooms? We've got to stop it. And that's a task for all of us.
Well, I want to thank all of you for participating in this. There are lots more questions, so we'll just have to have you all back at some point. I do think, out of respect for our organizer, David Serena, I am going to put his question out there. It's a short one, and he wants to know if any of you have plans to seek even higher office with all of the experience that you have. Anyone? That's
real quick, not for me. I've got one more term in the Senate. I'll be running next year, but that's it.
Okay. Fernando?
I basically said it. Clearing out my garage and my house of 20 or 30 years of all of our campaigns. Everybody here today and everybody else in all the meetings, I took about 15 or 20 boxes of political stuff. And no disrespect to me and others, I threw away except one button for myself. I took everything that belonged to everybody else that I had helped in myself. I took it to the transfer station and let it go.
So we got to go to the transfer station to find our buttons and stuff. Let's see us digging through it. Hey, look, here's a Roberto Campos sign.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And now I think we're going to go ahead and transition. Frank's going to help us to transition. There's David. And we're going to transition to a panel on the UFW. So thank you so much for participating.
All right, welcome. See people popping in here. And looks like we got the team here. We got David. And Chava. And who else is?
Hey, Anthony.
How are you doing? Good to have everyone. I'm having a little trouble with my monitor, and I just see a few squares. I'm trying to get the bigger view.
My understanding is that both Jose and Savino are also connected to the webinar, but they need to be transferred to.
Okay, great. They are here. Good to hear.
Yeah.
And then
and Roberto,
Chava, you're the moderator, and I'll let you take it at the beginning, and then at the end I'll kind of monitor the questions and you know.
Yep.
And if you need any help keeping us on time or anything, let me know.
All right.
Chava, you said that Robert and Sabino are present in the webinar. Is that correct?
Jose Renteria and Sabino Lopez. Robert, I haven't heard from Robert.
Okay, so I'm getting Jose in there, and then you said Sabino as well.
Right.
Would that be under a different name? Sometimes Zoom joins the users under a different name. I'm not seeing Sabino.
Sabino is connected through his phone.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jose is saying that he can see us, but there's Jose.
Welcome, Jose.
There's one phone call listener, so I'll allow them to talk, and we'll see if that's Sabino.
Savino's number start with 261.
Yep. That's it. See it?
Hello.
There he is.
Aquí estamos. Soy Sabino. Hello.
Y no nos vamos.
Te escuchamos, Sabino.
Ok. No puedo entrar, so aquí estamos por teléfono.
Okay, gracias, Sabino. So, I mean, it's 12:37. I think that we should start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chava Bustamante. I'm retired labor and community organizer. I was a member of the United Farm Workers back in the 70s, from 1970 to 1979. There's Robert. And I'm very happy to be part of this symposium. And I want to thank David Serena for inviting me and for giving me the honor to facilitate this panel. I have, very good friends with me today, Jose Renteria, Roberto, who has changed his name to Salvador Bustamante, and Sabino Lopez. What we're going to do is we have 12 minutes each, and so I'm going to keep track of time, and I'll let you know when you have about 1 minute left, so you can wrap it up, and then the next one can continue. So I think I would pick in order of seniority Roberto Garcia,
No, porque los.
To go.
Why are you saying that? Because I'm older than you are, or what?
No, because I mean you were already there when I joined the United Farm Workers.
I would like to
Delegas, talk to us about your experience with the union. What motivated you to join, and then a little bit about lessons and things that you learned through your association with United Farm Workers. Robert, Delegas.
Thank you very much for forgetting my last name at the beginning. But anyway, we know each other from a very long time, and my name is Roberto Garcia, and I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's hard to remember everything, especially when you're 78 years old, your mind is just bobbing up and down and trying to remember. But the dates are very difficult for me. But I remember when I joined the union, not because I really wanted to join the union, because I was breaking the strike. When the union first came out on strike, I was breaking the strike. I was taking farm workers into the broccoli fields because I was working for MPC and as a foreman, and I was driving a bus. I had a crew. There was 3 crews following me. And I told my parents were very involved with the union. And I told my parents, if you guys want to keep going with the union, hey, don't worry about anything. I'll support you. I'll pay everything. You guys can just continue with the union. But I'm not, I'm here to make some money, and they're offering us really good money. So that was it. That was me, I wasn't going to waste my time. But I think somebody found out for their next field that we were going to, and what time we were going to start, and how many crews were going to go in there. So they put everybody in the picket line. I think it was over here by close to the freeway, going close to Chular. I think it was the Granger Fields, and they put up my mom and my stepfather right in the entrance of the fields where we're going to go in. There was about, three crews. There was about 90 people, maybe less than that, maybe between 70 and 90 people. And we're ready to cross. But as I was trying to cross, they started, like the cops were there, the sheriffs were there. And my dad was on one side, my mother was on the other side, with the flags up, they had the United Farm Workers flag, Some of them just had the eagle, some of them had words, but they were all yelling, huelga, don't come in, don't cross the line, and I said, I'm going to cross, so everybody just hold on, and I'm going to cross it. And my bus was the first one. So they knew that if I cross it, the rest of the other 2 buses were going to follow me. And as I was real close to the picket line, one sheriff, because my stepdad just stepped not in front of the bus, but on a little bit of the side where, I could barely make it without hitting anybody or hurting anybody. And I saw a big sheriff come down and just knock my stepfather down, for holding a flag. And something just hit me. And I said, what the hell, man? He's not doing anything. He wasn't even stopping the buses. He wasn't even breaking like getting in front of the bus or something like that, or, and they just, for nothing. And that's all it took. Something hit me, something sparked in me, and I got off the bus and I told everybody we're not going to go in. And everybody didn't want to go in. So we took the farm workers went back home. We took them back to the camp, which the camp was right there in Chular, across. It was Vasquez camp. Very well known from the Bracero time, also, because they had braceros there for a long time. So anyway, they all joined the strike. All the people that were coming down with us, we all joined the strike. Men packing, strikers, and that was the name of the company. Still is around. And but you know, as I got there, it looked like people were not too friendly with me. You know, people were like a little shy or like watching me. You know, and I felt uncomfortable. It's like. And later on in the years, not in the years, in a few months or something like that, I found out that the reason I felt like that and the reason people were watching me is because they didn't trust me. Since I was on the company side when I came out, you know, and they figured that I just joined to find out what was going on and to let the companies know, you know, where they were going to go and everything they were going to do. And instead of me being in the picket line, I was for a few weeks on the picket line and I didn't talk too much. You know, I just came in and reported in and went up to the strike and all that. But then one time Caesar was coming down and they needed some people to just watch, you know, where Caesar was and everything. And I became one of the helpers there. And then they told me if I wanted to ride along. And I said, yeah. So I became for about 2 years. I was going anywhere that Cesar went, you know. Delano, I think we even went to Florida. I was with him in Florida. I was with him in New York, you know, and things like that, you know. And so I wasn't involved too much in the first 2 years. Mostly I was really just being with Cesar, you know. And that was the biggest gift that I had really gotten. It's just being with a man that had that passion and the compassion for the farm workers, and to know, like, actually the patience, you know, to sit there and listen to as many farm workers that wanted to come and meet him and talk to him about what was going on in their lives, you know, not actually in their lives, but actually what's going on in the fields. And he had that patience, and he would come out with something that would brighten them up, you know, and I could see the spark that would come into them as to being, you know, really a huelguista, you know, a huelguista de corazón, cabrón, you know, no nomás porque querían dinero, sino porque querían ser liberados de las cadenas que nos tenían los rancheros, you know. That means, you know, a lot to be free, man, a lot of freedom that we needed. And I couldn't understand all that, you know. I thought it was only for wages, but no. I understood that when everybody started talking and saying what really was the need. The need was to be treated like human beings, you know, the need to be treated with respect and not to take advantage of because they didn't have papers or because they had papers, but not to take advantage of that, you know, just give you a job and treat you with dignity. And that was what it was about. And so I, you know, I traveled for about 2 years. Then they made me the director of Salinas here. And I mean, you know, I didn't have too much education, but to be somebody that would be in the front of about 3,000-4,000, maybe less than that, farm workers in the lettuce fields, you know, and to direct an office and become a director, I was surprised, you know, why, I don't know, you know, and what he saw in me, I mean, that was his decision or somebody else's decision. And we were involved in a lot of strikes. We were involved in the marches, you know, all the marches. I mean, there was marches here, over 20,000 people, you know, and 10,000. And we had to set all that up. But I mean, the heart was there. You know, one of the things that I do want to remember is this, you know, I can't forget those, and sometimes we all forget, you know, we all forget. I don't know about you guys, you know, but I know that I'm sorry I call you guys, you know, I don't know about you men, you know, and women, but a lot of us have forgotten, like Connie, you know, my mom, she was one of the biggest huelguistas. Chava knew her, you know, and Connie from Soledad, you know, and a lot of people that really put their lives out there to show that in unity and united as farm workers, we could win. you know, we could win. And there's a lot of people there's a lot of men and women that, you know what, put their hearts out there. They put their lives out there. You know, I don't know if you remember Rufino Contreras, man, he got killed. And there was another lady, I think in Florida, that got killed too. There was 3 or 4 people that died for the huelga, you know, for the cause, you know, for the United Farm Workers, you know. And I always remember that. And you know, and of course I remember the board. I remember all the men and women in the board, Dolores Huerta, you know, Cesar Chavez, Richard, Manuel, you know, and so on, you know, and you know, and Larry Young, you know. I remember when I went to the 40 acres, you know. So a lot of my is not big, man, you know, it's not. I mean, I don't do a lot right now, you know. I don't stand out and praise, you know, the huelga or this and that, but it's in my heart, you know. And nobody can take the United Farm Workers out of my heart, you know. It's in my heart, and I will carry that till the day I die, you know. But I'll tell you one thing, that you know, sometimes we think that everything's already done out there, you know, that the farm workers are kings, that the farm workers are being treated like this, they're treated like that. Well, that's because we don't really go down to see the farm workers, man, that are still working out there without a United Farm Workers contract. But if you have heard of, I don't know, it's died down a lot, you know, about the abuse they have in the women, especially the women farm workers, you know. And just because they have toilets, they have now unemployment, you know, and all of that. And where did that come from? And sometimes the history has to be reminded that, you know what, from the United Farm Workers, from a lot of people that put their lives out there, that struggle to be treated with dignity. You know, it's like some of us went against the United Farm Workers. I include myself in that, not because I did it, you know, but there's some of us that, you know, got really good, good jobs and all that. And we were against the United Farm Workers, you know, and there were some farm workers that were picketing the United Farm Workers. You know, I hear, and that's okay. That's okay. Because of thousands, you have 10, 15, 20 people, you know, and you know, and sometimes, hey, sometimes we do make mistakes, United Farm Workers, you know, and all that. But it doesn't mean that we have to talk against the farm workers. It means one of the things that I learned from Cesar Chavez was this, you know, just because people don't like somebody in an office doesn't mean that I just go out and remove him, you know.
Robert, you have 1 more minute.
Okay. What it means is that that person who's doing the job in the office is doing a job, and some people don't like the decisions he makes, you know. But some decisions are going to be good, and some decisions are going to be bad. You know, Chava, you remember all those huelguistas, and I don't know who else is watching me, but you remember all those ones that have, que decían hueso colorado, carnal. ¿Entiendes? Puro pinche hueso colorado. Huelguistas de corazón. Your dad, remember your dad, you know, your brother, Chava, you know, and so on, okay? So anyway, I just hope that something really good comes out of this symposium, you know, that men and women, especially in the schools, get educated of the struggle, you know, and there's some people that died, you know, that have passed without being recognized or without being even known as huelguistas. But you also have to remember there was a train that killed 32 or 33 braceros at one point, and a long time ago. I think it's 60 something. All right. So, and then also remember, and you know that there was a strike in Fireball. You know, it's a strike, the melon strike. That for the first time there wasn't a melon festival because there were no melons to celebrate about. They were all rotted in the fields, and you could smell from when you came down Pacheco Pass all the way down. You could smell the melon, you know, rotting in the fields because everybody came out and strike there, you know. And I remember that very well. The other, I'd just like to mention one thing. I don't know if any of you remember Marcos Lopez. He
Yes.
wrote a book, and it's going to be coming out pretty soon. So he's got a lot of history of that, also about the United Farm Workers. It's called My March with Cesar Chavez, and that's Marco Lopez. So anyway, Chava, thank you for inviting me. I don't know, how long is this going to last,
We're going to hear from Jose and Savino, and then at the end, I will share a little bit of my story. So it's about 12 minutes each, Roberto, and then we'll get questions from the people who are watching us. Okay, so about an hour and a half. Before I call on Jose or Savino, I just want to say thank you to the members of the previous panel, Ana Caballero, Simon, Robert, and Jesse, for sharing their stories, their accomplishments on behalf of Chicanos and Salinas. And so I was, when I first met Anthony, I told him that I read this quote by Eduardo Galeano, who says that, the best way to make sure that we do not repeat history's mistakes is by keeping it alive. And, hearing Roberto's memories, and we're going to hear from Jose and from Savino, the hope is that the story of the farm workers themselves, is heard by young people who, hopefully will understand the history of the redemption of farm workers in California. Yes, it's due in great part to the leadership of Cesar and Dolores and the leaders of the union. But there's a story that is still yet to be told, and that's the story from the perspective of the workers. So, Jose or Savino, who would like to go next? Jose, dale gas.
No se te olvida, dale gas.
Good morning. My name is Jose Renteria, and I am now working from home. I have my home office. I'm a tax preparer in Notary Public. But before, in the 1970s, I was a farm worker. And I started with the UFW movement as early as 1970. And during those years, I was working with my father, along with my father, and not with my father, along with him, in a vegetable company. They had broccoli with celery and lettuce. And at that time, in 1970, I was 16 years old, and I was a full-time farm worker, working 10, 11 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week. I first heard from my neighbor about Cesar Chavez movement, and I was very interested and started going to their meetings. And back then, we were talking about getting unemployment for farm workers. And nobody this day realized that a few years ago, farm workers didn't have any unemployment insurance. And even though that the farm work is the most seasonal job, for most farm workers, it's only 6, 7 months out of the year, and then the rest of the year is raining and there's no work in the fields. But back then, there was no unemployment. And so people had to live with eating potatoes. Sometimes most people in those days to go back to Mexico because there was nothing to do here. So the big talk was about, let's fight for that. We should have unemployment like the same as everybody else. We didn't have any medical insurance, and we have the lowest wages where we're getting paid a minimum wage, and we have no job security, no union representation. So the owners of the companies were, like Robert was saying, they were very rude to workers, because they say, if you don't like it, just go home. But take the white line. They used to say that. Take the white line. Go walk home. We don't need you if you don't want to. You don't want to work for us. So it was very rough, the treatment. So when the union of Caesar came to Watson, I was living in Watson at that time in 1970. Caesar came to Watsonville and they started talking about dignity, work with dignity, work with security, job security, good wages, medical insurance. They start talking about all those benefits that farm workers did not have. Of course, sounded like a great idea. So that year, 1970, in September, I remember the exact day, but it was very close to Labor Day. There was a meeting in Salinas with farm workers, and Cesar and Dolores called for a general strike for all the vegetable growers in the area. So the next Monday morning, I went to my coworker to say, hey, you know what? I spent my day yesterday making flags. Here's the flag. We're going to strike. And we're going to form a picket line and nobody's going to work. So that's how we started the general strike for vegetable strike in Salinas in 1970. Of course, if we didn't have the law to support us, and we didn't have a much political support. So we ended up losing the strike, except for a few companies in Salinas that signed a union contract. Most of the companies did not sign a union contract, and we had to go back to work. And we continue talking and going to meetings every time Cesar was in town or in the area of rallies, and we continue participating with the union. And in 1973, I remember 1973, I was still working alongside with my father in the same company, and same vegetable company. In the foreman called for a meeting. So everybody started working. We're gonna have a meeting, and they introduced to us the two persons that arrived at the field, and they said, these two gentlemen are your new union representatives. You're gonna have a union now. And I said, who are these guys? And they said, well, these are members of the Teamster Union. And they now have a contract with the company. And from now on, they're going to be your reps. And so my father asked the Teamster representative, when did you guys sign the contract? And I said, oh, well, last week. Where? Oh, but in San Diego. We signed with all the California growers in San Diego. And I said, and you didn't even check with us or ask us if you want to be represented by your union? No, I don't think it was a need. You know, we talked to the grower, to the owner, and he agreed to sign, and he signed the contract. And now you guys are members of the union, and you have to sign these forms. But you're going to start becoming a member and paying union dues. And so my father said, well, I'm not going to sign, because you never asked me if I wanted to be part of the union. So most of the people sign up. They were afraid because they say, if you don't sign, you have 3 days to sign. If you don't sign, you're going to be fired. You will not have a job if you don't sign. So my father refused to sign, and of course, I didn't sign, and a couple other people didn't sign. And then we went to the Salinas office, and I remember, I think I talked to Robert, and I said, hey, and this is what's going on. And that weekend, we had a visit in our house. I remember I was taking a nap, and when I wake up, I was a man sitting at the kitchen table, and I asked my father, who is this person? And he says, his name is Richard Chavez. He's Cesar Chavez's brother. Oh, so I got very interested, and I started talking to him. And the only thing he explained that even though it was not right and possible, not legal for the Teamsters to sign a contract with the growers, but that was the best thing to do is to sign up with the Teamsters so we didn't lose our jobs, and go back and sign and stay working for the company and stay tuned. And we're going to continue the fight, and we're going to continue with our cause. And don't worry, at the end, we're going to win. So that's what we did. We go back and sign and become members of the Teamster Union by force, not by heart. My heart was always with the Cesar Chavez Union that we were asking for since 1970. So in 1975, the law changed, and Governor Brown signed the LRB law, which allowed farm workers to decide which union they want to be a representative, or if they wanted any union to be a representative. So the law called for elections in the fields. So at that time, the United Farm Workers was recruiting volunteers to help organize and do a campaign for those elections. That was in the summer of 1975. So I joined right away. I became a union representative, a union organizer, in the summer of 1975. So when the laws took place in September of 1975, I was ready for a petition for my company that I worked for several years. And I signed up all the workers, and I took the petition myself to the ALRB office in Salinas, and I petitioned for election. I found out later on with this person who was writing a book about the union, my petition that I took to the Salinas office was the first one in the state, in the first petition filed in the history of California agriculture. So I didn't know that. I have a picture when I was submitting those signatures into the ALRB, and an attorney from the union was with me. So now I'm very proud of that picture. I keep it all the time with me. Anyway, the election, of course, took place 7 days after we filed a petition, and a few days after, and the election was won, and my company, Jack company, was now represented by the United Farm Workers. And that was the start point of me with the UFW, with the Farm Workers Union, 1975. Later on, in the next year, I became the Watsonville Field Office Director, and I was there for a few years. We negotiated contracts, and we actually signed 20 contracts in Watsonville, and then several of the major lettuce companies in Salinas also signed a contract with the UFW. So the farm workers in the Salinas area became unionized and became represented for the union of the farm workers' choice, not some union was imposed to them. And those contracts were for 3 years, contracts. So they expired 3 years later in 1979. So by that time, the union and the workers decided that they wanted higher wages. But of course, the first contract was, like Rory was saying, not so much to get higher wages, but to get recognition, to get dignity, to be treated with dignity, and to be able to have a medical insurance and to have unemployment insurance, which during those years with Governor Jerry Brown the law was passed to allow farm workers to receive unemployment insurance. So now we had all those things that they didn't have before, but we still didn't have the high wages. So we went to strike, and after several months on strike, the first contract was signed. And the first contract was signed. Now I was thinking about this meeting today, and I would remember those years, and I said, man, we were so excited because we signed a contract where the farm workers were going to pay $5.25 an hour. And that was a lot of money. It was a big increase. And everybody was so happy because we were making $3 an hour. So going from $3 to $5.25 an hour, it was a great, big increase and a good contract. And the contract was signed for 3 years. And it was a wage increase in every single year. I think by the third year of the contract was the wages were at $7.25.
Yeah, you have a little less than a minute, Jose.
Okay, so later on I became also at the end of 1979 the Salinas Field Office Director, and I was there 1980 when I was administering all the companies in Salinas, and the new contract also required to have a union rep for each company, paid by the company, elected by the union, and I helped elect all those union reps and train those union reps and work for the contract administrations from 1980 to 1981. And that was my day, my time with the union.
Thank you, Jose. And now, Sabino.
Ok, buenos días. Buenos días a todos. This is Sabino Lopez. Following the comments or sharing the stories of Roberto, hola Roberto, Jose, Chava. You know, we were part of those very glorious years of the farm workers movement in Salinas Valley in California. So I came to Salinas in 1986 from Mexico because I was born and raised in Mexico. Then my father was a bracero who came in during the 40s and 50s. Then, so 1960, my father got the legal residence and working here in Salinas with the Arrigo brothers, the company well known, and he was an irrigator. So 1966, he applied for my legal residence. And I was in Mexico. I didn't know nothing about the Norte. Just only hear comments and stories about the Norte, El Norte. So then my father told me, you know, actually I was very behind in the school in Mexico because I'm for the rural community there, living in the country life. So yes, I was barely finishing my elementary school, the 6th grade, when my father told me, son, you know, we have to go to El Norte. We have to go. ¿Qué? Yeah, you have to go with me because I applied for your resident papers and they called you. We have to be there in March 1966. So, okay, I was one of the 7 brothers and sisters, so I was the second older. So I said, okay, yes, I need to go and help my family to, you know, for our economy. So I ended here in Calexico. I never forget March 10, 1966. I was 17 years old. You know, basically, I had a lot of dreams. I was thinking to get my education in Mexico. I was thinking on and prepare myself to do better in my life. So when I came here then from Calexico to Salinas, you know, where my father and I were in the bus since Guadalajara to Salinas, like 3 or 4 days on the bus. So I had a really good time talking with my father. And my father was sharing all the stories as a bracero and all the stories he was struggling during his life coming to the United States. So we ended here in Salinas, and I went to work with the Arrigo brothers as an irrigator like my father. So, and we were living in a labor camp. I never forgot, you know, my first house here in Salinas was they call a labor camp number 17 and here in a Speckles area. So I ended there, you know, and living in labor camp. So I recall those years. And I was really said, this is a north, oh my God. You know, actually those years I didn't speak a word in English, so now I can do something. But so I was the younger guy in the group, so I was very surprised to see older men. I saw my father like older, somebody else like his age, and so but I saw everyone doing their own cooking and preparing to go to work and something like that. So I was really surprised, you know, the men are working and doing their own thing by himself, because I was accustomed by my mother, you know, men never cook, never do wash dishes, nothing like that. So when I saw the older man and my father doing that and cooking the first breakfast here in Salinas, I was surprised, man, what they're doing. This is for women, because my mother told me this is trabajo de viejas, not the work for men. So I was with that kind of mentality, you know, and so, but immediately my father gave me the first lesson after my breakfast there and told me, mijo, you are in the United States. Here in the United States, everyone, they do by their own selves. Nobody will come to wash your dishes, to wash your clothing, to cook by yourself. You have to, for now, you are in El Norte, this is the life of the Norte. Oh my God, I said, oh yeah, okay. So then I learned the first lesson from my father. Then the next day we went to work in El Cortito. This is why my first job in Salinas. Cortito working 8 hours per day. So man, the first days my body was just really like I was dying. So then, you know, and I was making $1.05 per hour. I never forgot. Actually, in one lesson, my father told me, you know, here in the United States, we have to be very, very responsible. We have to pay our own taxes on time. If you don't do it, you can be penalized, something like that. So keep your check stubs and take care, because at the end of the year we have to report our taxes and you have to pay your shares or whatever. So we have to do it. So when I was recording, I was working one Sunday, because we were working from Monday to Sunday every day, but they got us a day to rest in 6 months. So I was walking through South Main and I saw a sign saying, we make income tax and we speak Spanish. I said, oh my God, yo voy aquí hablan español. Then I was inside, was a Chicano, and this kind of Chicano that I learned later, the people was born and raised here, they have a movement Chicano, something like that. And he told me, come on, muchacho, what can I do to help? I quiero hacer mi income tax. Okay, he told me, okay, so, come on. Dime, do you have the W2 forms? No, no sé qué es eso. Yo tengo talones de cheques. I have all my check stubs. And, okay, and I had a bunch of check stubs. And I bring it to him and say, oh, he was looking those checks. Okay, we can do this. But once he was looking that, he told me, oh, man, you're working a lot. Yeah, you're working more than 90 hours per week. 90 hours. Do you have an employee? Do you have overtime? No. Do you have health insurance? No. Do you have a pension plan? No. Do you have any vacations? No. Everything was no. And he said, oh man, this is really unfair. It's unfair deal, But let me tell you, there's something that's coming to Salinas. Yeah, what's going on? Say, there is a man that calls Cesar Chavez. They will come to Salinas to help farm workers. Oh man, once he said that, I say, okay, I'll be waiting for this guy, because really we need this guy. And as a young, I was, I felt I didn't have any future here in this country. And working in the fields from 12 to 14 hours per day, and so and living in a labor camp, a single labor camp, yes, very isolated. So, man, when I hear those, I receive a sign of hope, basically, and then say, oh, my God, hopefully they're going to come here, because, I was thinking and connecting the union to the idea and what is the union in Mexico in those years in my little town, Ameca, Jalisco, where I come from. I have relatives, they were in the union. There is a big factory in Ameca that is a sugar factory, that, my relatives are working on that. They have a union, they have benefits, they have vacations, they have pensions. I saw them living very well. When they told me about the union here, I connect that image to myself. Say, okay, if we're going to have a union here, I can do better. I can live well with my family, and then we'll work with dignity. So, man, I got a hope. Since that point, I start really thinking about that. What's going to come? But yes, in the early, in the 60s, before the 70s, yes, at that point I was working at Mero Farms, another anti-union company that never signed a contract to the union till now. So I was working with them. Then I, like Jose was sharing, or Roberto, we were at that time we were picking broccoli and cauliflower, because it was the season, it was part of the winter, not too much to irrigate with the vegetables. So then the supervisor called us and said, come, take a break. Come on, go to the bus. Yeah, and we call us everyone, and they say, I want to introduce one guy really well known from Los Angeles. They call it Consultante. This guy, is coming to explain that now you're going to have a union with the Teamsters. And he introduced this Chicano guy too, and very, very well prepared. And he started talking about his why he was there and explaining what is the union, what the union does, what is the best union to represent the workers and everything. But actually, he was talking when I was interrupted by a different farm worker, say, like a Jose Tinso share, yeah, why you do, So I know it's something, and and that time we heard that Cesar was coming. It was a rumor, nothing really sure. But we were listening about the union, the UFW movement, and so we were waiting something. We were talking internally in the crew, about the union and the union, so we were really thinking about that. When this guy came and talked about us, immediately people just say, hey, we don't ask this union to be our representative, we want the other union. And this guy said, no, because this is union better, and start defending the right to bring the Teamster union. Then I recall, I was shaking. I want to really speak out, but I couldn't. I was shaking because I was the younger guy in the crew too. And at one point, I asked a question to this guy, hey, what is the better union? What is the better for us? You can tell us because you know a lot. He told me the best union you can choose is the union that represents you, that has the image of the person that identifies to yourself.
You have 1 minute, Sabino.
Oh my God, qué rápido. Okay, so
you can take 2 more minutes from my time, Sabino. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dale, guys.
Whatever, we didn't sign with the Teamsters. So the movement came, Cesar came 1970s. We joined the movement, we were on a strike. My father and I, at that time was another older sister too. We were on a strike here in Salinas, and then we were picketed. So we lose, the company never signed it, so they fired us. Then the next step, I follow up to go to looking for job in a union contract because the other contracts that were signed. And I got a job in the Fresh Pea company, the was first company, the same contract with the union in Salinas. And then from that, I saw my hope and my opportunity to do something else in my life. Since that time, I get tied to the movement from the 1970s in a strike to 1982 when the company was to close down. We were part of the long strike in 1979. Jose was sharing that. Yeah, we get our company were for 8 months in a strike. Of course, we could participate in marches, boycotts, every day, volunteer, and it's every time fighting for the inequities that are still, there's a lot of inequities in this country. So for me, the union, the movement gave me an opportunity to really to do something else, to change our lives and fight for dignity, like Robert said and everyone said. We fight because we believe in the movement, we believe in our dignity. We want to be respected and recognized. And I was really proud, let me tell you, when I was cashing my checks for $500 in the 70s, as a farm worker, I was really proud to go to the bank and cash my check. And then from that, of course, we reached the benefits and changed the law. We changed the law to have unemployment benefits, the union be recognized. It's a lot of struggle, but the movement has been making the difference. And thanks to all the volunteers that have been helping us. I admire all the respect a lot of the people who came to help us, volunteers helping us in the fields. But in the fields, I think so I did my share. And still, since 1970 to now, I've been engaged in the community organizing, and still I'm working in a new organization here for more than 30 years, helping farm workers to improve housing conditions and health in Salinas Valley and Pájaro Valley. So I really thanks the whole, thanks David Serena and all the people who is organizing this symposium. It's very good to share a little bit our experience and life, struggling to better life for a farm worker community. Not only the farm worker community, I actually started moving a social justice movement, because at the end, this was social justice movement. It's still a things a lot to do and a lot to change. So we have to keep working on that. And I feel proud and thanks to everyone that they got the opportunity to be here. And they give me an opportunity to improve my life since that time. The brothers didn't like after the end of the company when I closed down, because they put a bola negra to me. They didn't want to hire me anymore. So after 20 years working in the fields, I ended working and organizing in the community, then later in Sierra Leone, SEIU in San Diego, now in CCA, Center for Community Advocacy in Salinas. So thank you, Chava. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to be part of this panel.
Thank you, Sabino. Hearing all these stories, take me back almost 50 years back in time, right? I mean, remembering, when I first came to the United States, 1968, and working in the fields. Savino was mentioning the cortito, the short handle hoe. The first time that I did that job, I couldn't, go to the restroom for 3-4 days. It was impossible for me to sit on the toilet. I had fever and, killing job, right? Working in the fields was something that I never imagined I would do. I was a student in Mexico City, came to visit my brother who lived in Mexicali and was an emigrado. And I fell in love with a 69 Cadillac that he had, and he said that I could have one, but I had to work. Doing what? Working in the fields. And that's what I did for the next 12 years. But, although working in the fields was quite an experience for a city boy, in terms of how hard it was and the working conditions, how extreme. I was also very lucky because, it happened during historical time for people in California and the United States. That's the time when the United Farm Workers was organizing. They just finished negotiating the contracts in the grapes after a successful boycott. And then they were moving to Salinas to organize the workers in the vegetable industry. And like Savino and Jose said, the Teamsters, and the growers in the Teamsters, in order to prevent the United Farm Workers from organizing in Salinas, they signed a sweetheart deal with them that they wanted to force on us. We didn't fall for it. We said no, and in 1970, August or September, more than 3,000 farm workers, my brother, my father, and I included, went out on strike, the largest strike in the history of the farm workers strike in the history of California and the United States. The strike was not successful. The courts declared it illegal. We didn't have the right to form unions at that time. And I was also working for a company, Savino was working for, Merrill Farms. That was the end of our, job with Merrill Farms. We got blackballed, and it was very difficult for us to get any jobs in the next, 2 or 3 years. And then 1974-75 came. The union was able to convince the legislature to pass the ALRB, and the elections started to roll in California. And in the winter of 1975, 76, 77, in the Imperial Valley in Calexico, I was waiting for my bus to go to work, and I see this big guy coming to me, asking me if I was the son of El Ñero. And then I said, yeah, why? And they said, well, I'm Roberto Garcia, and I would like to have a conversation with you about what's going on with the elections. He recruited me, and that year we were able to have an election at the end of the year, and that was the beginning of a change in my life, because I got elected the president of the ranch committee for coastal farms. And, being part of the bargaining committee, having the opportunity to tell the grower, your employer, what your needs were, what you wanted to make in terms of benefits and wages, was something that, we never had the opportunity to do that before. And so during that process, one of the issues for us was that there was no limit in terms of how many hours we had to work or how many days a week. And that company was famous because we worked 7 days a week and, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day. There was no limit. And so we, that was the issue for us. We didn't care about increases. We didn't care about benefits. We wanted to stop that practice. And so I remember this day outside of Soledad at around 3 o'clock, we already had talk. I mean, there were 3 crews, about 100 farm workers, lechugueros. And we already said at 3 o'clock, we'll sit down and no more work. And we did. And shit, that felt very powerful, that we had the power to, to stop working. And then the following day we had negotiations, and the owner of the company was so furious that he said, next time you do this, I will fire you. And I said, if you can, go ahead and do it. And we signed the contract, and we forced the company to pay overtime after 8 hours a day. And we forced the company to agree to pay overtime after 4 hours on Saturdays and double time on Sundays. And that to me was, what really, started to change my perspective about myself and about what was going on around me. So 2 more years went by, and 1979, we said we got to go for the gold. And we negotiated with the companies. We had an industry committee, negotiated for several months. February of 1979, it was clear to us that there wasn't going to be any agreement. And so we decided to go out and strike. February 19 in the Imperial Valley, 1979. Cal Coastal was one of the last companies to sign. We were 11 months out on strike. And, for me, the lessons, the last 3 of those 11 months I spent in the Monterey County Jail in Salinas because of my strike activities. And that to me was what forced me to decide what did I need to do with my life. And so I decided, the day after I was released from jail, to become an organizer. And on the way home, I made that decision. And for the next 42 years, that's what I've been doing, right? The union changed my life. I recently retired from an organization that I funded, Latinos United for New America. I did that as a volunteer for 8 years. I was part of the Justice for Janitors campaign. And like Roberto and like Sabino and like Jose, I think that the best lesson for us was to learn that we had power ourselves. We joined that power with other people collectively. We had the power to, create changes that we never imagined in our lives. And so to me, I'm about to be 70 years old in November. And although I retired, from my position as an executive director of Latinos United in February, I continue to be involved in other issues in San Jose because to me, really doesn't make any sense for anyone who has been able to get a conscience that if they see a situation where an injustice has been committed, to walk away from it, because then we become accomplices. And so, I continue to do that, I give credit to the United Farm Workers, for touching me, and people like Roberto and people like Marshall Gans, people like Gilbert Padilla, for encouraging me to do something else with my life, and that's where we are. So thank you for listening to us. So Anthony.
Okay, I really appreciate all of your contributions. I want to say thank you for taking this time out of your weekend to present this important link to the past. And I think our audience might be interested in, some of your thoughts about how to continue the work, right? As we heard in the earlier panel, la lucha continúa, right? La lucha sigue. And so how to keep the fight going, workers in this state, in this country, have still so far to go in terms of, equitable working conditions, fair wages, collective bargaining rights, et cetera. So I'd like to open it up to questions. Please, audience members, feel free to type your questions in. I can moderate those a little bit and pull out a couple of good questions for our panel. And I'd also like to thank David Serena while I have a chance for organizing this. It's turning out to be a great event. It's clear that we need to do it again because I can tell that all of you have so much more to say that we need to kind of collect, I believe, for future generations. So as questions come in, go ahead and send those in. Great. So we've got a question here that is, at the time that the UFW was forming, did you have a sense of the historic importance of what you were doing, or were you more, oriented in the moment? How would you express that question of, did you realize it was historic at that time?
Roberto Savino, you want to do it? I mean, I have an answer, but I like to give. All right. So no, the answer is no. I mean, the answer was no. I didn't realize that until I was able to step away from that circle, right? I was able to really take a look at what had happened in the past 12 years, right? That's when I decided, 1979, I decided to leave the fields. I went to work for the Migrant Project of California Rural Legal Assistance. And I was able to then reflect on, what has happened in those 12 years. And I realized, how, the magnitude of, the events that I was able to be part of. But not at the moment, Anthony.
Yeah, I just can I?
Please, Roberto. Yeah, please, Roberto.
My name is Roberto. One of the things that for me, it wasn't, I was, my parents were wetbacks, they crossed the Rio Grande River, and all of that. So I've been through the discrimination for many years. I had gone through discrimination for many years. The only place that I didn't see that much discrimination was in the Army when I went into the Army, But when I got out of the Army, I wasn't educated, so I did a lot of farm work. I did, I traveled with my parents, with my stepdad, my mom, to follow where they had the fields going on and where the harvesting was going on. But one of the things that hit me was because of the discrimination, I always had problems with cops. Okay, I always had problems with cops. So when I saw that, what the cop was doing to my stepfather and my mother was on the other side, I think what hit me was thinking about the hate that I had for the policemen, and thinking about, how can they treat the farm workers this way when they're only holding a flag, And so I thought that for me to do something was going against the law, And like I said, I'm a rebel, I don't know. I always had something against the cops in those times. And so I'm not one of the, hey man, I'm proud of what Savino and what Jose Renteria and what Chava has done, I'm not, I'm of me, of myself, because I'm like the black sheep of the whole group, even of the United Farm Workers. I'm not a successful person. I'm alive because of the grace of God, but I've done my tours in other ways, but I'm still alive and I still believe in a power greater than myself. And I still believe that, that thank God for Cesar Chavez, that he came and woke us up. And at least, when I started organizing, now I feel the power that it had to go and organize with only a promise of, unemployment, a promise of medical benefits, a promise of things that were not there yet. But I thank the lettuce guys and the farm workers here in Salinas because they taught me a big lesson. And the biggest one was be treated with dignity, you know, and that was a big word for me because as a farm worker, I was never treated that way, and after the United Farm Workers came here, that was a big word, be treated like a human being, and so I think that for me stuck in my head, and so, I mean, like I said, Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers are in my heart and they'll live there forever until I die, probably. Okay. So I just want to add that for
Appreciate
a lot
that.
of us, struggle made us strong,
How about Jose or Sabino? Any thoughts about, feeling the history of the period,
Yeah.
or was it?
Yeah, this is Sabino. Gracias, Roberto. Roberto era parte importante en Salinas para nosotros. So, yes, for me, as I say, for me, the union was a hope. And because I felt like, I usually say, yo me sentía como Dios mira a los conejos, chiquitos y orejones. I don't know how you can translate that, Chava, in English, but I felt like I was I was not a human being. I felt like I was treated like a tool. So when we started this myself, really I felt that we want to make history. I felt like that in my heart. Because why? Coming to this powerful country, United States, powerful country of the world, I felt like a small, but when did something, we start doing our strikes and moving and marches and protests and boycotts and everything, I felt that I was making story myself and the whole hard working community. That's the reason I felt proud, because I felt, I'm making history. Now people see us, I think I felt more respected, with more dignity. They saw us with respect. Lleno de lodo, on duty, working in the fields, but I felt really proud. So for me, I saw that it was a part of the history, the big change, and the big lesson that a farm workers community, the most, maybe poor sector of the community, we were making history, showing how we can do the, changes, how can do example, how to fight and struggle for justice. For me, it was a really moment, really proudly, that made me part of the history. I feel very proud to be part of this movement. Of course, thanks to everything, again, the volunteers, and during the time I was part of everything doing the volunteers here in Salinas and outside, and like everyone you did. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabino. How about Jose? Any thoughts on this experience?
I just want to say that during that time, I did not have a feeling that we were making history, but I were aware that we're making history, because Cesar Chavez he used to say all the time, hey, we're making history. Look here, farm workers are raising up. Farm workers are organizing. Farm workers are calling for election. Farm workers, for the first time in life in California, they're having a union election. And the first time they're signing contract for farm workers. Farm workers are going to have their own union. So he always keeps saying that we're making history. So at the back of my mind is, oh yeah, we're making history. But myself, I didn't feel like it until now that I look back and I say, oh man, we did make history in those years.
Thanks so much. And I think, right, we're all in the moment. To be in the moment, probably a great lesson to all of us, right, to do the work now. There's a few questions that have come in that are similar. They're wondering about, have you inspired your children to keep the movement going, maybe people younger than you? And that's connected to the question of sort of how much is going on now. There's a couple of questions where people realize that the growers are pushing back, trying to maybe, keep wages low, worsen working conditions that people fought for. So to what degree can you talk about maybe some of the people you've inspired to keep going, including your own children?
I just want to say that I have 4 kids, two daughters and 2 sons, and they're not farm workers. They have never worked in the fields, but but they admire me for my work with Cesar Chavez, and the all four are very liberal in their ideas, political ideas. They all active voting every election, and of course they're all Democrat, voting Democrat. And I really feel that yeah, I influence my kids on my views on life.
You know,
I can
or
go next.
Chava, please. Yeah.
Yeah. None of my children have become organizers. I mean, I have 5 of them, but I would say that they have a very high sense of justice, and they're very progressive and their thinking, right? They're also, very proud in terms of the saying that they don't take shit from anyone, especially when there's a situation that it's cutting against, the issue of respect to their personas. But during the time that I worked with SEIU and the work that I've done in San Jose, I can say, that I've touched a lot of people. As an organizer, I believe that I identify myself with what Fred Ross says, that an organizer is a social arsonist that goes around lighting fire on people's lives. And I think that I, been able to do that I'm not going to say, thousands of people, but a lot of people that give me, hope that this movement will continue even, when I'm no longer in this world. The last person that I'm working with is the young woman that I picked to be the executive director of Latinos United for a New America. She's 25 years old. She's never done any, job that is close to being an executive director of an organization. But she has the love for the cause and things that other people, even with lots of experience, will never be able to have. And so I'm working with her, and I will continue to work with other, people in a community that want to, have an aspiration to become organizers themselves.
Could you mention her name for us, Chava?
Mayra Pelagio. From Latinos United for New America, Luna.
Great. Anything else from Sabino or?
Yeah, this is Sabino. Yeah, for me, I think so. We've been impacting other people's lives, and I think it's influencing them to get involved in social justice movement in different ways. And because I have never started seeing people moving from one place to another, and serving their communities, being volunteers and accepting, positions in nonprofit board of directors, guiding other people, helping other people. So really, I think so what we do, a lot of people follow your steps, so you influence them to see the social justice movement more. They understanding why it's important. My daughter, I have 6 daughters, only daughters. I was looking for a man, so didn't come, but I'm happy. Then I involved my daughters in the movement I could. They didn't like it, but they didn't like to work in the fields. They felt I was working so many hours in the field, 7 days a week. I think so I missed so many time with them. So they didn't like to work to the fields. So I was threatening them, they better go to school, you have to go to work in the fields like myself. I did it. So nobody wants to go to the fields. It's a good lesson to work in the fields. Then so I pushed them to go to the school and get education. And, just to make my long story short, one of my daughters, went to, well, I felt like they didn't want to do things I like. I'm going to be honest like that, And I was a little disappointed. I was trying to influence them to do the things I love it, and I didn't receive any positive position about my encouragement. But once my older daughter went to school, went to San Jose State, from Salinas High School, went to San Jose State, and got a BA. Then I got a master in social work, as a social worker. And then I saw her, helping kids and older people, basically helping them, to improve their life. And one time I recall I asked her, I was ending my comment with that, I told, why are you doing that? You look, you're doing so many things I've been doing in my life. You're helping people. You're trying to improve their lives in different ways. And she was smiling and told me, that is, you don't know. You never know, but we are as daughters or sons, we look in our parents, she told me very, very proudly. You never think, but we saw what you do in your life, and we are following our way, do something like you like to do, and I love it. So I enjoy my profession now, but I'm helping the people, the community in different way, but with a better education. So thanks to all your examples being struggle. I never noticed that. I was thinking I was failing, but I know at the end, everyone's giving me lessons that they learn from my influence. They do something now in their lives, touching people, helping people in different ways, and of course they got education, so they can do better than myself. So I feel proud for that, and actually I've been proud to see so many fun workers that I've been working in my work here in the CCA. I saw how they've been helping other people. I think we influence people doing this job. Absolutely, it's very good to keep doing it.
Great, appreciate all your answers. And I have to say, as a sociology instructor, we do see statewide a disproportionate number of young Latinos, young Chicanos come into the caring professions. They want to be social workers. They want to be teachers. They want to be, activist-oriented students, because they have this sense of giving back. And so many times they mention their parents as the reason for that. So I think appreciate your comments in that regard. We have a few minutes left before lunch. I want to do two things. One is a quick question that combines, again, some of the interests of the audience. What would you describe as the keys to organizing, to continuing the work today? How do you sort of work, what are the secrets to organizing, the best tactics for organizing? And then we also have David Martin, our campus president superintendent, is present, and I think he might want to say a few words to kind of finish things off to get us towards lunch. But before we close out, maybe a few last words on your secrets to organizing to pass the torch forward.
I can go.
Please, Chava, start us off.
Yeah, for me, it's very basic, Anthony. One thing that I learned from Marshall Gans is that, you have to be able to make people feel that they can relate to you. So having one-on-one conversations with people. When I first started organizing, I thought that just by, opening my mouth, hundreds of people will come and do what I tell them, we needed to do. And that's not true, okay? Organizing is, is a one-by-one activity. You need to really listen to people to see what their aspirations are, to see what they are willing to sacrifice, and to see if they understand, the reality of their lives. And if not, just, give them choices. Give them choices, and also give them solutions, because, as part of the agitation process, right? So there's no point in agitating people. You're not gonna give them a solution, right? So that's not organizing. That's just, getting people riled up. Listening to people, being able to, establish a connection between your personal story with their personal story and connect that to the bigger picture, Anthony.
Okay, how about Roberto?
Well, one of the things that I went in without knowing anything about organizing, but I started listening not only to the farm workers, as to when they talk to other farm workers, but I started listening like to Marshall Gantz, to Fred Ross, who Fred Ross used to come down and hold, like classes or groups, with us as to how, and I could, and I was one of those guys that I wanted to do it my way, well, I got to meet you over here. No, and Fred and Marco would always tell me, if you have to go to their house, you go to their house. And he said, one thing is you organize one so that he could organize the other ones, And I started learning that because it was difficult. It was difficult to organize 4 or 5 people at one point, but you could organize one and you start giving him the work to be the organizer. And the work was, bring me 5 people, five farm workers to your house from your company, and I'll be there. And then you say, okay, now you hold a meeting. Now you hold 5 people. Now you go to a meeting and you bring 5 farm workers and you do the organizing. One of the things I remember about Cesar Chavez, what he said about, all the because every ranch had what do you call it? Like a little council, they had
a committee, ranch committee.
Yeah, ranch committee. And I said, Cesar, pues, ¿pa qué tanto pedo? Pues, why all this? He says, why? Because it's not only having committees, but it's building leadership. He said, that's what we need to build, is the leadership. So because once you build the leadership, then you have strength, and that's why when the lettuce strike, they were already being organized from Imperial Valley. A lot of them already had signed cards in Imperial Valley. So when it got here, it was a lot easier for us. And one of the things is, like what Chava said, he spent a few months, inactive. And I don't know how many counties I got jailed because of not breaking the strike, not breaking the injunction, because there was no injunction, but showing the farm workers, don't fear, But then also, like Cesar Chavez, you do things that you can do, but do not use violence to do it, And man, that really, I said, well, what the hell, man? This guy's got bats and I ain't got nothing, and I'm going to walk in there and I'm not going to do anything. So I learned one of the things is that, what? It is true. Nonviolence helped us a lot and it was seen all over the world that it was a nonviolent strike, And like I said, mistakes were made. Hey, but there were also corrections, And the solution is talk about your experience and then let them talk about their experience. That's what I think, I don't know. I'm not thinking that I'm much of an organizer. I'm still not much of an organizer. It all depends what the men and women want, or what they need also. That's what organizes them. I just thinking about it, for me, for quite a while is, I think the growers were the best organizers for the United Farm Workers, because of all the mistakes, of all the treatment, of no bathrooms, no breaks, no medical plan, none of that, and now you hear there's medical plan, there's bathrooms, there's this, there's that, but we have to remind the farm workers that they didn't come just because they wanted to put them out there. They came with the struggle of the United Farm Workers having a big strike here in Salinas, and that's the history.
Appreciate that, Roberto. Those are really great nuggets of wisdom. How about to finish this off, we've got a couple minutes, Sabino or Jose, any final thoughts on the secrets to organizing?
Okay. Te doy chance, Jose.
Okay. Yeah, I think the secret to organize is, like Cha was saying, Roberto was saying, is listen to people. listen to their needs and listen to their complaints, listen to their grievances, because things change. And there's not the same as 1970 or 1980. Now it's different. They're not the same complaints or the same needs now. And we have to listen. What are the needs right now? What are the complaints right now? What are the grievances right now? And look for the leadership. One of the things that I learned from Cesar, from Pueblo, is that you look for the leadership, look for the ones that are the leaders, and talk to them, and give them the information they need to know, so they can talk to other people and organize other people. But the key thing is to listen to them, to find out what are their needs right now, not 20 years ago or 50 years ago, and right now, what are their needs? What are their complaints? What are the grievances? That's what that, to me, that's the key to organize.
That was excellent, Jose.
Okay,
Sabino, a couple final words, and then we'll
okay.
transition.
Yes, for me, organizing is first you have to be motivated to get involved in this one. You don't have to have experience, but you want to do it, and with good information, and you can join any organization, any movement that is doing something to improve your community, your neighborhood. You can join it, and you can learn from those lessons, and then you can develop yourself as a leadership. One way to do it is attending meetings, listening, get information, and make decisions, and volunteering. You can develop yourself, and then you want to keep organizing other people. It is house meetings we're talking about when you meet in them house. They call juntas caseras. Used to call that in the movement, juntas caseras. Then one family organize one family, and the next family is you can keep organizing. I think so. For me, everyone can do it. Yes, you need to do it. If you want to do it, it's a lot of resources everywhere you can learn. And of course, now with the YouTube and technology, so many tools you can learn and develop yourself. But all the time is needed to get involved. And I feel very confident. If you want to do it, we can do it. That's the reason, the slogan in the farm worker movement, "Si se puede."
Hey, that's a nice final thought, I think, the "Si se puede." And I just want to extend, there's a number of audience members really pouring out heartfelt thanks to your passion and your willingness to share today. Again, I really want to encourage us to think about doing this again. I know David Serena wants to keep this going in terms of a oral history preservation. Your advice that we listen is beautiful advice, and I want to close on that thought that we need to listen to people's problems and listen to people's needs, and the work you've done is really inspiring. And it is time for lunch, and just out of respect for the time schedule, I'm going to say thanks to everybody for being here, and hope to see you all again soon. And yeah, please, final thought. Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I think that maybe one of these, it can be done if we put something together. Maybe have something big for the farm workers here, and invite all the old and the new farm workers, like the old huelguistas, the old timers that are out there that have been forgotten. Have a good mariachi band or something, a good gathering.
Carne asada.
And hey, it looks like David Serena has popped in, and he's the organizer. And so a little round of applause for David for getting this together. And any thoughts, David? El mero mero.
Yeah, gracias. El mero mero petatero. El que reparte el queso.
You're muted, David.
Yeah, David, you're muted. David Serena, you're muted.
He's muted? I am? No.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys. I mean, I've known Jose and Roberto and Chava and Sabino. I think probably. I mean, I want to thank you guys. You guys are great contributors to history. We need to record this more. We need to make more of this because we need to pass it on to the next generation. You guys have just made tremendous amount of work, and that needs to be recorded. It needs to be passed on down. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, guys.
Great to see everyone. Thanks, everyone. And we'll go ahead. We'll see you next time. I
Adiós.
appreciate it. Yeah. Adios.
Órale.
Que se
Bye.
cuiden. Ajá.
Gusto en oírlos.
Well, I would just want to, a great hand of applause for the first symposium with, the city of Salinas to Ana Caballero and Simon Salinas and Fernando Armenta, Roberto Campo, and Lawrence Blanchard for just doing a great job. I thought that they did just a tremendously good job and made it really worthwhile. And then also to the United Farm Workers Union panel, which was Chava Bustamante. I mean, I've known Chava and all of these guys for 30, 40 years. Also, I worked for the union for 11 years. And in those 11 years, I got to meet all of them and work with them here and there. But they're just a great group of people. They're the warriors. They're the people that were on the front lines. They were the people that were picketing. They were the people that were marching. They were the people that were making history. They didn't know they were making history, but we knew they were making history, and so that's really my applause to them also for all the work they've done and for the work they continue to do.
How far, Shirley?
Yes, I'm ready.
Ready to start. You're on.
Can they hear you?
I think.
Hello, my name is Shirley Trevino, and our presentation today is on the Agriculture Labor Relations Board, which was implemented in the state of California in 1975. And so we have Mo Jourdain here, who was a previous attorney with the ALRB, who's going to give us a little bit of background about the ALRB. But first of all, let me tell you, as students and other people that may be interested, he's written 3 wonderful and amazing books. One is called The Struggle for the Health and Legal Protections of Farm Workers, Waves of Recovery, and The Soledad Children. So he'll tell you a little bit more about himself and the ALRB. Mo?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Shirley. But before we start, let me just say that I want to dedicate whatever we're doing, and I hope that y'all do, to Cruz Reynoso, who died yesterday. And Cruz was the leader of the Mexicano community, was a Supreme Court justice, was a director of California Rural Legal Assistance during its formative years. And I think we all, especially because this is really a Latino conference, there ought to be a recognition that we're doing it really for Cesar Chavez. For Cruz Reynoso. Thank you. If we could just take a moment of silence, and I'll make it a very brief moment because I know we're busy.
To think of him.
Yeah, if you could all just think of Cruz, and the things he did during this moment. I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit of the history. And I'm really from LA, so I'm not Salinas Valley native, which I regret because it's an incredible place. I came to Salinas Valley after going to San Jose State, as a lawyer for California Rural Legal Assistance. And I'll talk what led me into that afterwards. But before I do that, about this same time, the United Farm Workers was being formed in mostly the Delano area. It started out when Cesar and Dolores Huerta were with CSO and I think in Oxnard. And they decided really to do anything for farm workers, they had to form a union. And so they went back to Delano and started what was the AFWOC at that time, became the UFW. The ALRB came along 10 years later, really. But before that, Cesar was, what happened was the UFW won the boycott in Delano. The Delano growers signed contracts, and the Teamsters decided They wanted part of the action. So they signed contracts with all the Salinas Valley growers. That was like 39. You heard this morning about workers going on strike, and that because the workers wanted to be Chavistas. That's who they were members of. Caesar came to town and led a march near Gonzales, and they arrested him and put him in jail. And he was there for the whole month of December until Christmas Eve. He finally got out after the Supreme Court decided that you can't put somebody in jail for organizing a union. Now, that was followed by like 10 years or 5 years really of conflict between the Teamsters and United Farm Workers over who was going to represent the farm workers. At that time, the farm workers had been denied exclusion under the National Labor Relations Act, and so there was no right to have an election. In fact, you couldn't even have a union. So there was violence in the field. People were getting killed. Hundreds of people were getting jailed. And out of that, Jerry Brown became governor, and he went together with Jerry Cohen, who was a unionist lawyer, Richard Alatorre, who was an assemblyman, and they put together the Agricultural Labor Relations Act that gives workers the right to have a union and a process to choose the union they want. And that's where we all came. Shirley, Carlos, and I, and Luis Lopez came into the picture. And this was, the law became effective, I think, August 28, 1975. So I'm going to jump ahead to 1975, and that's really what we're here to talk to you about. And with that, probably Luis Lopez, I would suggest, he was in Salinas, and he saw the chaos that followed. So Luis, if you're on.
Let me just introduce our other panel members. One of the panel members is Luis Lopez, who was a field examiner in our Salinas office. Carlos Boker, who was a field examiner in El Centro, and I was a roamer. And I'll talk about that after Luis addresses the issue of how he started out, what motivated him and inspired him to get involved in the LRB and this whole farm worker struggle. So Luis, please.
Thank you, Shirley. My name is Luis Lopez, and first I want to give recognition to my father, who came to this country in 1955 under the Bracero program. And we landed in the Coachella Valley, more directly to Oasis, California. There, I was lucky enough that this was during the wave of the civil rights movement. And luckily, Oasis School, where I attended elementary school, I was 10 years old at that point when I came from Mexico. So Oasis was one of the schools where Head Start was being experimented and implemented. And so from there, from Oasis School, I graduated from there and I went to Coachella Valley High School. And I graduated from Coachella Valley High School and I went to the University of California, Santa Barbara. There was during those days, you had the anti-war movement against the Vietnam War. And you also have El Plan de Santa Barbara was something unique that took place in 1969. So we were very aware of what was going on in the fields with farm workers and also in the streets politically against the war. I graduated from Santa Barbara in 1974. And at that point, I moved to Salinas and I was hired by California Rural Legal Assistance as a community worker. That's where I met Mo Jordan. Mo was in the process of winning the El Cortito, the legal case regarding the El Cortito. And at that, I worked for Sierra Leone for 8 months, but then the ALRB came into being, and Mo said to me, hey, well, why don't you come and work with us in the state? And I said, wow, yeah, why not? But I want to also give recognition that Sierra Leone, I met Hector de la Rosa. That was, he was my mentor, and I was just out of college. And he's the one that really sensitized me to what was going on in the fields and the representation of workers and their legal problems. So that's basically at this point what I just want to cover right now.
Carlos Boker, if you ever need an organizer to organize the organizer, that's Carlos. He can organize the file cabinet as well as everything else. So Carlos is going to share with you what inspired and motivated him to get involved in the ALRB. And Carlos, it's yours.
Okay, thank you, Shirley. I came to the United States in 1962. Are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I came to the United States in 1962. Came from a town in the mountains of Jalisco called Chiquilistlan. It was founded in 1529. I came to this country from that area that had a perfect climate to a very hot environment in Imperial County. Anyone who has been in El Centro, places like that, in the summer, I mean, I don't think the hell is as hot as Imperial County. But anyway, I went to the local schools, junior high and high school. Then toward my junior year at high school, I was placed on the mental retarded classes.
Alert from mail.
And
the New York Times.
So I was placed in the mental retarded classes mainly because I didn't speak Spanish. And in that class, there were a lot of people that did not need to be on those classes, and there were some people that were probably in the proper place. I didn't like that. They never wanted. They never agreed to move me out of there. So I dropped out from high school, and then I went to work in a shop, an auto shop, for a few months, and then I decided to go and work on agriculture. So I went to Santa Maria, Guadalupe, and I was working on the lettuce. I was doing broccoli and celery and other things. And I knew that agriculture work is very hard work, and I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life. Returned to Imperial Valley, and then in that time, you had the problems that are created by Lyndon Johnson, the War on Poverty. So I joined one of those programs, and they paid for my tuition and my books. So I went and started my schooling again at the junior college level of Imperial Valley. Then I moved on to San Diego State, and I did my other 2 years there. Then when I remember when I was a young kid, I used to be a paper boy, and I used to read little articles about Cesar Chavez. And I used to feel very comfortable, and I enjoyed reading about those kind of stuff because I knew it was not a perfect system. And certain people were not given a fair share. So that in itself got me motivated to start doing something about things that related to community abuse, low wages, mistreatment of workers and stuff like that. So I got hired by Sierra Leone, where I met Mo Jourdain. As you can tell, Mo is a link to many of us here, where I met Mo Jourdain, and he was doing the short handle haul investigation, the hearings, because that short handle haul was causing a lot of damage to people, to farm workers' backs, including me, because I worked the short handle haul for about 4 days, and I said, no, this is not for me. Enough is enough. And it was very painful. I mean, you come up with temperature, you messed up your back and your legs, and it's horrible. So then Mo and we talked for a little while, and I like Mo. I knew we can see eye to eye on a lot of things. So then a few months later, I saw that Mo Jourdain, I called him in Salinas because of the ALRB, and some people in the office told me that Mo was working for the ALRB. And at that time, I was reading a lot. There were some articles about the inefficiency and the problems that they were having conducting the elections and investigations in Salinas Valley. So then I called Mo. I told him, hey, Mo, is there a possibility I can get a job with you guys at the ALRB? He said, well, I'll call you later. Well, he never called me back. So about 2-3 weeks later, I decided to go to Salinas. And I told another friend of mine, I said, you want to go to Salinas? We might end up with a job or not a job, but at least we get away from Imperial Valley, enjoy the coast. And if we don't get a job, we're going to be at least 3 or 4 days free to do things out there. So we decided to go. So when I got to Salinas, to the office. I called Mo. I said, "Hey Mo, I'm at Salinas ALRB. I mean at Salinas CRLA," and he said, "What are you doing there?" And I said, "Hey Mo, I came to get my job." And then Mo thought about it for a minute. He said, "You know what? Wait there. I'll get back to you." I said, "Wait a minute. I'm not the only one. There's another guy that came with me that he can also be helpful with this process." So it's okay. So then he called, and I didn't hear from him for about half an hour, 45 minutes. Came back and he says, "Sandra Perry, the director, wants to interview you and your friend. So go to the office, the ALRB office." We went in there. She interviewed us and everything else, and we were hired on the spot. So during that time, the office was having a lot of problems. Everybody was complaining about the way they were running things, and I observed the disorganization that was taking place in that office. So I was there for about a month and a half, and then they moved. Then Jerry Brown formed the task force that was supposed to come into the agency and straighten things up. So I will stop right there, then I continue with some other stuff later on.
So as you can tell, I was the only woman initially in this group of men and so what inspired me and what motivated me, I think that all of us at some point come from the fields. Our parents come from the fields, our aunts and uncles come from the fields. We've worked with farm workers. I grew up in the Central Valley around some big growers that were challenging the UFW, Jamara and Gallo and DeRigo. And so when I left Bakersfield and started at Santa Clara University, we led the first boycott. We were a few Chicanos that were there at the university, and we led the first boycott and closed down Safeway down in East Side San Jose because of the strength that we had fighting the growers and the lettuce boycott that we were boycotting. So we closed that Safeway down. We started to picket the Safeway around Santa Clara University where I went. So that motivated me to say, I'm going to go and help farm workers at some point. And so I was getting ready to go to law school, and I was working at Casa Legal in San Jose, and they called for male law students to go and help at the LRB. And so then I said, wait a minute, will you take a woman? And they said, surely, I didn't ever think that you would leave San Jose because of all the political work and that you're doing there. And I says, no, where do I sign up? And they said, well, this was like Thursday. And they said, can you start on Monday? So I became part of a task force because throughout the state of California, wherever the UFW was organizing, things were falling apart because bureaucrats had gone in to do the work. And so I got hired through a task force to go and kind of clean up wherever there was elections not moving or unfair labor practices that were not being investigated. And so Cesar Chavez motivated me. My mother as a farm worker motivated me. And that's what inspired me to join the LRB in 1975 to go help farm workers make sure that they could have a union and vote for a union free of intimidation, coercion, and those other kinds of things. So you need to find somebody in your life as students, and even if you're not a student, you have to find somebody in your life that motivates you to keep that struggle going. So to the next question, Mo, what were some of the challenges and barriers that you encountered in your involvement?
Yeah, a lot, Shirley. Before I do that, let me just add something to the motivation. I was from LA, and I grew up in Huntington Park, which was mostly Mexicanos and immigrants, and I was going to be a surfer, not a lawyer. And I went to law school I went to San Jose State and law school at Hastings. And my second year, they talked me into going to Delano to represent some Ivy League lawyers who were there to help farm workers. Caesar and Dolores were just starting. So on the 4th of July, I went to the Central Park in Delano and met Cesar, and we talked about it. And I remember he talked about someday if you ever do anything, if you decide to be a lawyer for farm. I was still in law school. He said, if you want to be a lawyer for farm workers, then you got to do something about stoop labor. And I go, yeah, well, if I ever am a lawyer, I will. And my plan was still to go back to Southern California, be a surfer mostly. A couple days later, I'm sitting in the COLA office in McFarland, and an attractive Latina comes in and says she wants to see a lawyer. And I said, well, nobody's here but me, and I'm only a law student. And she grabs my arm and says, come with me, law student. And we go outside and we get into a car, a white Dodge Start, which is the key. It's a UFW car. And so I introduced myself and she introduced herself and it was Dolores Huerta. So on the way to the field where she wants to show me what's going on, she told me all about her and Caesar and CSO and trying to start the union. And I was the I just got interrupted here. And
sorry.
No, well, it was anyway. So we go to the field, and so I learned that summer that farm workers were not covered by the National Labor Relations Act, and so I went back to law school and wrote a law review article on the constitutionality of that exclusion. My senior year, Caesar called me and said, "Are you going to work for farm workers?" And I said, I probably not. And he said, well, because it's too on the ocean. He said, well, if you go to Salinas, they have an office and it's close to Santa Cruz. And so I say, okay. And so I went to Salinas, spent the next 7 years in Salinas and ended up in all over California. I mean, I went to the ALRB and it was chaos. I mean, what Luis Lopez was just saying about, and Carlos about, and Shirley about, it was not working. It was being run by a bunch of white English-speaking National Labor Relations Act veterans, people who had retired, and they couldn't even talk to workers. The purpose of the ALRA is to hold elections and investigate unfair labor practices to determine whether anybody's being deprived of their rights. And if you can't speak Spanish, it's pretty hard to go to the fields and talk to workers who only speak Spanish. So the law wasn't working. Dolores and the union people came to Sacramento and picketed the Agricultural Labor Relations Act, and that's where Sam Cohen got together the task force that Shirley was on, and that led us to I guess the challenges. I mean, the biggest challenge for me was to leave. I'd been at CRLA and been doing pretty interesting stuff representing farm workers in civil matters, but I hadn't been doing any labor law, and I didn't know the labor law, but I took the job and went there, and it was a challenge. The first challenge was to leave CRLA to go to the ALRB. And then once I got there, I realized that the ALRB, while it was a result of an agreement between Jerry Brown and Caesar and the growers didn't accept it. And they were fighting to the last person. And whatever that meant, that's what it took for the growers to win. So I guess the biggest challenge was for me was the opposition after choosing to do it, was the opposition that the growers were placing on y'all, on Shirley, Carlos, and Luis's effort to enforce the law. I mean, I'll tell you but for people like those three people, there never would have been an ALRB. There still wouldn't be an ALRB. And that would have really hurt the UFW, because all the ALRB was doing was saying to the growers, you have to follow the law. And that's really what Carlos, Luis, and Shirley were doing, was making sure that the law was being enforced.
The Agricultural Labor Relations Act states specifically that farm workers have the right to join a union. Now, with that right are the challenges that many of us confronted, because the growers did not want the union. They did not want the workers to vote for a union. And so it became a real challenge. As a state agent, I represented the government. So, we had to make sure that the farm workers trusted us so that they would take part in the process of voting. And so because they had the right to join the union, they also could not be intimidated, could not be harassed, could not be, if they wanted to wear a button to work, they had a right to wear a button. If they wanted to talk to organizers in the field, they had a right to talk to organizers. And we had to make sure to enforce that. The challenge for us was, how do we enforce that so that they trust us and so that the growers don't challenge us in the work that we have to do? And the challenge then was, they did challenge us. They did fight us. They did do things to intimidate the agents so that we could not fully enforce the law. What do you think, Carlos, about what were some of the challenges and for you when you were working at the LRB?
Well, obviously they will give us the wrong directions where people are going to be. They were terminating people because they were exercising their rights to organize. They were harassing, intimidating workers, and there were all kinds of activities that were going on in the Salinas Valley, because that was my first experience. And obviously that had an impact on how people exercise their voting rights. So I knew that the rules needed to be clear, they needed to be concise, we need to focus them, and then those rules needed to be enforced. So by enforcing those rules, and that made it possible for workers to see the product of them exercising those rights, and the reinstatement when they were terminated, or their cease and desist orders for the growers to stop harassing, intimidating, and terminating workers. So there were many issues involved, but I think overall, when we moved to Imperial Valley, we eliminated the way the things were run in Salinas, and we made a more of a focused, efficient process that all the workers benefited from the work we did there.
But didn't you take some kind of action too, as an employee, to make sure that you and me and everybody else was protected?
Well, yes, we organized the Agriculture Workers Union, and we used that as because in order to protect us, because there were some political forces that were exercising their power in the activities that we were having in the LRB. So we figured that was important for us, because I got terminated at one time. I believe that Luis, I think you received a suspension.
Yes.
And other people were receiving problems. But this was more or less on the second part after the agency was shut down, when all those things occurred. But prior to the agency being shut or closed, we were pretty much focused on the enforcement of the law and the education of farm workers to know exactly what their rights were.
I would like to,
Luis,
yes.
What were the challenges and the barriers you confronted?
Yes. So once I got hired in August, almost at the same time, Mo was in Sacramento and I was in Salinas, because that's where the peak harvest was going on in Salinas. And we were trained by the NLRB people in Sacramento for about 2 or 3 weeks. And like Mo said, all these people were retired people, pretty old, and they did not speak the language. And their attitude was very much, they have been, the NLRB has been around for over 40 years. They're pretty institutionalized. They're bureaucrats. And the people that retire from there, their jobs was the most important thing. But for us, the new people that were hired for the LRB, our role, in some ways, we were organized by the movement of the workers. And you had representatives like Roberto Garcia, who was in the panel, the UFW panel, Jose Renteria, Sabino, and Chava Bustamante. these were leaders of the farm workers who would come to the ALRB and with the workers. And we as state employees were supposed to implement the law. And when whatever petitions they filed, whether election petitions or fair labor practices, we were gonna investigate, or we were gonna, in the beginning, it was nothing but elections for about a month. We were not investigating charges. The growers were discharging a lot of employees. That's what created a lot of the chaos too. And you had people from the NLRB who just didn't know what was going on. And that created a lot of frustration. But little by little, there were some like Frank Fernandez, who was at that point, he was a graduate law student. He had just graduated from Berkeley, I believe. And as workers, what Carlos is talking about, that we eventually formed the ALRB Workers Union, was that we were being, the people that we had coming in, we were working together to implement the law, and whoever we felt was not prepared to do that, we will challenge. So, and the chaos got so bad, because you have to remember that the first general counsel that was appointed was also a former NLRB lawyer. His name was Walter Kins. He only lasted about a month, because the Teamsters, or you also had to think about the Teamsters were pressuring, and so was the UFW and the growers. And the growers, it was not to their interest in reality, to see that the law functioned correctly. So it was just through the force of the hopes of the farm workers and the legislation that they had to play the game, and the legal game. Those were challenges, in the sense that we also had the NLRBs whose attitude was, some of them were racist, some of them just didn't know any better, but trying to use us who were college educated as just interpreters. But eventually all that comes into a head, because within 6 months of the board being implementing the law, and a lot of the elections, about 80% of the elections were being won by the UFW. And the Teamsters, as you heard this morning from the UFW, they had a sweetheart contract with the growers, where the growers had brought in the Teamsters. That was a pretty sad history of the Teamsters Union, when they allowed themselves to be used like that. But that's what was going on during that time, and that created a lot of chaos.
I just want to reinforce that the ALRA, the Agricultural Labor Relations Act, specifically said to encourage and protect the right of workers. So we took that very seriously as people in the field, to encourage them, to make sure that they voted freely of any intimidation, to encourage them to file unfair labor practices when they were fired for wearing a button, or for talking to an organizer in the field, or for supporting the other workers that were being fired. We were encouraging that. And what the growers and the opposition were doing were discouraging it, and they were trying to discourage us. And that's one of the reasons we had to start the Agricultural Labor Relations Workers Union, so that we too could have protection, because many of us were trying to be discouraged of being aggressive and forceful in enforcing the ALRA. I don't know how many of you know, or you probably weren't even born when the lettuce boycott and the grape boycott were taking place. As a result of those boycotts, they forced the growers to come to the table to sign the Agricultural Labor Relations Act, and to be in partnership with the union to make sure that they could enact the ALRA and the ALRB. And, so that's where we came on board. I think one of the challenges for me was that one is also being a woman, and sometimes being the only woman in the room, and for me not to feel intimidated. I know one time I was in a meeting in Salinas, and all the board came, and they said, "We want to know who is Shirley Trevino." And so I stood up, and they go, "Oh, we thought you were taller," because I was forceful and I was aggressive about it, and I guess they assumed that I was 6 foot tall because of that aggressiveness. And so as students, when you go out to join the workforce after you graduate, you have to make sure that within your workforce, you are just a strong Chicana, a strong Latinx, a strong Latino who really works to make sure that there's equality and fairness at your job site, just like we were doing in our work. You have anything to add, Mo?
God, Shirley, I could probably talk all afternoon about the ALRA, and so I'm not going to do that. The only thing would be, to the students, I would say, don't forget where you come from, that you are the future, and people who are needed, Latinos especially, but also African Americans, Asians, white people, because it's important we all work together. The UFW could not have done it if it was only Latinos or only white people. And it's important that we all work together, and that you really are you're the ones who are going to do it, because we're like throwing the ball to you. And as I said, I could go on for a long time, but I'm not going to do that. I just want to thank everybody for listening to that little bit that we have to say. It's like, especially the students, because you're the future.
I would like to address the issue of working for the state, for an institution like the state. And what was the beauty of the challenge that we had was that here was a new law. No one really knew how it was going to be implemented. But we all started with Mo, Byron Giorgio, Tom Tostel, all these great lawyers. And then you also had the UFW legal department, who was very, very competent attorneys filing the unfair labor practice charges. And then you had people like Chava, who led the workers in petitioning for elections. So it was, these are the people that made the whole thing work. People who were implementing this law in good faith, and those that were against us, well, we confronted them, and we were not afraid. We were not afraid.
I think that Luis is right. What we got was a blank slate. It was clean.
Yes.
And I think the wonderful part of having been part of the LRA in its inception was that we were able to structure it in such a way that it became effective. Initially, it wasn't. Like Luis said, in Salinas, there was all kinds of chaos. NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, had been doing this for many, many years. So when they brought their people, they brought bureaucracy. We tore down that bureaucracy and said that we're going to structure the LRB in a way that encourages farm workers, that they feel confident that they can come to the offices and file unfair labor practices, that file their petitions to have an election. And I think that was the beauty of being young and aggressive and a fighter for those rights. Because if we had been regular bureaucrats, it would have become the National Labor Relations Board. But let me tell you, ALRB now is like a bureaucracy. The good people have gone and moved on to other things. But so I think that, we had a big and beautiful impact on that. And farm workers were able to vote 90% of the time or more for the UFW. They were not afraid to challenge the Teamsters, who were also trying to organize them, but they also had the courage. One time Carlos did an election, and the farm worker voted in blood. I guess he had cut his finger and he put an X in blood. So for the last part of our presentation, we're going to talk about what we felt were some of the major accomplishments that we achieved, as well as other people within the whole parameters of agricultural work. What did we achieve, Carlos?
Well, when the harvesting moved to Imperial County, I mean, that's when I met you in Salinas, and that's when we decided to organize an approach to make the ALRA more focused, more responsive, and obviously to conduct investigations as fast as we could in order for us to return workers that were terminated back to their jobs. So what we did, there was a flyer that was developed, and that flyer had all the rights the workers had. We got up at 2 o'clock in the morning. We went and visited the Calexico area where 10,000 farm workers congregate between 2 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning to look for work. So we went and hit every bus, every group of workers, and we told them, the fact that we have a new law that guarantees the workers the right to vote, to elect or not elect a union. So we went and we asked the farm labor contractors or their foreman or the company foreman to move to the side so we can talk to the workers alone on the bus or on wherever they were. And then we informed the farm labor contractors and the foreman actually about the rights the workers had and how can they exercise it during the time they're working for the company. So we enforce those, but we pass out those flyers morning after morning. We keep repeating and letting workers know that they had those rights and they had a choice of electing a union or not electing one. So we all work collectively in doing this kind of work. We were all given the same message. We were all making sure that whoever got unjustly demoted or terminated, whatever it is, that the case will be investigated in the fastest way possible. So we'll have a hearing or negotiate a settlement with the growers. At one time, I remember in the Calexico Armory, we give away, a lot of checks to farm workers that had been terminated and they were reinstated. So we were giving the checks to them, and other workers were noticing that actually we were responding to those violations very fast. So when the elections started taking place in Imperial Valley, the UFW cleaned up slate. They won all the elections that happened in Imperial County, and that happened because you tell the workers what rights do they have. We enforce those rights when those rights were violated, and I think that had a very strong impact on the workers, but not only on the workers, but it also impacted the grower community because they refused to refund the agency towards the end of, I think in March, I believe it was, and they cut us the funding. So we didn't have any money to continue working. So, obviously, somebody panicky about it and stopped the enforcement of the law. That's it.
Yeah. Luis, what about you? What do you think were some of the major accomplishments that took place while we were at the LRB?
Well, we through the chaos, we learned a lot. And as long as you had organizing in the fields and leadership like Salvador Bustamante and Jose Renteria pushing us to do our job. Because what Cesar and the UFW, Dolores Huerta, said to us as board agents was they didn't need any favors from us. What they wanted was a professional implementation of the law. And that's exactly what we were doing. And that's why as we moved along, because as you will know, elections can be challenged. And if they can prove that the board agent was biased, that election can be overturned. But we were training the people that we hired, because when we were funded again, we were able to be involved in the hiring of more competent people. They had to speak Spanish. The lawyers, it was preferred that they speak Spanish, and they came from all the people that came back in 1976 were very bright, and they were committed to the law itself. And so the rest was, as long as there was organizing from the bottom, we could continue to improve the implementation of the law. And we were successful at what we used to call worker education, which was to go to the companies, even if there wasn't an election, just organizing taking place. We could go and tell the workers what their rights were. And the right was that if a union organizer came in, they could talk to him and be protected. That if those rights were not respected, they could file unfair labor practices. Both either the unions, here we had the Teamsters in the beginning, and then you had the UFW, but the biggest complaints by the workers was always the foremen, the employers' agents who were doing the illegal activities, trying to prevent the union from coming in. And as we all know, once you have a union contract, it's going to cost the growers some money that they have never had to spend before. So that is the status quo, and the status quo is not satisfactory when workers are organized and they want to have a medical plan, pension, and all the protections that are necessary for them to live with dignity.
Mo, what about you? What do you think were some of the biggest accomplishments that you feel you did or the agency overall accomplished?
Thanks, Shirley. Yeah, no one. I didn't do anything. We did stuff together, and I mean the three of you and the people with the union and all the people who did it. I mean, when the day I met Cesar when I was still a law student, we were talking about farm workers, and he said, "Well, the most important problem we have is more important than the low pay is it no dignity." And I heard that this morning from, I think, Java and maybe with Roberto, saying the same thing, basically. There was no dignity for farm workers. The people who put food on our table were just considered something less than normal. So that was the most important thing. The CRLA was able to instill in workers dignity, that if they had rights, and those rights would be enforced. The other thing that I was able, and we were able to do, was when the law was first passed, the UFW organizers were being arrested for going into the fields to talk to workers. And so the ALRB, the board, passed a rule called the access rule that guaranteed organizers the right to go talk with workers. Now, I know some of even Carlos and Luis got either arrested or hassled for going into the field to talk to workers. But anyways, so the growers attacked that rule. We were taking their property without due process. We went to the California Supreme Court and we won. And California Supreme Court said workers have a right to have the union people come to talk to them in the fields. Now, 45 years later, the United States Supreme Court, which are the Bush appointees, or the Trump appointees, have agreed to granted a writ of certiorari, which means they're going to maybe get rid of that law. And even though we argued to the United States Supreme Court now, that our only hope is that we get the states' rights people to go with us, is that they'll say the states have a right. We passed the California Real Legal Assistance passed the access rule to stop the violence in the field between the Teamsters and DFW. And it worked. For 45 years, that violence ended because we were able to hold elections instead of and because Caesar was nonviolent, that we were able to to have law California work, and now that may all change. So that was one thing I was involved in, and I say I mean we. I didn't do the access case by myself, and we didn't do any of it by ourselves. And I suppose for those of you who, if there are college students who are hearing this, it's we, man. I don't care what Trump says about or Ronald Reagan, about we have to do stuff to change, and that's all of us. And Shirley, that's it.
Okay, I think one of the other big accomplishments is that we didn't look at our position in isolation. We believed that it was important. When you file an unfair labor practice, Carlos, Luis, or me would investigate it. Then it goes to the lawyer to review all the factual data, them to get the witnesses together, to prepare for the hearing. And then the next level is it goes before a hearing officer. So you need a good investigator, you need a good lawyer, and you need a good hearing officer, because without those three elements, you could lose your case. How many of you have gone to court and had a horrible judge? It's the same thing with the LOD. They had hearing officers that reviewed our cases. I don't know how many unfair labor practices I investigated and sent to the hearing officer. I didn't lose one case, not one, because we had good lawyers and we had good hearing officers. And so those people became important part of what it took to make sure that the law was effective. Additionally, we made sure that if a company lost their unfair labor practice, they had to put the workers back to work. They had to make sure that they paid them for all those lost wages. And they had to read what was called a notice to employees, where basically they were admitting that I won't use the nasty word, but that they'd screwed up. And so basically you were putting them in an embarrassing position because they had to read that notice in front of all the workforce. If they had 10 crews, you read it to the 10 crews. And so that served as an important organizing tool, because then the worker said, ay, fulano de tal, he got reinstated. So, and he was fired because he tried to join the union or he wore a button. That was a real strong incentive for workers to say, I'm not going to be afraid because, we will get our jobs back if we get fired or we get demoted or, we get laid off. But anyway, that I think it was a great part. And I think also Carlos mentioned earlier about the notice to employees. That was a real strong organizing tool out at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning to talk to farm workers that they had the rights that they had and that they could exercise them freely and openly without having to be intimidated. And if they were, then we were there to help protect them. So our last question for the audience to be presented with is that, what advice would you give to the younger and future generations for them to continue to be involved and to continue bringing about important and necessary changes to our community? Carlos.
Oh, well, I started doing this work in 1968. Then I worked with CRLA. I started doing community organizing. I started doing different things. And not every time or everything we did was a success. There were fallouts. Things did not turn out the way we wanted. Then we'll try something different. If we wanted to do and organize a farm worker community that was not getting proper education or lousy water through the water district or whatever it is. I mean, we tried the lonely way. I know best. And then we find out that it didn't work. So then what we did, we formulated questions, we canvassed the community, we got the feedback, and then we developed an agenda that applied to the needs of those communities. So basically what you need to do is whatever you find in your life, something that excites you, something that gets you really moving to create change or whatever it is, learn about it, learn your trade, hang around with people that knows the subject matter, someone that has been doing it for a long time, listen to their advice. I had a mentor. The person that mentored me, his name was Joe Rodriguez. He was the second Chicano that got elected to a city council right after the war. The first one was Roy Ball in Los Angeles. And Joe Rodriguez was the second one. To me, he was my mentor. And he's the one that I can always sound things out politically or otherwise. And, he was very much, very important in my life in that sense. So you had to persevere, you had to be focused, you had to be honest, you have to, never throw the towel. And there's always errors in everything we do, but those errors make us a better person because we learn from our errors. Some people, for example, when I started speaking English, I would speak English with other Latinos, Mexicanos, Chicanos, and they look at me and they say, ¿Sabes qué? Dímelo en español. In other words, we're telling me, we don't understand you. Some people will feel, bad that somebody's shining you off, but instead of doing that, I knew I was doing something wrong. So now I find out the pronunciation of those words and I keep repeating them until I add them to my vocabulary. And that's one of the ways that I learned to speak English. So you never, you have to always persevere. You have to always be positive. You have to look for different angles. Think outside the box.
Carlos,
not.
Carlos, thank you. We're running out of time, but we want to get to Luis. Luis, what would be the pointers to tell the audience on how to keep moving forward and trying to bring change in their community?
Very important question because
alert from mail. Garmin.
When I was in at University of California, Santa Barbara, I was lucky enough to have someone, a professor who had been with the Students for a Democratic Society, and they were part of the demonstrations that took place in Chicago. And he was very, very progressive. And also he was very much against the anti-war situation. And so I learned there about courageous people that wanted to create social change. And once I graduated, I was lucky enough to meet with Mo Jourdain, who has been just the greatest contact professionally that I have. And then once we go into the LRB, we meet again with very, very progressive attorneys, people who have been committed to social change. Bill Manning, as you know, became a state senator. And what you always have to be doing is staying close to people who have the same passion that you have, and prepare yourself professionally, because knowledge, once you have knowledge about what your role is in whatever profession you choose, you will create that change. Here with us, it has been the implementation of the LRB. Once, like Carlos was discharged, but then he got his job back with full pay, and myself, my record was expunged, and they did not stop me from becoming the regional director for the largest office in the San Joaquin Valley. So, and once the Republicans came into the office, that was George Majan, he started discouraging the implementation of the law. Then I decided I left, and I went into law school. I graduated from law school, and I worked as an investigator for the alternate public defender's office here in San Diego for a few years, and defending, indigents charged with crimes. And that was an experience that it just continues on my work to try to do the best I can while I'm alive.
We have 1 minute left before our hour. And I just want to say that there are different people that cross your paths on a daily basis. Some are negative and some are positive, and you want to follow those people that are positive and that you know will join you as a we team to make the changes that are necessary in this world. I started my organizing when I was actually in junior high school, because I got this award for, being a smart Chicana. But anyway, in high school, I organized back in the 60s, I organized one of the first Chicano organizations on campus. And what I want to say about that is that wherever you go, you have the opportunity to organize for the betterment and the good of others, organize for the betterment and good of even your organization. Amazon, look what those workers did. They decided they wanted to form a union, and they weren't afraid, even though they got intimidated. They weren't afraid, and they went out there to try to organize a union. So there, as you head toward your future, you're going to see a lot of challenges. Some of those you're going to take on, and some of those you're not. But those that you take on, do it with passion and do it with conviction, because that passion and that conviction is going to make sure that you win. Thank you for participating, and I'm so glad that you joined us. I think part of you registering for this symposium is a step that you made for your future. And as you go over all the different panels that have been presented, you're going to pick a little bit of here and a little bit of there, and it's going to impact. We've tried to present a little bit of history. You're right in Monterey County in the Salinas area where many of that history happened. And we hope that you learned a little bit about us and what we did and the important work that had to take place back in the early 70s after the boycotts. Thank you very much.
I'm Steve Albert. I teach economics at MPC. And for those of you who are here, I'd love to get some questions. There's a couple questions written in the chat room by David, which are kind of forward-looking. And before I get to those questions, I have a list of questions that I'd like to ask. But if it would be okay, I'd like to kind of push you back to the time of the 70s and if I'm picking up on this right, you were young lawyers, and what it felt like in terms of the 70s and the culture that surrounded the 70s and what you were doing there and the impact of all of that on your own motivation, I guess. And if you felt like you were young lawyers at a time doing something that was of its time.
We were not, Carlos, Shirley, and I were not lawyers. We had our BAs, our bachelors, and Mo was the only lawyer here in the panel.
But I think to answer your question is that I've kind of always been a self-motivator. After high school, I left to join Vista in New York and met some wonderful people, including Dorothy Day, who talked about the struggle for her and the organizing that she did. And people along the way in your life present those positives that you say, yes, I believe in the work that she did. And I'm going to go out in this world and I'm going to try to do that same work. And so when I got back to Santa Clara, the first thing that hit my plate was the lettuce boycott and the grape boycott. And we were called to boycott Safeway. And so I organized a boycott Safeway on my campus. And Safeway was only 3 blocks away from Santa Clara University. So it was easy for us to do that. But, I think that what motivated me is all the people that I surrounded myself that supported the way that I looked at the world and the way that I think I was an idealist. I went to Vista to change the world. And I was sent to a small town called Perkinsville, a hamlet of 100 people that were all farm workers. And I think that I did make an impact there too. Carlos?
I think I spoke about that earlier. But I've been involved in community activities. I work the citizenship drives. We help a lot of people become citizens. Thousands of people become citizens. I work in the Amnesty of '86. We help a lot of people gain the legal residency. We've always been active, and I was a former school board member. We organized those school districts, got rid of bad representatives from there, changed the scope of a school district hiring, made it more balanced, and improved the education of kids. So there's a number of things that we've done throughout our lives. I mean, I'm 72 years of age, so it's really hard to remember all the things you've done. But the activity, I mean, we have always been active. I mean, I don't think I ever had the time off or a year off, because that's part of life. That's part of living, as far as I'm concerned. And I think my friends here can agree with that. So, I mean, there's been so many things that we've done, but I think you always have to focus on what's best, and not on your judgment, what's best by the collective knowledge of the people that you want to help. I mean, you're there to help guide something, not to make it up for them. So people have to learn to do stuff for themselves. So, I've been very active, like I said, in this. There's so many things to talk about, but it's always the common good is what's best, what makes people lives better. And that's what I've done, but not I but it's always a group, it's a collective, the people involved in bringing change.
Yeah, and that's the only of the three of us. On paper, I was the only lawyer. In real life, the three of you did as much law and knew as much as I did. I mean, I was lucky. I was in the right place at the right time. I got out of law school right when the union was organizing. I went to Salinas where it was happening. I mean, it's all just, it really is, you gotta be in the right place, right time. When you see something wrong, you say, okay, I'm gonna just do what I can do to change that. And that could be labeling Latinos mentally retarded because they speak Spanish instead of English, or I can see farm workers stooped over in the field using the cortito. It doesn't matter. It's wrong, and you do whatever you can do to do something. And it was like people like Hector de la Rosa, who has passed on, who did as much as any of us at the ALRB or FCRLA to fix the stuff that was wrong.
Thank you.
For me, I've never stopped not organizing, whether it was in my community against police brutality. We started the first, it was called Community Alert Patrol. We patrolled the police on Friday and Saturday nights while I was in college. I didn't go to parties because I was out on the streets at 2 a.m, making sure that police didn't beat up on Chicanos in the East Side San Jose. My last few years was working for a progressive city in San Francisco, implementing labor laws there for the city and county of San Francisco, specifically prevailing wage laws. So my whole life, I think, has been dedicated to fighting for the underdog.
David Serena asks, what is the current status of the ALRB and the farm workers? Are farm workers still filing for elections and unfair labor practices?
Yeah, I just tell you the answer is yes and yes. I mean, it's not, you don't hear about it anymore because Caesar's gone really now, and they're doing it. They're still, I just get messages from Mark Grossman, who's like the spokesperson, and they are still winning elections, and they are still filing unfair labor practices.
If you subscribe to the UFW newsletter, you're finding that they are addressing other issues like pesticides in the field, minimum wage. They're not only organizing to try to bring workers into the union, they're also organizing against other issues that are affecting our state and affecting our country. And they ask you to sign a petition every now and then, or maybe once a week, against certain against certain discriminatory practices that are taking place. The other day, I got an email about the water in the fields. So I think the organizing is not as intense as it was in the 70s. In the 70s, there were over 1,000 elections. And now you maybe have a handful here and there. And they're still, like in Garawal, they're still fighting a bureaucracy. We left. So, I don't think there are any two good people that remained, and new people got hired. We weren't there to educate them, to talk about how you aggressively enforce the law. And so what you have is you're having elections being held within the LRB structure. And I don't think you have that encouragement taking place by field people.
No, they don't have the staff and they don't have the funds. But that's exactly what the Republicans did when they came into office in 1983. They started cutting back on the hiring, cutting back on the funds to have enough people to investigate, and they discouraged any acts of worker education. Consequently, people who didn't want to just become bureaucrats, the best people left the agency to do other things. And they have become very successful. Successful lawyers, successful or moved into other agencies where they have also done things that are like in the labor commissioner's office. I think about Carlos, you worked there for a while, didn't you?
Where?
Labor commissioner's office.
Yeah, I work with the Labor Commissioner's Office, the Department for Employment and Housing, and I'm currently doing some work for the Attorney General's office.
So we have moved on, to have more impact. The LRB, when we left, we thought we could do better. And because we were not just going to be shifting papers and making believe that we were actually implementing the law, because that was not the case anymore.
You mentioned thousands of votes in the 70s. I'm wondering how the ALRB managed to be present at all those voting situations, or were you able to be?
Yeah, we were able to. They were not one right after the other. You scheduled them, every 2 days or every other day, because those elections had to take place in the fields, and so they were not all at the same time. And so if you might have an election going on in Salinas as well as the same time going on in Oxnard. And so it became manageable. We didn't sleep. Some of those elections were at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. For example, in the Central Valley, they have a place called the Oyo, and that's where all the farm workers would gather and get on the buses to get transported to the fields, either in Yuma or down to Blythe. And, we were out there making sure that they knew that 2 days from that day, they were going to be voting in an election, and that we wanted to make sure that they, were encouraged to vote.
And I'm very curious about that process. When you are at the moment of voting or at a vote, you're there to make sure all the rules are correct and people are encouraged and not discouraged, and there's no shenanigans going on. I imagine that is what was happening at that moment of the vote.
Yes, we made sure that, like, for example, in many of the elections, the foreman and the superintendent wanted to be standing there with their arms crossed, like, you better vote for the company, type of thing. We had to make sure that they were away from the voting area, that the workers were pulled out of the fields to vote, and make sure that all workers came out of the field to vote, that not one stayed in there. And we go out in the fields and say, okay, it's your turn to come out and vote, and make sure that they understood the process. We explained the ballot very carefully. The ballots would look like this, and they'd have the Teamsters on one side and the UFW on this, and we'd explain it very carefully that they had a right to vote for whatever union they wanted, whether it was Teamsters or the UFW, or to vote for no union at all. And so though we were aggressive, we did fully comply with the procedures and processes that were established according to the Agricultural Labor Relations Act.
It's very important to remember also that we're not only told foremen and supervisors to stay away from the election area, that we decided no organizers. The organizers, either the Teamsters or UFW, were never allowed to be close to the ballot box. So the workers and the parties, because the parties eventually, we were able to administrate the law to the point where we were doing the elections and they knew, the employers, the Teamsters and UFW knew that we were professional in implementing the law, that we were not biased. We could get, there were some elections that the UFW did not win. And the reason why they didn't win was because they didn't have the support of the workers. But our focus was for the workers to voice their opinions through the ballot box. And the majority of 90% of the elections were won by the UFW. That's a historical fact.
And these elections were secret ballot elections, whereas before they were not secret ballot elections. And was that part of your remit to ensure that secret ballot was happening?
I think the ALRA was always secret ballot. And before the ALRA, there was no elections because it was unlawful for workers to organize. It was syndicalism to organize a union if you were not covered by the NLRA, which was all farm workers were not covered and domestic workers, all workers of color, in other words. But under the ALRA, every ballot was secret ballot.
Thank you. David asks, are there other farm worker unions other than the UFW organizing in California?
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, the answer is yes, but they're small and they're like off. I know here in, maybe it was in Salinas, it was Carlos and I, we met, there were Teamsters, I think, who were organizing, I forget who it was, which company we were at, but for sure the Teamsters are still around, and there are other small unions too. And Carlos, maybe if you know, do you know what company it was?
No, I don't know, Mo.
I remember that when we started, you had the independent union. I remember, I can't remember the name of the president, but Cano was the vice president of the union, independent union workers. Remember, Mo?
I remember that barely, yeah. Because it was always the UFW and Teamsters.
Right. They were the major union, but the independent union led by a former Teamster was around for a while. And they were also sometimes on the ballot. So we were able to work with all the parties. Carlos was very good at negotiating with the Teamsters, and so was Shirley. All of us were our commitment was to implementation of the law. And they knew that we were doing that, and that's why they cooperated.
And I think the other part of this we haven't mentioned was that if the growers refused to bargain, they and the UFW or the whatever union was on that across the table, and the companies were refusing to bargain, they had a right to make the employees whole for refusing to bargain, so that if they didn't bargain for a year unlawfully, the workers would get a year's worth of pay that was equivalent to any wage increases they could have had or any benefits they could have had. And I calculated many make-whole cases where workers got the difference between what they were making and what they would have made had they negotiated a contract. And that was another part that I think was important.
Another member from the audience, another question. Are are your families following in your footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, just talk for me. I have the answer is yes. I have a son who is with the public defenders in Colorado, representing mostly natives. I have a daughter who's teaching mostly Spanish-speaking kids in Southeast San Diego, and I have a wife who's been teaching those same kind of kids as long as I've known her, and so. The answer for me is I think yes, and I think if you go around the table, it might be the same answer for other people. I know Luis has a son, a lawyer.
I have a partner who's an artist, and he's done art classes for farm worker kids in Soledad and Gonzales and low-income children in San Jose. And he's also worked for a nonprofit housing corporation, making sure that the residents were treated fairly. It's called South County Housing in Gilroy. I have a son that went into prevailing wage investigations. He was hired by the labor compliance managers. He has done $1 million audits. It's not farm work, but it's construction workers. A lot of them are immigrants, Latino immigrants, Asian immigrants, and he's done $1 million audits in restitution. For example, if you're a plumber in San Francisco and they pay you $12 an hour, where the prevailing wage is $100 an hour, he would calculate that difference. So he's followed in that footstep. He was laid off during COVID, and now he's looking to go back into the prevailing wage field. And my other son, he decided to be a DJ. And he's living in San Francisco and just really enjoys music. And he's also done a lot of DJing for, companies, nonprofits that don't have, can't pay him. He's volunteered his work for that kind of thing.
Today is my 45th wedding anniversary. And the 8th of May, my wife, I met her in Sierra Leone when I went to work there at the Salinas office. She was a secretary. And that was in 74 when I met her. In 76, we married. And then we have two sons. One of them went on into University of California, Santa Barbara. He graduated with a BA in philosophy, and then he went to law school in Wisconsin, and then transferred to Berkeley, and he's a lawyer and presently, and he works for a Japanese pharmaceutical. But again, he has the values of doing the right thing. My other son is at the University of California at San Diego, and he is a third year student there, trying to get a philosophy major.
I have a daughter that works for the district attorney's office in San Bernardino. She assists the victims of crimes, helps them put their life together as financially as much as possible. She's been doing that for, 6 years. And I have a son who's a surveyor. He does a strong union man, and he works for a company where he gets paid prevailing wages.
But I think the challenges for me as a woman was, leaving my children behind sometimes, because I had to go to El Centro, or they were babies when they were born, and I'd have to go out to other parts of the state to run an election or investigate an unfair labor practice. I was sent to 1979 during the lettuce strike over in in Central Imperial Valley. My son was not even a year old, and I had to take him with me because my husband had just gotten another job. And so fortunately, my husband was from the Valley, and I could rent a room from somebody there. And I took my mother so she could watch my son. But those are the challenges that I had as a woman. The guys could pick up and leave anytime they wanted to because they had the wives back home taking care of the kids. But for me, it was a little different.
One thing I forgot, I have another son. He also does mostly got into construction and in the retail business. I mean, into the real estate business. So I just like to mention that too.
Thank you. We have a question here from the audience about maybe the difficulties and of actually adjudicating unfair labor practices in elections and election challenges, and that it could possibly be slow and difficult for ALRB lawyers and UFW lawyers, and that can complicate the trust between the lawyers and the workers. Is that something that you can speak to?
Yeah, I'll try that. I mean, to me, it was not difficult. I mean, it's simpler than trying a case in a courtroom, I believe. I mean, I've done both over 50 years now, and I mean, the ALRBs, number one, all the cases I ever had were United Farm Worker members who were discriminated against. And there were cases I did with Carlos and Shirley and Luis all over the state to try to stop the discrimination or the discriminatory firing or the discriminatory refusal to hire. But the workers are always super, and the union has people who actually prepared them for trial before we ever had a trial, before we, as a lawyer, met with them at trial. And obviously, Shirley and Luis and Carlos helped a lot doing that too. But for me, the trials, the ALRB trials were a piece of cake compared to most courtroom trials where you have 5 lawyers there and everybody wants to talk, and maybe you have a judge that's on your side, but probably you don't. And I mean, I just know, I mean, I did a lot of labor commission trials too, and the ALRB are similar to that in the sense that they're both made for, you could do them without being a lawyer. As you could be a worker and go in there and win your case. And if Luis or Shirley or Carlos has a different feeling,
the only thing that is important, I think, it was kind of like intimidating at the beginning to have these big law firms from San Francisco, like Litter, Mendoza, and Fastiv, and then from Los Angeles, Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher, because money can buy big lawyers. And these guys were big lawyers. But what we had going for us was that we believed in the law, and these lawyers could have had a lot of experience with the NLRB. But as far as the ALRB, we were the state employees. We were the ones that initially decided what the law was. And if they wanted to play along or do the job for their employer or the Teamsters Union or whoever, was that they had to be able to convince us in the LRB that there was a violation of the law or that there was an election that needed to be conducted. So no, once you have, and the same thing happened with the organizers. The organizers knew the role. You have heard from Salvador Bustamante, Jose Renteria. These were people who took positions of leadership, and they were professional within the context of the representation of the workers that they were representing. So I think that happens in every field.
We're almost out of time here. There is one last question about unionizing efforts currently, and just your thoughts about the future, and have they slowed down, or do you expect them to continue?
What was that question again?
Have unionizing efforts slowed down, do you think? And do you expect them to become stronger or continue?
No, I think the union's effort it's gonna continue all across the state, not only with farm workers, but I worked in San Francisco as the biggest union supportive town in all of California. The power of the unions is so incredible because the unions were not getting anything done, accomplished through going through the state, the Department of Industrial Relations. So at that time they talked to Willie Brown, and he established standards enforcement, and that's where I went to work, so that we could investigate much more quicker than the bureaucracy of the state. And we did, and we accomplished that. And I found that in working with those unions, they were still out there. As a matter of fact, I think when I was there, I did this case for the electricians, and the electrical company says, how can I resolve that? And I said, you can resolve this by becoming a union company. I think if you become a union company, then you can work more closely with them and never break the law, because pretty much they operate by the books. And he did become a union company. And so I think that moving forward under this administration, that they're going to support unions and the work that they do. I'll tell you, I never went to work for a non-union organization after I left the LRB. Even if it was a nonprofit, I made sure that they had a union because I know the benefits of it. And I know that farm workers that joined the union back in the 70s and the 80s, my hairdresser's father helped to organize Dorigo and Salinas. He is so proud of the pension that he gets to this day from the UFW. And though it's not a big pension, it still helps with the rent, So I think they're here to stay, and I think they're going to become stronger under Biden and Harris.
We're out of time, and I want to thank you all. I find it fascinating, and for you to put in the effort and come. And I'd like to thank David as well. It's been a great day, and I'm going to stick around for the rest of it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you guys very much for participating.
Thank you, David.
Guys.
Sí se puede.
It's always good to see all my friends from the struggles we had in the past. Luis, good to see you, Luis. Shirley, good to see you. Carlos, Mojo, good to see you guys. Thank you very much for participating, and I'm sure we'll see you again.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Such an important part of our history.
Yeah, very important part. Thank you very much.
So now in real life, the four of us sometimes, when we can do it legally, get together and have a beer.
Oh yeah, we got to do that now that we can get together. We got to do that. I have a plan for us to all get together and have a beer.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Albert.
So I think we're going to move into the next panel. Welcome, Ana Ventura Fares. Elvira Robinson.
Can you see me, David?
Yes. How are you, Elvira?
I'm good. This has been awesome. Awesome.
Rebecca.
Hi, everybody. We made it.
Hello. Yeah, we made it.
Hi, Rebecca.
I'm looking forward to this panel. You guys these are the tough ladies, man.
Oh, yeah.
Tough ladies.
Diana, oh my God, I haven't seen you. I drive by. Are you still in Castroville?
I still
All right, well, I have to drive by and
Dynamic women here. We have a lot of dynamic women, including Elizabeth Mullins. Yeah, so
so David, is Ana gonna be on?
No, she's not. No, Ana Caballero got a message from a representative saying she was not gonna be on today. So the time is for you four.
Okay, are people listening right now?
Yeah, people are listening right now. Yeah.
We're gonna start? Okay.
you can go ahead and start. I'm gonna get off, and you guys can start. Go ahead.
All right. I'm ready. Good afternoon, everyone, and all of you students that are listening today. It's been a wonderful day. We've had very inspirational speakers all day, and I'm so excited about this historic Chicano symposium. And I want to thank my dear friend David Serena for putting this together, and the Monterey Peninsula faculty and staff. You've been wonderful. I'm Elvira Zaragoza Robinson. I'll be your moderator for this panel, and you're going to be hearing from the first Chicana elected officials. That means all of the women that you're going to be hearing from have run campaigns, have been elected, and have made changes. And they're powerful. So I am happy to introduce them. But first, I want to tell you the 4 questions that they're going to be answering. What motivated or inspired you? What were your accomplishments? What were your barriers? And what do you recommend to young Chicanos and Chicanas? I'm going to introduce them first, and then we'll begin. Rebecca Garcia. She was born and raised in Watsonville with immigrant parents from Mexico who worked in the agricultural fields and canneries. She graduated from Watsonville High School, Cabrillo College, UC Santa Cruz, and San Jose State University. She was a hairdresser for 12 years and an educator for 28 years. Rebecca served on the board of trustees for Cabrillo College for 20 years and is currently on the Watsonville City Council and served as mayor in 2020. You'll also hear from Ana Ventura Fares, executive director of Catholic Charities, serving 4 counties with a variety of social justice services. Before that, she was the Equal Employment Opportunity Officer for 22 years of the County of Santa Cruz government. She was on the Watsonville City Council for 8 years, the Library and Planning Commission, an attorney for California Rural Legal Assistance in Salinas, and a plaintiff in voting rights cases in Monterey County. Diana Jimenez, Deputy Director of Aging, Adult Services and CalWorks, DSS, and former North Monterey County Unified School District Board Trustee for 16 years. Joining us on our panel is Elizabeth Mullins, instructor from Monterey Peninsula College. She's going to be helping us at the end of our discussions. She's going to be gathering questions from the chat and then asking us those questions when we're done. And I'm Elvira Zaragoza Robinson. I'm an attorney. I've been a lawyer for over 40 years. And I'm in private practice now in Hollister, although I had been a deputy district attorney in Santa Clara County as well. I was the board trustee of Gavilan College for 20 years. I'm a mentor to many people and an organizer of leadership conferences. And I'm proud to be on this panel. So let's hear from Rebecca Garcia first.
Thank you, Elvira. I'm so pleased to be here with you and the other colegas as first elected Chicanas. I was 6 years old when I started elementary school in the 1st grade. I was a Spanish speaker, but I did know how to count to 10 and say my ABCs in English. However, I could not understand what the teacher was saying. In 1 year, Mrs. Stringari taught me to speak, read, and write English to the extent that I was in the highest English reading group. I wanted to be a teacher just like her. Some of my friends would say they were going to college, so I decided I was going to go to college to become a teacher. Unfortunately, at the end of my junior year at Watsonville High School, I spoke to my counselor and told him that I would need his assistance to apply to college in my senior year. He looked at me and looked in my eyes and said, "Oh no, you're too poor to go to college. You need to become a secretary, but not just any ordinary secretary, but a medical secretary." So in my senior year, he enrolled me in shorthand, business machines, and typing. And upon graduation, he enrolled me in a secretarial program at Cabrillo College. I dropped out on the first day of class because I didn't want to be a secretary. I wanted to be a teacher. Instead, I became a hairdresser for 12 years, but I never lost my dream of being a teacher. In 1989, Watsonville won the lawsuit to change from at-large elections to single-member district elections. After that win, we went to Cabrillo College and said, "If you don't go to district elections, we will sue you." Consequently, they established 7 districts countywide, including a portion of North Monterey County. District 5 consisted of all the city of Watsonville. For the 1992 election, a white woman who had served several 4-year terms in what became District 5 decided not to run. I decided to run, and I was elected the first Chicana trustee to serve in the history of the governing board existence since 1959. That is 33 years without Latino representation. The reason I ran was because I remembered being told in high school that I was too poor to attend a university. I wanted to make sure that low-income Latino students could use Cabrillo as a stepping stone to transfer to a university and select whatever career they wanted. I was 30 years old when I started Cabrillo and received a BA and a teaching credential from UC Santa Cruz at the age of 35. I was grateful to Cabrillo in helping me become a teacher. I wanted to give back to Cabrillo, and that's why I decided to be elected to the governing board. I served as the only Chicano for the next 20 years until I resigned for political reasons. It took me 2 years to learn the system of community college. I was one of 7 votes for 20 years. The first encounter that I experienced where Latino voice was needed was when the Chicano faculty decided to celebrate Dia de los Muertos by building altars in the administration building. Beautiful altars were built, but after a few days they were taken down because several faculty members complained that it was a religious celebration and was contrary to the belief of separation of state and religion. I immediately spoke to the college superintendent and explained to him that Dia de los Muertos is not a religious holiday, but a cultural celebration to honor the death of our ancestors. I told him that if ever another issues relating to Hispanics, which what we were being called at the time, ever came up again, to check with me first before making a decision. Because I was the only Chicana on the governing board, I often was not listened to. Every year at the board, we would get a report on the faculty and staff demographics of the college. Every report would show that the faculty were primarily white, with very few Chicano faculty members. But it showed that there was an increase of Chicano employees at the lower staff level. So every year, I emphasized the need to hire more Chicano faculty and asked how that could be done. And it took me about 5 to 6 years of my advocacy to finally have the interview process result in Chicanos as being hired. But even as recent as 2019, the Cabrillo Chicano Latino Affairs Council advocated for a change in the hiring process to hire more Chicano faculty because they still remain underrepresented. I remembered that at least 2 governing board meetings, I advocated that Cabrillo become an Hispanic Serving Institute, but I was ignored. An Hispanic Serving Institute, for those that might not know, HSI, is a federal program that provides federal funds to institutions that are at least 25% Hispanic. The monies are aimed at providing better programs for Hispanic students for their success at community colleges. It wasn't until one of my white male colleagues advocated at a meeting that we should look into getting more federal funding by becoming an HSI, that we began the process. And we were awarded the designation, and we received thousands of dollars to begin a STEM program at the college. The white students took advantage of the STEM program, but nothing was done to encourage Hispanic students to also take advantage of it. Cabrillo became an HSI, but the college remained the same. It remained a white dominant institution. Today, 44% of the student body are Latinos, but the culture has not changed. The good news is that the current superintendent wants to make Cabrillo a true HSI, which means he's working with faculty to establish an ethnic studies program. And he has put out a proposal for a mural to be painted representing a true HSI. I remember that at 3 governing board meetings, I advocated that we establish a program similar to the Long Beach Community College. They had a program that worked with the Long Beach Unified School District to promise to make them eligible for college. I wanted to start the program with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District in Watsonville because they had a high number of bilingual low-income students. Again, I was ignored. But several years later, the superintendent took the promise idea and created a program where now every 4th grade students from PVUSD visits Cabrillo College in hopes of motivating them to begin their higher education at Cabrillo. Again, I had been ignored, but when the white superintendent suggested it, it was a go. For 20 years, I was a strong advocate for Latino students, faculty, staff, and community. My advocacy took many forms. I even asked at every meeting where a consultant or a company came for board approval, I would ask how many Latinos and how many women applied for the position. I wanted to have a process where outreach, particularly to Latino businesses, would occur. So why did I leave Cabrillo? For those that do not know the community college system, trustees are elected at the local level. However, there's a state California Community College Trustee Board, CCCT, and there's a National Association of Community College Trustee Board, ACCT. I had the fortune of being elected statewide to the CCCT, and in fact, I became the first Latina chair of CCCT. After my tenure at CCCT, I was elected to the National ACCT Board. As the chair of CCCT, I was able to have the board adopt a policy for the need of diversity in community colleges. As a board member of ACCT, I and other Latino trustees convinced the board to support the DREAM Act, and which was passed at the House of Representatives, but unfortunately not at the Senate. During my tenure in both the state board and national board, I learned about best practices for students, and in particular, Latino student success at community colleges. Best practices include addressing language barriers for Spanish-speaking students, having financial aid assistance for Latino students, provide one-on-one mentoring for college completion and transfer, and many others. Once a week, I would email the superintendent and ask if we could do a best practice for our students and even for our faculty and staff. I would ask him, what have we accomplished to date? Well, he got tired of my continual communication with him, and he was able to convince the other 6 white trustees that a new protocol be established. The new protocol was that no trustee could directly contact the superintendent outside of a board meeting. The trustee would have to send the communication to the board chair, and he or she would decide to forward it to the superintendent or not. Basically, the superintendent wanted to shut me up. I could no longer do the advocacy for which I was elected, so I decided to resign. I resigned February 2012. This meant the candidates would need to apply to be appointed to the board to replace me. I reached out to the community, and I was able to have a Latina and Latino interview for my position. Although the Latino was a stronger candidate, I believe they chose the Latina because they believed that they would be able to keep her quiet. Today, there's 1 Latina and 1 Latino on the Cabrillo College Governing Board, which is not representative of the 44% Latino student population, but nonetheless, they are strong advocates for the Latino community. Today, I sit as the only Latina in the Watsonville City Council. Last year, I served as mayor. As mayor, I had 4 goals established, but the pandemic put 3 of those aside. However, as a leader, you take advantage of other opportunities. In March of 2020, we had a stay-at-home mandate. Many lost their jobs or had hours reduced. This would affect their ability to pay rents. As mayor, I called for an emergency meeting to adopt a moratorium to avoid evictions of those unable to pay rent. Watsonville became the first jurisdiction in Santa Cruz County to adopt this moratorium. When George Floyd was murdered, I received so many emails criticizing our police department that I asked for a meeting with the police chief and the city manager. I told them about the many concerns I had received, and I wanted us to work with the community to address those concerns and make sure that the police department provided the best services they could. As a result, we now have a policing and social equity ad hoc committee that will work with the community to make recommendations to the city council to improve services from the police department. Whether you're a first or only Latina, Latino in an elected position, you have a responsibility to establish yourself as a leader. I want to encourage the Chicanas and other women listening to this symposium to consider running for community college trustee or for any other elected position when you return home from college. In Santa Cruz County, I'm the only Latina on the Watsonville City Council. There's 1 Latina in the city of Capitola, but none in the cities of Santa Cruz or Scotts Valley. The Board of Supervisors are all white men. There are 10 school districts in Santa Cruz County, and to my knowledge, only 1 Latina serves on any of the districts. And there are no Latinas on the water boards or recreation boards. And I suspect this is the same in San Benito County and Monterey County. So you need to move toward that which was created by those that become before you. Please run for an elected office. You as women are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. You're incredible. Next, we can hear from Ana Ventura Fares.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that.
Oops, she's frozen.
As you were talking, it made me think of some of the things that there's so many connections between the other people that we also heard. For me, you know, I was born in Imperial Valley. I was a migrant student, lived in Salinas and Watsonville El Centro, and my parents inspired me. They had, 4th grade education when they came over. When they were married and came over, they knew that, we could go to college, that there would be some barriers, but they really didn't tell us about those. They just said, you can do this, because we didn't get that opportunity in Mexico. So similar to Rebecca, said, no, you don't go, Mexican girls don't go to college. I guess the one difference is that I did tell my dad that, and that will help you. Or say things that try to put you down. You don't accept that. You find support, whether it's your family or your friends, and together, move to the thing that you want to do for yourself and for your community. So from there, I went to Santa Clara University, and I had just learned that Shirley Trevino went to Santa Clara University. So that's a nice connection as well. But the other motivator, I think what my parents did give me is faith. And I think faith in that the Creator will guide us and to help people. Another word I heard all through this day is providing dignity to farm workers. And I think that's part of my faith too, is that people deserve and justice and equality. So I think with that, and listening to and hearing Cruz Rey, and so help farm workers. I did want to become a lawyer when I was in high school. So I went to Santa Clara, and I went to school, and after law school, I guess I do want to say to students that you will pass things, you may fail at things, but don't again, or people say no to you. It took me 4 times to pass the bar, and at the 3rd time I was going to give up, and again my day way of turning it around as an opportunity, and then I did pass on 4th try. And I went to go work at CRLA for 5 years, and again I think it was Cruz Reynoso in his obit that said he was not a good CRLA attorney and went on to do other things, which that's not really true. But I worked at CRLA for 5 years, doing a lot of education on landlord training, landlord-tenant law. But what intrigued me, where I got into politics, which I didn't know I was going to, was Salinas, Monterey County had an affirmative action plan, and CRLA got to monitor that plan on county government. And again, listening to Rebecca, it all kind of ties in on, you could be advocating, organizing, like we heard in our prior presenters, and then it's like, how is government providing those services, whether it's city or county? And, are they hiring, are they not discriminating? Are they having equality in the questions to people? Do they have artificial barriers? And all that is when I started to learn a little bit about put in there, but at CRLA, I got to meet La Raza lawyers. So lawyers that we heard in the morning, and Jesse Sanchez, who died many years ago, who was one of the main organizers in East Salinas. I got to be with them. Association in Salinas, and Joaquin Avila, who came to work on the voting rights cases in Salinas and Monterey County. And I was fortunate enough to say, yes, I'll be a plaintiff in those cases. And that is another key way to improve our community. A little bit about what Rebecca was saying is that you get to, once you have fair district lines where communities could actually vote for the people they want, regardless of color. Ability for those votes that Rebecca's talking about on a school board, on a city council, on a county board of supervisor, right? So little did I know right now when I'm all the people this morning that as a plaintiff, as a CRLA attorney, as a plaintiff for this cause, then after when I looked in the newspaper and equal employment opportunity for Cruz, and he had a quote in the said, the county board of supervisors cares more about salamanders than people of color. I should apply for that job. And so I did, knowing that little seed of EEO, and how, making sure that the services are culturally, seen for Spanish. And so from CRLA, for those 5 years, I worked in the voting rights cases in Salinas, but then migrant ed that Congressman Farr was having, and I was there speaking on behalf of migrant students. And this man named Oscar Rios, who had just won his city council from the voting rights case fight that was appealed from Watsonville, with people like Rebecca and a lot of other good people in Watsonville with Cruz Gomez versus Watsonville. We had districts in Watsonville, but Watsonville, then also first the city councilman, definitely in California. He said, "Hi, who are you? You should be on one of my commissions. Who are you? Oh, I'm from CRLA." So that I got to the library commission, then the planning commission, and then during that time is when I got hired in the Equal Employment Office for Santa Cruz County government, and I was there for 22 years. And during this time, I was also on the city council, but it was an important was the sheriff's office or the public works or health services is who are our customers or patients, and how are we serving them efficiently with the eye of the efficiency, but really looking at it from like bilingual. Are you familiar with what your service is, and how are you promoting that? What kind of training do you have? And then also looking at the stats, like Rebecca's talking about, like what do the U.S. say about how many women should be in law enforcement in your county versus what you have, and there's a discrepancy. Why do you have that? So that was like I loved 22 years. And I saw how to community services and my work at city council. When you're at the city council, what I saw at CRLA, right next to a migrant camp. So I went to a city council at CRLA in Salinas saying, this is not right. And they put a hold on it because there was a lot of us there. And then they couldn't do anything about it because it was not zoned for, it was zoned for industrial, it was zoned for residential commercial mix. And Rebecca knows what I'm talking about. And it's not, so they couldn't put it there anyway. So they held it. But then the next meeting, what did they do? A zone where you could also have hazardous waste, which was outrageous. So we appealed that case, and that was the first environmental justice cases at a CRLA, and that's was critical. How I saw that combination of like the CRLA advocacy with city council, and then of course the courts, where we sometimes have an appeal, and of course we've heard this throughout the day. All those connections where we need the organizers, the advocates, the lawyers, people in government, people in city, in positions, elected positions, to together make a community that's better for all of us, especially people vulnerable and are in need of having somebody to have representation. So that's I don't know how many minutes I have to add the first question. I think I'll kind of just stop there and proceed and hear from Diana.
Well, Diana wants to go last, so I'm next. And so what motivated or inspired me, just like most of the people today, we have uneducated parents that worked in the fields, and us that worked in the fields, and we wanted a better life. We wanted better education. My dad went to the military, and he came out and he said, I expect the best from you. So that was in my head all my life. I had to do the best that I could. And when I was young, the only Latino Chicano teachers were only Spanish teachers. So they would say, oh, Elvira, you're going to be a great Spanish teacher. I said, okay. So I went to San Jose State, and I was going to be a Spanish teacher. But then this one Spanish teacher who had been a lawyer in Spain pulled me over and said, no, Elvira, no, you're going to be a lawyer. And so that changed my life. But the most important influence in my life was going to school at San Jose State just when the great boycott was starting, and the exploitation of farm workers. And Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta led the attack. El Teatro Campesino and my friend Luis Valdez were having teatros all over the colleges, all over the streets, showing how badly the farm workers were being treated. And so this started our Chicano student movement at San Jose State. And so we were protesting. We had outspoken Chicanos. We were picketing. We were boycotting. We were marching. We'd go to class and run and go and picket in front of Safeway. And we were fighting as students, not only against the treatment of the farm workers. It opened our eyes and said, we want a better education. We said, we want to see more of us, more Chicano teachers. We want classes that are relevant to us. So we started big protests on this campus all over California, and it spread all over the United States. And that was together with the fight against the farm worker treatment. And that stayed with me all through my life. What were my accomplishments? Everything in my life has been done with a purpose. It never had anything to do with notoriety or money. I knew the only way I'd get through college or law school was connecting with others. So we would always create groups, other Chicanos. If we're going to compete against those other students, we have to help each other. So we did that in college. And then in law school, we did the same thing. We had to compete against rich, white students at Santa Clara University Law School. And we knew the only way we could do it is by pushing each other 6, 7, 8, 12 hours a day studying until we made it to be lawyers, and so that we could fight our fights in our community. And I was the first Chicana district attorney in Santa Clara County. I fought for fairness and justice in the courtroom. I handled literally thousands of cases and tried numerous jury trials. I fought against the DAs that advocated to kick off minorities from the jury. And they thought that was the only way they could win a case, like whitewashing the juries. And I used to have big arguments. And I said, no, we can think, we can decide cases, and we should have a voice on juries. And also, I was the first Chicana president of the Raza Lawyers Association, which was mostly men. Back then, this legal field was a men's field. I mean, I was the only Latina. I was one of the very few women in that time. So I was very proud to be the first Chicana president of the Raza Lawyers. And what we did again was support each other in the courtroom, create scholarships for students, mentor students, and encourage young people to become lawyers. I was the first Chicana elected to the Board of Trustees of Gavilan College in Gilroy. My purpose and my goal was to advocate for the success of Chicano Latino students, to promote programs that would make our students successful. Just like Rebecca mentioned, Puente, Mesa, Trio, STEM. We created a Latino advisory committee. Also, another purpose was to get other Chicanos elected to boards throughout the state, and to city councils, and to board of supervisors, and at the same time be active in the Democratic Party. Other Chicano trustees like David Serena, Rebecca, and I, well, we connected from the different colleges, and we created a state Latino trustees. Why? To mandate changes for our students. We wanted to influence them statewide and promote our programs statewide and get somebody like Rebecca as our state president. And we did it. And so I value most in my life mentoring youth and helping create leaders to give back. What were my barriers? Well, just like everybody else, and I'm sure all of you students out there, is the lack of having parents who were educated. We had to do it ourselves. They couldn't sit with us and do our homework with us. It just wasn't there. We had to stand up on our own 2 feet and do it. And so that's what you two have to do. All you students, do it, and then get those groups together to support each other. When I was in college, I had a baby, and that was tough. I had to get childcare or take her to class with me. In law school, I took her to class with me, but I had a goal. I had the focus, I had the commitment, I had the sacrifice, and I had dedication. I had very little money. All these wealthy students at Santa Clara University would eat in the cafeteria with their delicious meals, and I would only have enough money for a cup of coffee. But again, when you're focused, that doesn't mean anything. What do I recommend to you, Chicanos and Chicanas? Have a vision. Dream big. And I know other people have said that. But you have to do a little bit more. Look at your dream or your vision daily. Write it down. When you write it down, you can see it. You have to focus and you have to plan. You have to work really hard because nothing comes easy. And we have to work twice as hard or 3 times as hard. But don't let anybody tell you you cannot do it, because you have to believe in yourself and have faith. Connect with others. That's very important to have mentors in those groups. But I believe in 3 things: mind, body, and soul. I had a class on that I taught. And I teach kids that, and I'm writing some kids' books. On your mind, take care of your mind. You have to rest. You have to relax sometimes. You have to meditate and take breaks because your mind can crack sometimes. We put so much pressure on ourselves. So balance. Take care of your mind. Take care of your body. There's so many lawyers. I see them, they don't exercise. They work through lunch. And I said, no, don't do that. I exercise every day. I don't care what I do it every day, and I eat right. Take care of your body. You take care of your cars. You go take them in, you get them furbished, you get gas, you check the tires. Do that for yourself. I do yoga. I walk on my treadmill.
Elvira, you're frozen.
And always never forget where you came from.
Yeah. Okay.
You were frozen for a while there, Elvira.
Oh, I was?
Yeah.
Oh, where did it freeze? Yeah, I don't know why it froze. Anyway, good luck
13.
to all the students. And I want to introduce now Diana Jimenez.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to be with you today. And I'm also so honored to be in the company of Elvira and Anna and Rebecca, who I have the utmost admiration for. So I wanted to be last because I always love to hear what people have to say, especially people like yourselves who have set the foundation for many of us and done a lot of the hard work so that those of us that come after you or with you, we can hopefully be a little more successful, and students can also rise up because of what you have done. So thank you so much. So again, my name is Diana Jimenez, and I'll start with motivation and inspiration. So for me, definitely the way I grew up has inspired me, and then also being a young mother of 3 young boys that are now young men. And so in regards to my childhood, I'm a 6th, 7th generation Texan on my father's side, but my parents, they worked and I worked as if we were all undocumented, meaning my parents followed the crops all over the United States. They traveled from state to state, and as a result, my 7 brothers and sisters and I were all born in different states, and they followed the crops. And so at some point in my life, I also became a farm worker. I dropped out of high school when I was 14, and I preferred to actually work in the fields and the strawberry fields, packing sheds, and not be in school. I really was not able to function well in high school. And I'll tell you why I dropped out. What I know in my experience is that when someone drops out of high school, it's not like, okay, tomorrow I decided that I will no longer go to school. It's a process that happens when you're teeny tiny, I think. And for me, it began in elementary school. My brothers and sisters and I, we were one of 3 families that went to predominantly all white school. And we were very poor and didn't fit in. Somehow we ended up in a middle upper class elementary school, even though we lived in a house that probably should have been condemned way before we ever moved into it. But we suffered a lot of I guess what you call now bullying, but it really was discrimination. Just as an example, like if my brothers and sisters and I would stand in front of the food line and they separated us, free lunch was on one side and the students that paid were on another side. But if we stood in the free lunch line, we were surrounded almost really daily, and we were made fun of because we were getting free lunch. And so anyways, just going through that and not really fitting in and not being accepted. I think by the time I got to high school, I'd rather work in the fields than struggle with fitting in and all of that. So that I never forget, and I hold on to those experiences because they have helped me as I've aged and matured and gotten involved in different things. And so my second motivation for me really are my children. They're the reasons why I have done a lot of things and stood up for a lot of things, such as standing up against racial profiling in our small community, and really taking a strong stance against it and trying to make changes. So those, I guess, again, my childhood, where I grew up, and then being a young mother has motivated me. Some of my accomplishments, and I'm going to start with that, and then I'll explain why. Although I dropped out of high school and I had to work in the fields and packing sheds and pick all kinds of crops, I ended up graduating from Hartnell College and CSUMB, but it took me 25 years because along the way, I had my children, and again, I had to continue working during the day and then going to school at night. So I wouldn't recommend that route, but life happens and we have to do what we have to do, right? The main thing is getting that degree. And then I also have served on 17 different boards and commissions, and not all at the same time. I think the most was 7, but these are commissions that I really felt passionate at different times. For example, the Mental Health Commission. I had a brother who suffered from depression, and toward the end, it was bipolar. And then at the very end, he ended his life. But I saw the injustices and the inequities in accessing mental health services for him, and that instead of helping him at what refers to as the shallow end of the pool, he had to get into the very deep end of the pool, and even then it was so hard accessing services. So that motivated me to join the Mental Health Commission and basically be a thorn on the commission side to try to influence change and access, especially in poor communities and Latino communities, for behavioral health services. And kind of those same commitments followed me as I joined other commissions like Chispas Housing, because of my experience growing up poor, living in barracks, traveling all over the different states. And by this time I had my own house with my husband and my children. I saw that so many other people were suffering and were still where I was as a child. And I felt like I needed to do what I could to advocate for housing for people who needed it and still need it, right? Because it's so difficult right now. So I've also served on the redevelopment committee because in the little town where I grew up, we would, there's so many apartments. But at the time when I was a young mom, there were no parks for me to take my children, and we could not afford to take my children to Disneyland or things like that. Just a decent little tot lauder park helped. And actually, that's when I met Ana Ventura, who, with her help, she was a lawyer then, and the help of my friend Philip McGuire, I remember going to their offices, and we would go through redevelopment law, study it, so that we could find out, like, why isn't there any money for a park? Why is it that all these apartments and business parks are being built, but nothing for our community? And it turned out that millions of dollars was coming into our small little community, but the decision makers were basically the business people, who were basically the landowners, who were making all that decision about the monies where they should be spent. And although our little town had like 87% Latino population, not one Latino served on these committees. So we were not represented in regards to our needs, such as a decent small little park for our kids. So I became a thorn on the redevelopment committee side as well. And anyways, I feel very proud and honored of the fact that I am the deputy director over several branches in the Department of Social Services, one being Aging and Adult Services, and the other one, CalWorks Employment Services. And I say this again, not because I'm bragging, but because my first experience with Department of Social Services was coming in as a young mom and needing to apply for services and Medi-Cal. And I remember going into the building back then, it was really kind of cold, government looking building. And the person who assisted me, this was like a low time in my life where I needed help. I just felt like I was being looked down on, and it was cold, and I told myself, if I ever, number one, I want to know what her job is, because I want to have her job. I want to apply for it. And I did get that job. It was eligibility worker. But more importantly, I wanted to be able to have and treat people who entered the Department of Social Services doors with dignity and respect, the way I could have been treated had it been a different environment. And so I'm proud of the fact that I'm in this role, because I can influence who gets hired and then how people are treated, and remind people. I share my experience with employees and say, this is a small community. It could be your mother, your father walking in, your brother or sister, your neighbor, or it could be you, like it was me so many years ago. And so we must remember to treat everyone that enters our doors with dignity and respect, and that any one of us are an accident away, tragedy away of entering and needing these services. But along the way too, I also feel as an accomplishment, I have met such amazing people like Anna, like Philip McGuire, like my friend Mel Mason, who was the head of the NAACP for a long time and an ex-Black Panther. And then Senator Bill Monning, who was also another strong ally. And then Elliot Roberts, who was the president of the American Civil Liberties Union locally. Meeting these amazing people helped me build confidence, and then be even stronger in the advocacy for making changes in all these different arenas. At some point too, though, I decided to run for North Monterey County Unified School Board. And, I think I was 30 when I ran, and I was shocked that I got elected. And then I got elected a total of 4 terms. And wow. So 16 years I served. And a few things that I'm proud of in that area is because of my experience in elementary school, having 2 separate lines, the kids with free lunch and the kids that were paying, I was able to share that story. And, it was a school board of 5 people. And I have to say, it was, I felt like I was respected on that board. It was just my own self-doubts, you always filled with self-doubt. And, you have to, I think as Elvira said, you have to work twice as hard, both, just as a woman and then being a minority, to prove yourself that, you deserve a seat at the table. But anyways, I was able to at least influence, let's change this policy where you separate out the little ones, the free lunch and the little ones that pay, because you're creating inequities there, and it's just not right. And so I shared my experience that we changed policy, so somehow they created a system where it didn't matter whether you got free lunch or you paid, you all had one line to get your lunch. And so it wasn't so noticeable who got free lunch. And then at some point everybody got free lunch, so that was even better. And then the other thing that I was able to influence on the school board, there were three things. One is taking a less punitive approach on expulsions and also suspensions and truancies, because there was disproportionate impact on minority students that this was that they were being either expelled or suspended, and or they're in a sense criminalizing truancy. And so because of my work with social service, and again my own personal experience, what I shared with my colleagues was that we needed to probe and look into, why is this happening? Why is this child acting up in school? Why are they not coming to school? Is it because they missed the bus and mom and dad are already out in the fields or out at work and no one's there to give them a ride? Is it because the younger siblings are sick and no one's there to take care of them? And if you're a little bit older, you have to stay home and take care of them, or an elderly grandparent. Or maybe they don't have clean clothes because there isn't a washing machine and there isn't soap to wash those clothes. And just a variety of things. It's like, again, instead of taking this punitive approach, look at what are the underlying issues that are preventing these children from excelling in school and being their best. And so I was also able to influence bringing in mental health services, because what I know, and all of us know, right, that the best trained teacher teaching to the best standards simply does not matter to a little one who's worried about where they're going to sleep tonight. Will there be food when they get home? Grandma getting sick because she's the only one left to take care of them. It just won't matter until we address these issues that our little ones are going through. And now with the pandemic, all of us can relate and have our stories about how it's impacted and changed our lives. But imagine if you have no resources at all. And we know that, again, the pandemic has spotlighted the inequities that exist in our communities. So those are some of the accomplishments. My recommendations, I would suggest as young students, serve on committees and boards, or volunteer, like to join LULAC or the Rotary, or just student body kind of positions, because that way, number one, you learn about the Robert's Rules of Order. I know that for me, serving on these 17 boards and commissions, it helped prepare me for serving on the school board and knowing kind of how the processes work. And then the Brown Act, Robert's Rules of Order, because, for me, like I always like I would, whatever the assignment was, I would study and study and study to make sure, like when I was present, that I didn't mess up, because I just felt like so much pressure on these boards, and especially the school board. I felt like, as the only Latina, like there was so much pressure on me to be, to do well, right? And not make a fool out of myself, basically, which sometimes I have done, because I'm usually the one that walks out with toilet paper on my shoe, but that's, I guess I can get beyond that one. But also what you learn on these different boards and commissions is really negotiating, the art of negotiation and the art of persuasion. How do you work? Because you yourself on any board, you cannot make the decisions on your own. You need the other board members, or at least the majority, to join you, whatever it is you're advocating for, so they can move forward. And so that's an important lesson that I had to learn, being the little thorn on people's side for a long time, that, I'm not going to get anywhere just to make this stance and, say what I need to say, and then no one's supporting me. So it's a hard lesson, but it's something that, will help you with advocacy for whatever it is you're trying to move forward. The other thing that I've learned, and I would recommend to you, is remember why you are there on these boards and commissions. because if you lose sight of that, it's easy to get wrapped up on your ego. And I've seen that, I've seen, because of all these boards and commissions, I've seen how people have forgotten that we are there to serve the community and serve the people who have trusted us to be on these boards and commissions. And we need to do right by that. And it's not about us personally and our egos. And then I also recommend that believe you can and you will, but you need to believe it, because I for a long time I didn't believe in myself. That's why I dropped out of high school and felt less than. And just believe you can and that you deserve it as much as anyone else. And as Elvira said earlier, though, it's also important to have dreams, but set goals and develop a plan, or actually multiple plans. Like I always had plan A, B, and C. Like my first plan, right, was not to drop out of high school. I wanted to graduate from high school, and I wanted to go to college right after high school, but it didn't work out quite right? So I had to come up with plan B and C, because again, life happens, and there's all these twists and turns, and you just got to be prepared for it. Because if you only have plan A and it doesn't happen, you could be totally devastated because you didn't have a backup plan. So have backup plans. And then when you're graduate from universities or whatever you're doing in your life and you're successful, and successful, I don't just mean financially, but just, you're in a good place, pay it forward to other students or other people in the community who need you. And you don't have to be rich to do that. You don't have to have a big, important job, because, I remember getting involved just as a young mom trying to advocate for parks. I didn't have much money, but I just felt it was the right thing to do. So just pay it forward. And as Elvira said, don't forget where you came from, because it's important. You have a story and it matters, and you matter. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth, can you check to see if we have any questions? Or David, do you have any questions for us?
I do. We have a few questions that have come in while people have been talking. Thank you all so much. And please, if you have a questions, please click on the Q&A button and bring your question up, and I will ask it to the committee. But the first question that came in quite quickly was, Rebecca, when you attended UCSC, would you say that as a Hispanic student that attending university was affordable? So how did you navigate the financial, obstacles? Oh, I think you're still muted.
Muted.
I can't believe after a year being on Zooms, I still have to be reminded to unmute. In 1980 is when I transferred from Cabrillo College to UC Santa Cruz, and higher education was not affordable then, just as it's not affordable now. And while I was at Cabrillo, actually, I was a part-time student because, as I mentioned, I was a hairdresser. So I worked 3 days a week as a hairdresser and went to Cabrillo 2 to 3 days a week also. And at that time, I was married and had 2 children. So transferring to UC Santa Cruz was not affordable, could not be affordable to me. However, Cabrillo College, as all community colleges, as all UC colleges, as all CSU colleges, they have scholarships. So I had applied for a scholarship and I received a $1,500 scholarship. And so it was that scholarship that allowed me to pay my fees to UC Santa Cruz. And as a result of that, when I retired in 2012, when I retired from UC Santa Cruz, I remembered the importance of scholarships. And if you remember, in 2011, Governor Brown then had passed the DREAM Act, which allowed dreamers to apply for scholarships. So for 3 years, more or less, I tutored individuals and groups of Cabrillo College students, dreamers, to apply for scholarships. And to my knowledge, every student that I tutored received a scholarship. But in addition to that, I also thought in terms of a legacy that I wanted to leave for Cabrillo. I donated quite a bit of money. I borrowed from my, not my retirement, it's that investment that you make. I forget what it's called.
401k?
What is it?
The 401k?
Yeah, it's similar to the 401k, but for education. I borrowed from that, and I gave to our foundation $10,000 to establish a scholarship for first generation students, particularly. So since 2012, at least one student gets a $500 scholarship from the scholarship that I formed. So there's many opportunities for scholarships, because it's not only the universities that have scholarships, but many different types of institutions have scholarships. And you can just Google and you will find all the availability to find scholarships. In fact, I have a former student that I tutored who's now doing her master's at CSUMB, and through her BA and now in her master's, she's only been able to attend because of scholarships that she has received.
Well, in addition to scholarships, you can also get loans and grants that can help you get through. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Right.
Thank you so much. Second question from Kendra Cabrera. What are some of the biggest challenges facing Latina and Black Indigenous people of color, or Black Indigenous people of color women today, in your opinion? This is for everybody. I mean, anyone can jump out into that one.
I could answer too. We could all answer, I guess, a little bit. I think, Deanna kind of mentioned a little bit how our self-doubt, because of our experiences, words that have been said, or bullying, or just condescending, or no, you can't go to school. So I think right now, that is when I talk to young Latinos or young people of color, is that self-doubt. And if we could work on that and say, rally around your friends and supporters, and a group of other women that can give you that confidence to say you are as smart as anybody else, and maybe even, definitely probably smarter. So I think we have to overcome that part, but there's a reason for that, right? Because of our experiences we had, or people that have said things to us all along the way that, don't want us to move forward with our dreams. So that's one big, like a personal obstacle that a lot of us feel, that we're always kind of trying to eliminate.
And if I could add to that is, in 2018, I actually have 12 millennial women in my living room. I and an executive director of another nonprofit brought them together to try to convince them to run for an elected position or apply for boards and commission, because it's all about policy. And one of the things that I saw in that 2-hour meeting I had at my house is what Anna mentioned is, first, they lacked the confidence that they could run for an elected position or even apply for a board or commission. And that lack of confidence in part came because of the internalized oppression they had to deal with. And in terms of that internalized oppression, it's a result of all the trauma that they've experienced. And the trauma that was shared that evening in my house was some came as I said, dreamers. They came at the age of 5-6 years old, and the difficulties they had, not speaking the language, going to school, being bullied. Others had parents who still worked out in the fields. Others talked about the difficulty they had in the universities. And so it was that lack of confidence and that internalized oppression that needs to be dealt with and overcome to say, yes, I can do it.
That's right. And like Anna said, connecting with other women that can empower you, just so they can see your potential, but a lot of times you can't see it yourself.
Right.
So that's really.
Isn't that true though? We became who we are in one sense. I mean, when I'm listening to you all, it's like we have a plan, but I never planned to be the EEO officer, be the mayor, be the, all that. It's because people around me believed in me, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I distinctly remember when I was talking to my friend about this EEO article, it's like, oh gosh, you should apply. Or, when, Rebecca and Pedro Castillo and Shirley and other people in Watsonville said, Ana, you should apply. You should run for office. And I'm sitting there, really? I have a 2 and a 3-year-old and I have a job. Really? Are you? It's like too much. But, they encouraged me and they said, you can do it and we will help you and we will help you with your campaign and my mom will help me with the kids. And my husband was all in, like, no question, just whatever needs to be done. So I think that's critical too. It's knowing that people will see you. And as we come together to try to help the community, we all have our different talents, and people will say, okay, you'll be the campaign manager because you will, and you can do this, and that's the way we can become successful, is that we're all together. We see each other's unique talents, and then we kind of, decide amongst ourselves who's going to do what at this particular, time to do. That's very important, because otherwise, I would have thought that on my own, but because I had those good colleagues, and after redistricting, with the person that was running in my district at the time, an article about how he didn't like how Mexicans had clothes on the lines, and that's what he was complaining about. And I don't know if you know who, but it was like a neighbor of Todd McFerrin, who was, one of the first council members after the redistricting. And we thought, oh my God, someone has, we didn't work this hard for like you guys someone not to run, that is going to represent the community and be able to send recreational services and work with a school and all the things that we, work on a high school together, Paro Valley High School, that Rebecca and I, work together with a school. I mean, all those things aren't going to happen at that seat. And the other important thing is that the people, I think one of my priorities for when I was on a council is to have people feel welcome there. All people feel welcome, from students to farm workers to seniors to everyone there. Because when you're there at the table making a decision, you've researched, you could figure it out. But if the whole scene in front of you is everyone that is against what you think, it's different. So I would say you got to go to the meeting. You got to show that this is something important, whether it's, housing or a park or rehabbing the, safer communities, whatever the issue is. And that's why I really want to put a shout out to teacher Delia Mendez from Watsonville High Social Studies. She sent her students, like the whole time I was there, you had to go to a council meeting and you had to take notes and report back. And I know some of those students are doing amazing things right now. Luis Alejo was one of those students at Watsonville, one of those meetings, to learn. So I would also add that, councils, but as a young person, go to the hearings, go to a board of supervisor, a city council, a college, see what it's like. What are they deciding? And then go up to the podium and speak your mind.
Elizabeth, do we have any more, or David?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like we're getting a list from all of you of how to get involved or how to begin the process of getting involved, which I think is really important. And one of the things that I just picked up just now is that there's the idea that you can run, absolutely, but you need to surround yourself with people that can support you. So what are the supporters that, how can we support a woman who wants to run? Like if I'm not the woman that's running, what are the things that a woman needs to run to be able to really be a part of an elected office?
Actually, go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay. Actually, on my laptop, I have a list of about 27 activities you have to do to prepare and to run a campaign, because it's not easy to run a campaign. For all of us that are in this call, we know all those steps in terms of not only one, making the decision, but making your initial filing of paperwork, because there's all sorts of paperwork you have to fill out. You have to have a campaign committee to advise you in terms of the decisions you have to make. You have to prepare for all these forums in terms of where you're going to be interviewed. You got to raise money. Oh yeah, that was the hardest part for me. I don't know about you ladies, but the hardest part for me was to raise money. And so there's so many different things you have to build. You have to develop a brochure. You have to get volunteers. For each of my campaigns, I had 24 volunteers. They were the ones that helped me get elected. 12 made phone calls and 12 knocked door to door, in addition to you going door to door to convince people to vote for you. And get out the vote is the most important, I think, of all of them, because 100 people can say to you, oh yeah, I support you, but unless those 100 people go out to vote, that it won't happen. You got to register people to vote in the first place. So there's just so many things to do. And so it's important that who's ever considering whether you want to run for an elected position or even be on a policy, connect with somebody like us that has an experience, and don't hesitate to give us a phone call or email us or knock on our doors or even Zoom us. And we will have a one-to-one conversation with you to help you prepare.
That's right. Or work on somebody's campaign. So you know
yeah.
to get there. And it's not easy, but it's exciting. And you need politically savvy people on your team because it takes a networking, it takes strategy, and a lot of work and passion. So.
I want to share in 2014, actually it took 4 women to convince me to run for city council. But once I decided to run, I knew I couldn't afford to pay for a campaign manager, but I knew a man who had run many successful campaigns from Salinas, and I called him up, David Serena. I said, will you advise me? Will you advise me? I just took him out to dinner and he says, oh, okay, I'll advise you. You know, he wasn't my campaign manager, but he gave me lots of advice. And I ran my campaign based on how he knew how to run and win campaigns. So you do need to reach out to somebody that has that experience.
Yeah, and I would like to also add that, you know, obviously we're political committees, and you have to get in some situations you have to get endorsed by them, and those are people who are usually very politically active, and they're supervisors and mayors and senators. So you know, those the higher up you go, you have to also get the endorsement of their you know, if that's who you if you want to be endorsed by people, because that's kind of one of the first things to do, right? You need to make sure that someone else isn't going to ask before you ask, and they say yes, and then it's over. You know, you didn't get that endorsement. But there's a lot of good handbooks on that. But I would say that for the students, you know, have I don't know how many. You know, there has to be at least 40 commissions, from mental health to EEO commission to Latino affairs to disabilities to health, just public works, land. I mean, there's so many. So look on the council, the city sites, and there's commissions like Park and Recs, library, planning. So you could, you know, start with those, you know, to get like what Diana is talking about, the Robert's rules and just how to go through a meeting, and if you're not, it's just is attend the meetings. Because attending meetings is very full. I mean, there were some people on the city council, they went to their voice heard. The people that I'm thinking about that went to every single meeting and would try, you know, let us know what they thought to try to have us vote one way or the other. So your voice is very important. And so just going to a meeting to start learning about it, or going to, commissions that are open is a great way to start.
And if I can add to what all of you have said, as I shared earlier, serving on those 17 different boards and commissions really helped me learn processes, procedures, network, build some confidence that I might know a little something, instead of all that self-doubt kind of thing. But it is scary to run. I mean, in all honesty, and I'm quiet and reserved by nature. And to run a campaign, I mean, you have to put yourself out there and remember people's names, which I have difficulty remembering people's names, and hi, I'm whatever, you're promoting yourself like a job interview. And to me, that's like the hardest part, because I know, like, when I ran for school board and I applied for all these boards and commission, it really was because I was passionate about that particular issue. And I felt like I wanted to make a difference. But it was still, it was hard, like I said. So if you don't have a natural personality that's charming and engaging, it is harder, I should say. And as Anna said, as you go up, in regards to what you want to run for, like even board of supervisors, the other discouraging thing, it's like millions of dollars, and who the heck has that kind of money? And this is where you need to network. And as all, Elvira and Anna and Rebecca said, you have to go to these different groups and ask for money, and which, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that it wasn't who has the most money to put out all the campaigns and advertisement in the newspaper and giant posters, that it really is like who truly, is knowledgeable about the topics, who's really in it for the right reasons, and that's who gets elected. And it's not about how much money you can raise, but it is, sadly, that it is about how much money you can raise. I just had this conversation with a good friend of mine, Philip McGuire, and because for a moment I thought about running for another position, but he said, we're thinking, okay, we do door-to-door campaigns, have a really good grassroots effort, get everyone to kind of come on board, really get to know you, and then go door-to-door. But it's not about that anymore. Sadly, it is about the television ads and the big billboards, and wow. It's about, it seems to be about that, which just makes it difficult, for your average person without connections, without money, to run a successful campaign.
That's where those volunteers come in. At the end, you do see once in a while a person that has a lot less money, but because they had an excellent door-to-door campaign where that person knocked on just every door, or their volunteer, or their close friends that knocked on their door and had discussions, which takes a lot of time, but once in a while that does still work. So if you're still thinking.
We lost you again, Anna. You keep going on and off. You freeze and then you unfreeze.
Yeah. So Elizabeth?
Yes, another question. One more question here. So voters often repeat the refrain and belief that politics corrupts, and that it doesn't make a difference who gets elected. So how does one provide uninformed voters or community residents the concrete examples of how Chicano representation has made significant institutional structural changes that has provided our communities greater access to resources and opportunities that all of today's panelists have illustrated? So what are some concrete examples of how representation has made a significant institutional change?
I can give you one example, and I'm not sure if that addresses what the students or individuals' response, but what I've known, like for grassroots efforts, it's hard to get people rallied up to a cause, although there's been more of that now we know what's going on nationally and all the systemic racism that exists currently, and just the terrible things that are going on in our nation. It seems like we're going backwards instead of moving forward. But in my small community, again, where I live, that I mentioned earlier, we had so many issues of racial profiling. This would have been in the late 90s, early 2000, like 2008, 2009. And so I, as a mother of 3 young men, I saw what was happening in my little community. It was always assumed you're guilty until proven innocent. There were pretext stops. And then what I learned is my community was being used as a training ground for the sheriff's department. And so, so it was again assumed that you were a gang member, drug dealer, carrying weapons, and just constantly people were being stopped, especially young men, stopped for pretext reasons. And so I observed that, and then I witnessed it even as my boys got older. And so this is wrong, this is not right. But as I think it was Rebecca or Elvira said, like when you live in a community that's been oppressed for a long time, you just, it's hard to get people to stand up against the oppression that you've been subjected to for generations and generations. But this is where the allies came in. This is, I knew, like myself, and even with our League of United Latin American Citizens, by ourselves, it'd be very difficult to make structural changes and draw attention to it, because already we were being, I think at one point in the news, I was listed as being more caring about gang members than I was about my community. And just a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of things happened with that. I paid a big price for standing up against this issue. But I knew that I had to form alliance. This is where like the NAACP and Mel Mason, the ACLU, and other civil rights groups, that there was a civil rights coalition group that was formed and led by now Senator Bill Monning, which was powerful. And so if you Google me, Danny Jimenez, look up Castroville and sheriff issues, and you'll see some of the articles, so you can see some of the things that happened. But having that coalition, I remember we held this press conference one year, the day after Christmas, to draw attention to it, because the message really was, we're not anti-law enforcement. We're not, right? We need law enforcement. And, none of us want a drug dealer living next to us, or, a thief stealing from us. We don't want that. But we also don't want to be treated as if we're all lowlifes, criminals, gang members, drug dealers, and all of that, which is really what was happening to my community. But we also, our issue was the abuse of authority from some of the individuals in law enforcement, because let me tell you, I also had allies in law enforcement. But they had to be sort of incognito, because that would be, it would probably end their career if they even aligned themselves with what we were trying to change. But the community saw that this was wrong. And so we were able to successfully hold 3 different community meetings with over 200 people in my small town that said no more. And we established a connection with the Department of Justice back then. So we had organized people to file complaints locally with the sheriff, at the state level with the lieutenant, at the state level, and then with the Department of Justice at the federal level. Using those strategies, again, forming coalitions, following their processes about how to file complaints locally, state, and then the national level. And then also, honestly, using the media to draw attention to these injustices, all of that helped. And then it helped our community know you're not alone, and this is not okay. This would not be happening in Pebble Beach, what they're doing to our community. It would not be happening in Carmel Valley. Why is it okay to do it in a predominantly minority community that's poor? You can just come in and use us to train officers in our community and just do what you can. And the price for that is, we had young men wrongfully identified and as gang members and or arrested and or tickets, and they became part of a process that then later on impacted them really for the rest of their life. So that's an example of how we were able to implement structural changes at different levels, locally, state, and federal level, with alliances and in the community rising up for a common cause, right? And not be afraid together, because it is hard. Whenever you take a stand on something, you can bet there will be at least 10 others who will disagree with you, right? It just is what it is.
You know, I encourage you young people out there that are listening to get involved and do become an elected official. You do make a difference. When I'm in a room, the conversation changes. I mean, you walk in there and you have respect. You have to know what you're talking about. Do your homework, be prepared, but you will make a difference as an elected official. Have your issues, be ready, and just go forward and just advocate for whatever you want. And sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, but just keep pushing. And you do make a difference. Look at what David said earlier, that Luis Alejo advocated for an assembly bill, and now we're going to have a law mandating ethnic studies in high schools. I mean, that's awesome from one individual. It just takes passion and know what you're doing.
I would agree, Elvira. It does make a difference. It's scary to be there, but you can make a difference in these, especially at the local level and these boards and commissions.
That's right. David, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to congratulate you guys for a great panel. It's
well,
been
you know, most of us learned from you. We've all been influenced by David.
Rebecca say that, oh no, it was David, the one who helped me with my campaign. I went over there next to me.
Well, you know, when David was the first chair of the state Latino trustees and I was his vice chair, so I saw him in action and learned a lot from him.
Right.
Well, yeah, so look, I mean, I think all of you guys just bring so much. And as I said before, you know, this 1 hour and a half presentation is not enough time. I mean, I think all of you can make 1 hour and a half presentation, but I'm hoping that this will be a beginning in which we start recording individual stories. Diana has such a great story to tell. I mean, Elvira has such a great story to tell. Rebecca has such a great story to tell. Ana Fares has such a great story to tell. And we need to be able to tell the stories of how powerful Chicanas have been, the important roles they have taken in their community, how much success they have had. I would like to have, for example, in the future where we have, you know, a group of students coming in and listen, and they're listening in a interview style type of program.
Yes, that's a good idea.
A couple of moderators
like that. Yeah, that's
a couple of moderators, and just talk about some of these issues and give ourselves more time on some of these issues, because there's just so much more to tell. There's so much more story to tell. This is the beginning. I'm anticipating and I'm hoping that we can expand on this for future virtual symposiums or programs we can do at MPC, CSUMB, and Hartnell, and bring more light to the struggle of a very successful Chicanas. I mean, all of you come from farm worker backgrounds. I mean, that's the key. And so I'm just really, really delighted with you guys, all the work you have done.
Well, I want to thank Rebecca, Anna, Diana, and Elizabeth for a wonderful panel. And I want to thank David Serena for a phenomenal project, and the Monterey Peninsula College faculty and staff. It was awesome today, all day. I've been here since your introduction in the morning, David.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, so I think this is the last session. And
Happy Mother's Day to all you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank you.
And to you.
Happy Mother's Day.
Moms probably.
So thank you all for a great job. And I hope that we can, we should connect again. I'm going to be looking towards you guys to provide more guidance and input in some of the other programs that I want to do.
Okay,
together
great.
with the faculty and staff of MPC, we should be able to put on some good programs.
Thank you, David. Good
Thank
night.
you, everyone. Have a
Good
good
night,
afternoon.
everybody.
Bye-bye.